It is my duty to inform the House that a vacancy has occurred in the representation. Mr. Menzies, member for the electoral district of McLeod, by resignation effective Saturday, November 9th, 2013. Conformément à l'alinéa 25(1)B.
Salone, according to the according standing order, I will be dropping the electoral writ in order to fill this vacancy.
In 05, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business. Consideration at report stage of Bill C-428, the Indian Act Amendment and Replacement Act, standing in the name of Mr. Clark. Resuming debate on motions in group number 1.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, I will begin this speech regarding this bill that seeks to amend the Indian Act by coming back to certain themes that are central to this discussion that have allowed me to reach out to thousands of Aboriginals over the past few years. Now, I may be repeating myself, but during the first 2 years of my mandate, my mission became to reach out to as many citizens as possible in remote communities across the country, and that is why I traveled to Saskatchewan, among other places, during the summer, and I applied the policies of direct democracy and real politics in order to meet with citizens, not just elected officials of band councils, but the public at large, and the same concept applies to the Aboriginals I met with over the past few years. Now, as for C-428, to come back to the topic at hand, which is the amendment to improve the Indian Act, well, this bill, it is a private member's bill, and that should be pointed out at the outset. There are inclusive measures. The inclusive measures were not present, and neither was sufficient consultation with the citizens. This is the type of information that was revealed while we studied this bill for several months in committee. I want to emphasize that. We studied this private members bill for many months in committee, and there were many witnesses who came before the committee, and almost all of them mentioned that there was any absence of binding or inclusive measures that must take precedence when we are trying to put in place a bill that is seeking to substantially change the relationship between the federal level and Aboriginals across the country. Now, Mr. Speaker, we know that the Conservatives are not good at putting forward inclusive measures, and we know that the concept of consultation for them is always reduced to the strict minimum, and we have seen this while this government has been in, since it has been a majority, and they try to limit the scope of seeking citizens' consent. With regard to Aboriginals, what I have seen during this mandate is that the government limits itself to consulting the 9 elected officials in a given community, but based on my own experience and my own reality, there are 3,000 people in my community and 9 elected officials, and so obviously, if we want to get broad civic consent, then the government must put in place culturally appropriate measures, and to do so it must consult all of the population. And therefore, once the population has been met with, well, because we have seen that there is a great outcry with regard to this bill. We have seen that the Aboriginal communities are angry, and that there has been an outcry with regard to this bill. So if they were properly consulted, then this would probably not be the case. So it is important to specify that the flaws with regard to public consultation before putting in place the proposed measures justify in themselves the fact that people are not in agreement with this bill. So, Mr. Speaker, when I talk about a broad array of political players, I think that we have studied. I think we studied this private member's bill for a minimum of 2 months in committee, and a great number of players were called to testify, and they talked about the absence of inclusive measures and the absence of consent with regard to this reform and this revamping of the Indian Act. Now, I want to emphasize the fact that this did go on for a number of months, and I would ask my colleagues to ask themselves the question as to what is the real motivation behind putting this forward as a private member's bill, because trying to amend the Indian Act is a major initiative, and so why would the government undertake this study at such a high cost? Did my colleagues receive the same favorable treatment when they put forward their own private member's bill? I submit this to you humbly, Mr. Speaker, but if you follow the logic here, the Conservative, what we are trying to do is use private member's bill for advertising purposes and to partake of, or rather to undertake electioneering. We already have one of our members who put forward a private member's bill, and so I would urge all Canadian citizens and the people listening to us this morning, but also my colleagues, you will see when the sponsor of this bill speaks, it is likely that he will follow his notes very closely and that he will seem uncomfortable with the topic at hand. And so that sets off alarm bells, and so I submit that to you humbly, Mr. Speaker. Now, we heard from a number of witnesses, members of bars from across the country, bar associations rather. They raised the problem with transposing this bill to different provincial rules, especially with regard to wills and estates. This bill will substantially amend the Indian Act so as to create a transposition of provincial rules with regard to wills and estates. And for the rest of Canada, I don't know, but I know that in Quebec there's going to be a major problem, and that is that there is a problem transposing the provincial rules because they come under the Civil Code of Quebec. So this will not be able to apply to the reality of the Quebec reality. So what we heard during testimony in committee is that this bill was improperly designed, and there may even be court challenges to this bill. So I submit all this to you humbly, Mr. Speaker. But it is very understandable that a private member's bill should have flaws and that there should be problems adapting it and putting it into, or rather having it come into force. But it's as if the government's backup position should be that it should have consulted more legal experts more in depth in order to concretely apply and implement this bill. Although it is only normal that Aboriginal governments should stray away from the Indian Act, this bill before us flouts the principles of self-government. There was not enough effort made to consult the public, and that is where the problem lies, because this is a principle that has a great deal to do with self-identity. And so this bill should not be brought forward in the form of a private member's bill, because it is a dubious bill. How long do I have left, Mr. Speaker? Only 1 minute? Well, I humbly submit all of this to you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Resuming debate.
The honourable member for St. Paul's.
Hear, hear.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Desnethe, Misnipi, Churchill River has spoken of his personal experience living under the Indian Act and stated that he brought forward his private member's bill, quote, to promote meaningful conversation about the need to repeal this outdated and archaic act and create a more modern and less objectionable legislative framework in its place, end quote. Je n'ai aucun doute.
I have no doubt that the member's intention in moving this bill was to be constructive.
Said repeatedly in this chamber, the Indian Act is the embodiment of failed colonial and paternalistic policies. There's no question that we need to find a way to move beyond this outdated and abhorrent legislation. But there are some fundamental problems with both the process that led to Bill C-428 and with the bill itself. First, I would like to discuss the process that led to this bill and the unacceptable precedent it establishes in terms of the Crown's duty to consult with First Nations on legislation that impacts their inherent and/or treaty rights. There is no other piece of federal legislation that has more significant impact on the day-to-day lives of First Nations than the Indian Act. As such, any process that will successfully move us beyond this legislation has to be First Nations-led and developed in true partnership with First Nations, no matter how well-intentioned, for First Nations. Ceci exige une consultation.
And so this requires a broad consultation with First Nations across the country.
Representing the Assembly of First Nations spoke to Bill C-428 and explained to the Aboriginal Affairs Committee, quote, in terms of fundamental aspects impacting upon First Nations from bills such as this that are imposed upon our First Nations, the requirement for consultation is extremely high and deep, as they call it. While it may be difficult to speak to every First Nation in the country, there is a need to ensure that First Nations' voices are heard and that every effort is made to speak with those First Nations who hold the rights and will be impacted, end quote. That level of consultation simply has not happened regarding Bill C-428. Further, I think it's important to remember that the duty to consult with First Nations on legislative changes like this rests with the Crown and should be conducted on a nation-to-nation basis. This is not the duty that can be delegated to or assumed by an individual member of Parliament. Ironically, the member for Desnethe Misnipi Churchill River summarized some of the key practical considerations himself when he explained to the Aboriginal Affairs Committee, quote, a private member's bill in the House of Commons does not have the financial or human resources for me to conduct a full-scale consultation, end quote. And when he said, quote, currently the federal government has the mandate to do a formal consultation, they have the capacity, they have the budgets, they have the individuals and human resources to do the formal consultation, end quote. Unfortunately, there has been no such consultation conducted by the federal government on the potential impacts of this bill, and the limited review process that parliamentary committees do is no substitute for that consultation. Parliamentarians discharging our responsibility to review legislation in the House of Commons and Senate does not equate with or replace the Crown's responsibility to discharge its fiduciary responsibility to conduct appropriate consultations. In fact, it is incumbent on parliamentarians, as part of any responsible legislative review, to determine if the Crown has engaged in such consultations and, if not, reject the bill. Witness after witness at the committee told us that, although they sympathized with the members' intentions, this was an inappropriate way to either amend the Indian Act or develop a process to move beyond it. Monsieur le Président, ce projet de loi n'est pas la bonne voie à suivre. And that brings me to some of the problems with this bill. While more recently the member has focused his comments more on the objective of encouraging a discussion on this issue, let us not forget that the short title of this bill is the Indian Act Amendment and Replacement Act. The member told the Aboriginal Affairs Committee that though this bill was trying to, quote, set up a legislative process for First Nations on a year-to-year basis to consult with government and look at more modern, respectful language that properly reflects today's society, quote, he went on to note, quote, currently in the Indian Act, there's nothing that requires the federal government to consult with First Nations on a year-to-year basis, end quote. But, Mr. Speaker, there is nothing in Bill C-428 that requires the federal government to consult with First Nations about moving beyond the Indian Act. In fact, all Bill C-48 does is require the minister to report to the Aboriginal Affairs Committee annually on what has been done. A report that could conceivably be one word: nothing. As Ms. Raybould of the AFN made it clear to the committee, Bill C-428 is not the solution. We need strong and appropriate governance, not tinkering with the Indian Act, creating perhaps the illusion of progress. And, Mr. Speaker, the balance of the bill is just that, tinkering with the Indian Act in a way that had huge unintended consequences. Two key examples that we managed to deal with at committee were the sections of the bill that would have overhauled wills and estates in the Indian Act and ill-thought-out changes to sections 85.1 of the Act. In terms of wills and estates, the original bill would have created absolute chaos and created unintended consequences in terms of everything from Indian customary adoptions to how common-law spouse would be treated. Thankfully, all members of the committee recognized the potential harm of these changes and voted them down. The bill would have repealed Section 85.1 of the Indian Act, which would have created complications for First Nations that wish to maintain their bylaws prohibiting or regulating intoxicants. This clause also had to be amended to prevent the potentially devastating impact of restricting First Nations communities' ability to declare a reservation dry. But in trying to fix this mistake, the member created yet further unintended impacts that had to be dealt with through report stage amendments. Examples like this show us why trying to tinker with a piece of legislation as complicated as the Indian Act is not something that should be done through the abridged legislative process for private members' business. Who knows what other unintended consequences still remain within the bill? Mr. Speaker, I think Michelle Odette, President of the Native Women's Association of Canada, summed it up best when she told the Aboriginal Affairs Committee, yes, we need to get rid of the Indian Act, but not this way. Thank you. Merci. Miigwech.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Lethbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am honoured and happy to rise today in support of the honourable member from Desnethe, Mississippi Churchill River, in his laudable efforts to engage the House in this very timely and historical debate on the Indian Act of 1876. This debate is long overdue. We proudly and rightly declare that Canada stands for truth, justice and freedom, equality, democracy and independence and prosperity. But the continued plight of the institutionalized inequality of the First Nations people is our great hypocrisy. We cannot bask in our understanding of constitutions and the principles of justice and freedom and celebrate our heritage of liberty and prosperity and be justified to ignore the continuing plight of those that lived in cramped third world conditions that live on our doorsteps, our neighbours. This plight is not simply a result of past prejudices and abuses. It is not simply a result of insufficient education. There continues to be institutionalized, legally mandated inequalities and artificial limitations that shackle First Nations. Whatever the various solutions may be for the various First Nations to achieve full sovereignty as nations, we cannot begin to hope for self-determination if the individuals living on reserves are not allowed the same freedoms that are necessary for self-reliance that are taken for granted by all other law-abiding Canadians. That is why we must support Bill C-428, an act to amend the Indian Act, which includes the repeal of many of the Act's most archaic and oppressive provisions. The Indian Act of 1876 was actually derived from the 1857 Civilization of Indians Tribe Act and the culmination of other acts and proclamations before that date. The 1857 legislation was enacted by the British colonial government and declared that Indians who were sufficiently advanced education-wise or capable of managing their own affairs, that's a quote, would be enfranchised, that is, given the vote. In essence, the law said that if an Indian man learned to read and was willing to sign a pledge to live as white, he was allowed to vote, own property, and serve on juries. But if he did so, he would lose all his Aboriginal rights. Understandably, very few First Nations peoples chose to surrender their heritage and ancestry. The 1867 British North America Act transferred the responsibility of Canada's First Nations from the British to the new Canadian federal government in Ottawa. And now, at that time, Canada had sole authority to negotiate treaties with the Indians and to purchase their land. At the same time, the Canadian government was supposed to be shepherding the Indians or First Nations' best interests. It was and is an inherently flawed principle, open to huge conflict of interest, and it has led to many abuses. The Indian Act of 1876 incorporated the earlier colonial legislation and essentially made status Indians wards of the Crown, and the Crown was able to completely regulate their lives. As you know, restrictions range from rules about how they would elect leaders, how to educate their children, how their estates would be dealt with after death, and how they would engage in commerce. Essentially, it did not allow them to engage in commerce. First Nations were allowed virtually no self-governing powers, and it wasn't just the First Nations, but the individuals themselves had no self-governing powers. We would hope that we as a nation would have advanced sufficiently to realize the fallacy and futility of those earlier paternalistic documents. I suspect that we do recognize the injustices of the Indian Act, but we have failed to put aside our pride and our politics. We are too worried about who is right and who will get the credit when we should be committed to what is right and ensuring our fellow countrymen get the quality of life and dignity enjoyed by most Canadians. Thanks to the honourable member from Desnethé, Mississippi Churchill River, who has introduced Bill C-428, we are now confronting the more archaic and even absurd aspects of the original legislation, which are still in the Indian Act. A striking example of those absurdities is the matter of sale of produce from the land farmed by First Nations. As you know, First Nations people are people of the land. They farm, they grow grain and produce, have dairy farms, cattle herds, apple, pear, and peach orchards, among many other crops and produce. They have a respect for the earth and the bounty which derives from it, and it is the very essence of their very ancient and revered culture. Yet, the Indian Act makes a mockery of that respect and well-earned bounty. Any other Canadian takes for granted that we have the right to the fruits of our labor, to sell, barter, or exchange as we see fit. However, to this day, the Minister of Indian Affairs must approve all land transfers, and if a First Nation person sells, barters, exchange, gives, or otherwise disposes of cattle or other animals, grain, hay, whether wild or cultivated, or root crops, or their products from any reserve in Manitoba, Saskatchewan, or Alberta, Regional Affairs. Furthermore, if a First Nation person violates this order, he or she is deemed guilty of an offence. It is shameful to believe that we have allowed an effective embargo on the fruits of honest labour. As proposed by the member from Desnethé, Mississippi Churchill River, Bill C-428 would remove this provision which prohibits First Nations from selling their own goods and agricultural products produced on reserves to non-band members. We must repeal this section of the legislation, and doing so would enable First Nation communities to become more productive and self-sustaining contributors to their own long-term wealth and that of the non-Aboriginal communities, which are their neighbours. You know, I live next door to the Blood Reserve, and a lot of people in southern Alberta see the poverty on the reserve and see the poverty of many First Nation people who have tried to leave the reserve. And some of them wonder why they don't just work their own land. In fact, I hear that all the time. Why don't they just work their own land? They have got great agricultural land. They got great oil reserves. But they don't realize that those people have not the legal right to run a business as we have a right to run a business. They have not the legal right to sell their produce as they see fit, as every other Canadian does. Self-respect and self-worth derives in large measure to the ability to self-actualize as individuals and as a people. It is the potential to grow and to reach our goals which makes Canada a wondrous land to call home. And it is the right time to right the wrongs that are inherent in the Indian Act. We must repeal the provision that forbids the sale of apples and pears by First Nations to any and all Canadians. And I know, Mr. Speaker, that in this right-minded House it cannot be seen in any other way. This is just one of the legally entrenched injustices that Bill C-428 will overturn. Besides amending the provision against selling produce, it includes the removal of any mention and requirement for residential schools. We've apologized for residential schools, but that apology is a little hollow if it continues to be the law of the land in actual form, even though it's not practiced. A lot of talk has been against this bill has been that it doesn't do enough, or it doesn't have unanimous support. It's been suggested that we should not even attempt to revise this Indian Act nation by nation, but that we have to wait till every First Nation across the country is on board. But to wait for unanimous support is similar to saying that all of our international affairs, our treaties, our free trade agreements, that they have to cease until we can get one overarching trade agreement, one overarching international treaty that applies to every country in the world. So, Mr. Speaker, I would say that this is the time that we must move forward. We cannot wait and sacrifice those who suffer on the altar of perfection and unanimity. We must move forward, and this is a great first step. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. The member for Argenteuil-Papineau-Mirabel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
On this bill to give voice to the concerns that have been expressed to me by members of the community of Kanesatake and my riding who would be directly affected by this legislation proposed in a Conservative private member's bill, Bill C-428. The concerns that have been raised in this bill remind us that we need to move forward and truly work in a nation-to-nation paradigm rather than through this paternalistic, piecemeal, and unilateral approach that the government has been using and continues to use in this bill. Bill C-428 seeks to amend the Indian Act by deleting sections dealing with wills and estates, sale of produce, trade with certain people, and the sections on residential school. It also calls on the government to make an annual report to Parliament on its progress on dismantling the Indian Act. Like pretty well all legislation pertaining to the Indian Act put forward by this Conservative government, this bill has major flaws and does not solve the problems it wishes to address. Although it does delete some archaic provision of the bill, other deleted sections like the provisions on wills and estates could put First Nation citizens living on reserve in legal limbo because there is no guarantee that provincial legislation will cover their situations. What's more, there was no consultation with First Nations before presenting this bill, like pretty well all Conservative legislation on this issue. The overriding issue with the relationship that the Conservative government that we have here today has with First Nations is that it's a unilateral, paternalistic one. That is to say, you know, we don't want to wait for you guys to all be in agreement and, you know, we're the government, we know best, so we're going to just go ahead and do this, which is not an approach that is respectful of what, unfortunately, is not legally but should be the status of First Nations in this country. What we all know is at the basis of the relationship and should always be at the basis of the relationship, that is a nation-to-nation relationship. Bill C-428 was drafted without consultation with First Nations, reinforcing this unhealthy relationship. Unfortunately, it's not surprising, as I've mentioned, and that the Conservatives, like the Liberals before them, act unilaterally rather than engage in meaningful consultation and collaboration. Mr. Speaker, I sincerely feel like I've said this many, many times on many, many bills, and unfortunately, I feel it's once again important that I state it. I want to state that I strongly believe that there is no greater or more urgent challenge facing us as MPs than the need to resolve the degrading relationship that Canada has with our Aboriginal peoples. But there are clear actions that the government can and must and could take immediately by using the UN Declaration on Indigenous peoples as a guide for what actions must be taken towards the sovereignty and decolonization of Aboriginal peoples. But unfortunately, the number one thing that needs to be done in order to respect UNDRIP is completely ignored by this Conservative government when they fail to do any kind of consultation. At a minimum, you should expect to have a minister responsible for the file introducing a bill like this. The Conservative tactic of using backbenchers to advance policy is a lack of leadership and demonstrates their chronic inability to move forward in the legislative process honestly and in good faith. The very fact that a government private member, rather than the minister responsible, is presenting this bill means that the steps that the bill would have to go through to seek legal relevance, that the House would go through, the amount of debate that it would go through, the access that it has to information from the ministry, all of that is greatly relaxed. And that means that this bill has a lot less oversight over it than it would if it were presented by a minister. So acting in this way, to begin with, let alone the lack of consultation, means that it really aggravates the problems rather than solves them. Now, I believe, alongside my colleagues from the NDP, that we must move away from this paternalism that is in the Indian Act and towards a paradigm where we have a healthy relationship with First Nations and where we are able to maintain their sovereignty and jurisdiction over their lands and businesses. I do believe this. This bill is a perfect example of exactly the opposite because it's in bad faith and it lacks the extensive consultation and the relationship of a nation-to-nation relationship that would be required in order for us to have this healthy relationship that moves away from the Indian Act. In terms of wills and succession, this bill puts First Nations in an area of uncertainty. In any situation not covered by the provincial legislation and in addition to creating potential conflicts, the burden of this uncertainty would be placed on the shoulders of tribal councils, while Conservatives are continuing to impose budget cuts and there's restrictions on these same councils. And Conservatives don't seem to understand that this is the reality of what it's like in a band. There is not enough money, there is not enough land, and yet these bills that keep coming forward don't take into account that these are the problems. We saw the same problem with MRP legislation, which, you know, it doesn't make any sense because there is no extra money or no land to go along with that kind of legislation. So it's not actually addressing the problem in a meaningful way. The member before me said, you know, it doesn't mean anything if you apologize for the residential schools and you don't actually take action. Well, action requires that money and that respect and that consultation and all the things that go along with actually treating these First Nations as equal partners in the Federation. All that goes along together. You can't just put down bills as a private member and expect that the problem is now going to start actually being addressed. Now, I do have one constituent who really adamantly wanted me to oppose this bill, who came to speak to me. His name is Denis Gaspé from Kanesatake. And some of the things that he wrote to me to say, just so that I would be able to speak his words in this House today, is that consultation with the people has not been undertaken, and any future attempts will be seen as suspect unless an attempt is made to include First Nations groups at the community level who have perennially rejected the notion they are subject to the Indian Act. Now, what he's saying here is that, you know, you cannot change the relationship, as I was saying. You cannot change the relationship that's in the Indian Act without actually doing consultation. So what this bill is purporting to do is just it's flying in the face of actual meaningful change. Now, the major issue that Monsieur Gaspé had with this is Section 7, so the principal objection that he had was to the bill is Section 10. It raised many problems for him, and quote, there is no identification of bylaws as separate from band council resolutions. Manipulation of the publication requirement will bring more unrest. So there are a lot of concerns, and I think that there are the fact that there are concerns that there has not been consultation means that we cannot move forward with this kind of legislation, and we need to set aside the fact that the process that we're using right now is not actually an appropriate one. What's in the bill is also not actually going to be doing what it purports to do. So it's long past the time that we actually address these issues. But we need a process that is actually consultative, that respects UNDRIP, and that is really bringing the relationship, the nation-to-nation relationship between First Nations and Canada into the 21st century. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Palliser.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very certain that we in this House can agree that it is time that the First Nations must gain their independence from what is largely a paternalistic, almost feudal system of governance, and that it is predicated on an act that is almost obscene in its condensation and paternalism. The Indian Act is archaic. Enacted in 1876, the Act is more than 125 years old and one of the oldest pieces of Canadian legislation. It has no place in contemporary Canadian society. The First Nations deserve to have their own truly Indigenous system of governance and are quite capable of doing so. I am therefore proud to stand in full support of Bill C-428 and the remarkable efforts of the member from designated Mississippi Churchill River to bring this matter before the House. I would point out to the honourable members that Bill C-428 is not a full-scale repeal of the Indian Act. Instead, it seeks to amend and replace very specific, outdated, antiquated clauses which are neither not being enforced or are hindering First Nations from achieving lasting cultural freedom and true economic and societal success. Mr. Speaker, time and time again in this House, we speak about government accountability, accountability to all our citizens, our constituents, accountability to this House, and most critically, accountability to our great nation. Our government remains committed to working with First Nations to make changes to elements of the Indian Act that are barriers to First Nations governance and economic growth. Today in this House of Commons, which should and must be representative of all people of Canada, I would like to speak about another type of accountability, the accountability of First Nation government to their own communities. Bill C-428 would propose to enhance the essential links between those who govern and those who are governed forevermore. First Nation band councils do not currently have the same opportunities that urban and municipalities have to independent, develop and enforce bylaws, which are essential for the safe and timely running of their communities. Unfortunately, there is no requirement for First Nations to make their bylaws public except available to their members, and as a result, for years, First Nation residents and law enforcement officials have found it difficult to ascertain and find the specific nature and quality of the bylaws which exist in each individual First Nation. Moreover, it is a true statement of the paternalism of the Indian Act. First Nation band councils have had to seek out the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs to request approval for each and every bylaw they wish to pass into legislation. This cumbersome process has caused many bands to wait lengthy periods of time for formal approval, or conversely to discover that their bylaws have been declined. Other band councils have chosen to completely bypass the minister and, as a result, do not openly inform their membership of those changes to band bylaws. Currently, following submission of new bylaws to the minister, there follows a 40-day period during which the law properly is voted on and passed by the respective band councils, which may be disallowed by the minister. No such legislation exists anywhere in any provincial municipality within mainstream Canadian society. In practice, this process often stretches out to well beyond the 40-day limit, a result of the back and forth from the bureaucracy in Aboriginal affairs to the band council, which changes requests to the already passed bylaw. The proposed bill would eliminate the requirement for Aboriginal councils to request approval from the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs for bylaws which are formulated into law as a matter of course in the various other legislative bodies, be it at the borough, village, or municipal level as they currently exist within Greater Canadian society. Bill C-428 would create a more transparent and accountable process for all First Nation band members and would remove the department and the minister from the equation. First Nation councils would be required to publish their bylaws on their website or via some readily accessible public communication channel such as a band newsletter or widely read local newspapers, or via television or radio, or some of the above or all the above. All First Nation communities deserve to have the opportunity to hold their councils fully accountable without external and at times naive and unenlightened oversight. I believe that an integrated step in government accountability lies in providing the ability for all First Nations to not only make their own bylaws, but also to publish them. Bill C-428 would place the responsibility for bylaw making powers squarely on the hands of the First Nations community where, Mr. Speaker, it belongs. It would provide grassroots membership of the bands with greater accountability from their band councils. The requirement to make each First Nation bylaw publicly accessible would provide clarity for First Nation residents, visitors, and law enforcement officials seeking to understand their collective community obligation to either abide by or enforce the laws within the community. Bill C-428 would repeal sections of the Indian Act which, though they might remain in law, are no longer enforceable and no longer relevant. This redundancy confuses the very real issues facing the Crown and the First Nations. But before we can proceed, we must remove this redundancy so that we as a House can begin to see the portions of the Indian Act which subsidiary affect the daily lives in the First Nations people. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-428 would seek to bring the language and content of the existing statute into the modern era by taking concrete steps to amend the language and remove outdated and relevant sections of the Indian Act. This bill addresses some of the challenges facing First Nations communities in regard to their political, social, and economic development. Firm incremental changes such as those would truly pave the way for further legislation to be developed in collaboration with the First Nation legislation, which indeed would benefit all Canadians. Mr. Speaker, it is only by building on the goodwill of all Canadians who I believe wish to seek us work together on this momentous journey to bring all of our citizens to a greater prosperity and sense of self-worth that we can begin to share the true potential of this great land we call Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. Is the House ready for the question? The question is on motion number 2, and a vote on this motion also applies to motion number 3. Mr. Clark, seconded by Mr. Trost, moved that Bill C-428 in Clause 3 be amended by replacing line 14 on page 2 with the following, quote, 25, 28, 37, 38, 42, 44, 46, 48 to 51, and 58 to 60, and the. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes. All in favor will please say yea. Yea. All opposed, please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. Pursuant to Standing Order 98, the Recorder Division stands deferred until Wednesday, November 20th, 2013, immediately before the time provided for private members' business. And the Recorded Division will also apply to motion number 3. And the Chamber stands suspended until 12 noon. Order. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, Government Orders, Government Bills Commons, resuming debate at second reading of Bill C2, Respect for Communities Act, and on the amendment of Ms. Davies.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Halifax.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Got a lot of paper here. Mr. Speaker, I'd love it if you could give me, maybe a 4-minute mark so I know when I'm about to run out of time, because I got a lot to say on this. So I want to start, we're talking about C2 today, safe injection sites. And I want to start with talking about what this bill should be about. So what it should be about. I think it should be about saving lives. I think it should be about reducing disease. I think it should be about reducing harm. It should be about public health, and it should also be about public safety. And when we talk about what a bill should be about, quite frankly, that's, very often up to the government to decide what a bill should be about, and we take our cues from them, so to speak. But in this case, this bill is actually a response to a Supreme Court of Canada decision. So we actually know ahead of time what this bill should be about, because we can look at the Supreme Court decision, we can look at the language in it, and we can know what this bill should be about. And looking at this bill, got it all wrong, Mr. Speaker. This is not a proper response to that Supreme Court of Canada case. As you probably know, as we all probably know, this Supreme Court of Canada case is really about, it was a situation in Vancouver around Insight, which is a supervised safe injection site. And this facility actually receives an exemption from Section 56 of the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act. And so we had a challenge here, and the Supreme Court of Canada was pretty darn unequivocal in what they said about Insight, and Insight being a model for other safe injection sites. And I want to read some of the quotes, some of the pieces of this case, because that will tell us what this bill before us, C2, should be about. And it's fascinating what the court said. So the court did rule that the minister's decision to close Insight violates its patrons' charter rights, and that the minister's decision was, quote, arbitrary, undermining the very purpose of the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act, which includes public health and safety. So it was arbitrary, Mr. Speaker. I would argue in a minute in a few minutes, that this legislation is an arbitrary response. So further in this case, the court says that the infringement at stake is serious. It threatens the health, indeed the lives of the claimants and others like them. The grave consequences that might result from a lapse in the current constitutional exemption for Insight cannot be ignored. These claimants would be cast back into the application process they have tried and failed at, and made to await the minister's decision based on a reconsideration of the same facts. So the court talks about this threatening the health and the lives of the claimants. So we're talking about health here. We're talking about Section 7 rights, Mr. Speaker, that everybody has the right to life, liberty, and security of the person, and the right not to be deprived thereof. The court went on to say, and this is really important, because the court actually sets out who has the onus of responsibility here in proving a case. So the court said the minister must exercise discretion within the constraints imposed by the law and the charter, aiming to strike the appropriate balance between achieving public health and public safety. So the minister, that's where we're starting. I'm going to keep going. In accordance with the charter, the minister must consider whether denying an exemption would cause deprivations of life and security of the person that are not in accordance with the principles of fundamental justice. And then the court continues a little later on, where, as here, a supervised injection site will decrease the risk of death and disease, and there is little or no evidence that it will have a negative impact on public safety, the minister should generally grant the exemption. And I stress should. This isn't may. This isn't permissive language. The court has been very forceful here in saying should generally grant the exemption. And so what we have with this bill before us is that onus is actually being reversed. So the courts have said, look, this will decrease the risk of death. There's little or no evidence of a negative impact on public safety. And so what do we have before us? We have a bill that actually forces communities to prove the benefits, forces communities to actually do like this extensive application, proving what the benefits will be, proving what the impacts will be on the community. It's actually reversing that onus, Mr. Speaker, when the courts have been very, very clear that safe injection sites, that there is no evidence to show that this would be a negative impact on public safety. This bill forces community to come up with scientific evidence demonstrating that there's a medical benefit. Come on, we know there's a medical benefit. Letter of opinion from the ministers responsible, information about infection, diseases, and overdoses, description of the available drug treatment services, description of the potential impact on the site on public safety, and the list goes on. This is not an appropriate response, Mr. Speaker, because this bill should be about health. It should be about preventing death. It should be about preventing the spread of disease. So I want to talk about what a bill like this, I believe that a bill like this actually stymies the process, right? That there is one safe injection site in Canada right now, in sight, but I believe that if a community believes it needs a safe injection site, I'm having trouble with that today, injection site, they should be able to open one because harm reduction works, and the evidence shows that harm reduction works. So I want to talk about how this bill, in creating these barriers and creating these obstacles to harm reduction and creating the obstacles and barriers to actually saving lives, how it could potentially impact a community like Halifax. So Halifax does not have a safe injection site. We don't. But I would say that the people of Halifax robustly embrace the concept of harm reduction. We have many different harm reduction facilities of different forms in our community, Mr. Speaker. We have a needle exchange. We have housing first principles. We have a mobile street health outreach bus. We have a traveling methadone clinic. Halifax gets harm reduction. We don't have a safe injection site, and there are no plans. But there was actually, on the heels of this case, there was quite a bit of media about whether or not Halifax would have a safe injection site, and this court case actually allowing that to happen. And there are no plans for a program in Nova Scotia. However, even the chief medical officer, after the Supreme Court of Canada decision, he came forward and he said that he was happy to hear the Supreme Court of Canada's decision. And a quote from the Chronicle Herald at the time. He said, "We're very pleased with this because it leaves the option open down the road. If it's warranted, then it's certainly something we may consider in the future." And this is Dr. Robert Strang. So our chief medical officer has said that the decision was a wise decision, and it actually made him happy to think that we may be able to have a site like this, if needed, in Nova Scotia. So what's the problem? Why this C2 reaction? Why is it that the Conservatives have brought forward this bill that actually circumscribes or limits communities' abilities to take action and enact this kind of harm reduction in their community? Well, at the same time that C2 came out, we saw a really interesting little fundraising campaign by the Conservative Party of Canada called Keep Heroin Out of Our Backyards. And I've actually called up the website right here, and under Keep Heroin Out of Our Backyards it says, add your name if you demand a say before a supervised drug consumption site is open close to your family. Now that, on its face, seems like it might be reasonable, but then we read further into this campaign and we realize that it's all about, well, raising money for the Conservative Party, but also fear-mongering, Mr. Speaker. It's about fear-mongering. Do you want a supervised drug consumption site in your community? These are facilities where drug addicts get to shoot up heroin and other illicit drugs. I don't want one anywhere near my home. Slight parentheses here, Mr. Speaker. We're not talking about putting them beside our homes, but anyway. Yet, as I write this, special interests are trying to open up these supervised drug consumption sites in cities and towns across Canada over the objections of local residents and law enforcement. Parentheses, really? What objections? Where are they being opened? Where is it that communities are rising up against this? There are no proposals for any of them, Mr. Speaker. And as I write this, special interests are trying to open up these facilities? Is it a special interest to want to keep Canadians alive? I don't think that's a special interest. I'll keep going. Well, we've had enough. That's why I'm pleased that we know who he is, government is acting to put the safety of our communities first. And if you could see this website, Mr. Speaker, there is an empty syringe on the sidewalk, instilling fear in all of us. Well, you know what? I biked up to my community office on Monday last week. We were at home for our riding week. And you know what I found in front of my office on the sidewalk? I found an empty syringe. I did. And I got some gloves and I picked it up, and a few doors down is the North End Community Health Centre, and they have a Sharps disposal container, and I dropped it off there. And so it's real, right? The idea that people are using intravenous drugs on our streets is real. But you know what I actually think is the threat to public safety here? It's not it's not safe injection sites. It's the fact that there isn't a place for people who have addictions, who may be homeless, who may be struggling with a myriad of other issues. There is nowhere for them to go that is safe and supervised. And so I talked to Metro Nonprofit Housing Authority, which is down the street from my office, and they talk about finding needles in their bathrooms. Why? Because that's where people can go. It's safe and warm. It's the safest they can get. And it's warm and it's private, and they can close the door and they can do their drugs there. Is that appropriate? I think that's more of a threat to safety than a safe injection site. There's a needle drop, a Sharps container behind my office that a local community group put in so that people, when they're doing drugs, it's kind of a dark alley, right, and stuff's going on there. We need to acknowledge what's happening in our communities. So they put in a Sharps disposal container. And what happened? People actually broke into the box to get the needles, Mr. Speaker. They broke into it. That's not harm reduction. To actually create a supply of dirty needles for people to break into and share. But that's the reality of what's happening in our communities, Mr. Speaker. There's a local cafe, it actually closed a couple years ago, but there was a local cafe down the street, maybe 4 doors down from my office, and they had to put a Sharps container in their bathroom. I think that is more of a threat to my safety, having needles in my local cafe, than a safe injection site where it's supervised, where it's clean, where the needles are clean, where the needles are disposed of properly. I would much rather have a safe injection site beside my office than know that there are dirty needles behind my office that people are reusing. This is about safety. This is about public health. And I want to get back to public health for a second. Because nowhere in this bill is there even a mention of public health. I find that shocking, Mr. Speaker. And when we're talking about health, when we're talking about what this bill should be about, saving lives and stopping the spread of disease, well, we have stats. We have real hard evidence from Insight. Hard evidence. And do you want to hear what it is? So the rate of overdose deaths in East Vancouver has dropped by 35% since Insight opened. That's pretty good evidence. Something's working. Harm reduction works, Mr. Speaker. There have been, in a study over a 1-year period, no fatalities from those injections. In 1 year, over 2,100 referrals were made to Insight users to addiction counseling or other support services. I can tell you there's no referral service behind my office. People who used Insight services at least once a week were 1.7 times more likely to enroll in a detox program than those who visited infrequently, and probably a heck of a lot more than the folks who were behind my office. There was a significant drop in the number of discarded syringes, injection-related litter, and people injecting in the streets 1 year after Insight opened. Injection drug users who use Insight are 70% less likely to share needles. That is a staggering number. Reducing needle sharing has been listed as an international best practice to reduce the rate of HIV and AIDS. And Insight users are more likely to seek medical care through the site. This means less trips to the emergency room, and an improvement of health outcomes. Probably heard a pretty big sigh there, Mr. Speaker, as I was reading the evidence, because the evidence should speak for itself, but it's not, because we have C2 in front of us. It's actually making it harder for people, harder for communities to have this kind of success story in their community. It's all about evidence, Mr. Speaker. It's all about evidence. Evidence shows that harm reduction, like safe injection, works. And I'm really proud of the harm reduction initiatives in my community. We do have mainline needle exchange, where folks can actually get clean needles. And you know what? Maybe get referred to some services. We do have Direction 180, which is a methadone clinic, and they have recently had this huge success of being able to buy a mobile bus to then actually get to some of the communities that aren't in the north end of Halifax and make sure that people get their methadone. These are folks who are trying. They're trying to deal with their addictions. They are trying to better themselves. So we need to have these harm reduction programs in place for them so that they can succeed. Because what's the alternative? Death? MOSH, Mobile Street Health. It's a van that goes around to where people are, under bridges, at the, in fields, at the homeless shelter, to where people are to give them the medical treatment that they need. This is what we need, but unfortunately the government's not interested in harm reduction. I'll give you a quote from Cindy McIsaac. She actually runs Direction 180, our methadone clinic, and she was quoted as saying, "Ottawa's new approach is to criminalize what should still be seen as a health issue," says Cindy McIsaac, Executive Director of Direction 180, a methadone clinic in Halifax. "You can't even use the term harm reduction anymore when applying for federal funding. The taps have been turned off." So, this bill is all about creating fear. This bill is not about health. This bill is not about helping people get better. C2 is a bill that's about power. It gives power to the minister, and it disempowers the most vulnerable members of our society. But there is a more powerful argument against this bill. Those are the voices of members of my community and communities across the country who recognize the value of safe injection sites as a harm reduction program, and they want the ability to set up a similar site where needed. Mr. Speaker, safe injection sites are one way that we can help save lives, treat people who suffer from a disease, help people reorient their lives, improve the quality of life for community members, and make our cities safer for everyone. What we need is less barriers to programs like this bill would create, because the government is getting in the way of caring for those people that need the most help. I want to emphasize that addiction is not a choice. It is a disease, and those who suffer from it should be treated with the dignity and the respect that we give to other people suffering from chronic illness. When we speak about safe injection sites or harm reduction programs, there is very often a human element that gets left behind in these debates. And I want to make sure that we do actually talk about that human element here in the House, Mr. Speaker, because people who suffer from addiction are also suffering from stigma and discrimination that follows that disease. And this bill, I think, lacks that understanding of this human element. It makes it more difficult for safe injection sites to be established in our communities and for individuals battling addiction to receive compassionate care. When in getting ready for this bill, I did speak to folks at Brunswick Street Mission and Mainline Needle Exchange, and they have said that the people who need help in my community are increasingly younger people living in the shelters. They're inadequately housed, and they suffer from severe health issues, including mental health issues and mental illness. And the problems that face people who suffer from addictions can't be isolated. They can't be isolated from housing, from health, from poverty, education, and addiction. They're all inseparable problems that can overwhelm anyone. And safe injection sites are an important part in dealing with these issues holistically. At Insight in Vancouver, it's not just a program about drugs. Safe injection sites are about helping people through providing a safe space, peer support services, and health services. And unfortunately, this bill doesn't look at that whole picture, Mr. Speaker. It makes safe injection sites harder to establish across the country, and it makes it harder for our communities who actually want to tackle these and other connected issues. With no safe injection sites and no safe spaces for people fighting addiction, this means that we are pushing those people to the very margins of society, which exacerbates poverty and homelessness, and it exacerbates health and safety issues for our communities. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened to the member from Halifax. I'm afraid the terminology that was used repeatedly is very misleading. These are not safe injection sites. They're called supervised injection sites. And to suggest that putting heroin or other illicit drugs into the body is somehow safe, I think goes against common sense, and everyone's family doctor would probably agree. The fact is that I'm not aware of any community in Canada other than the Vancouver East Side that is lobbying to have a safe injection site. I'm sure, or a supervised injection site. See, Mr. Speaker, I make this same mistake as they did. I'm so embarrassed. The fact is, putting bad stuff in your body is not safe. The government has homelessness initiatives, affordable housing initiatives, a mental health commission. We're doing the things that will work and not perpetuate the problem. Oh, so can the member agree that it's not safe?
Oh, the honourable member for Halifax.
Well, there's part of what my honourable colleague raises that I will accept, and he would be on the exact same page as the Dalhousie Women's Centre, let me tell you, because there is a difference between safe and safer. I am talking about harm reduction, and the Women's Centre has always been really great about reminding me that it's not talking about safe sex, it's talking about safer sex, right? Because we can't actually ensure that it's always safe. Same thing here. So I will acknowledge, you know, if I had the time to go back, I would have changed every safe to safer injection sites, because, you know, if the honourable member was listening to my speech, he did hear about the realities in my community where people are they are shooting up drugs on the street, under bridges. They are making our communities less safe. So I am talking about a safer injection site. And if he's not aware of any community that's lobbying to get a safer injection site in their community, then why is it that his government is actually going to make it harder? If it's not an issue for him, if he doesn't think it's an issue across Canada, then why even have this bill as a response to this SCC case, making it more difficult? I mean, that's very, very contradictory, and I actually think that this bill proves the fact that this is needed in our communities.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Esquimalt-Fuga.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank the member for Halifax for her very heartfelt remarks on this very important but negative bill. When the previous Conservative member says he's not aware of any communities who are looking at safe injection sites, I'll repeat what I said in my speech. My community is looking at this because in 2011, the last year we have complete statistics for Greater Victoria, 16 people died as a result of not having a safer injection site. And on Vancouver Island, there were 44 deaths in 2011 alone. So people are on Vancouver Island looking for solutions, and one of the things they are looking at is the possibility of having what I'll still call a safe injection site. Yes, okay, it's safer, but what we're comparing it to is people who end up injecting drugs in extremely unsafe situations. And we know that the record of Insight, as the member from Halifax pointed out, is that it has reduced death from overdoses, it's reduced HIV infections, and had a very positive impact on that neighbourhood, and has 80% support in the downtown east side.
The honourable member for Halifax.
Thanks. I really appreciate my colleague's intervention and the fact that he can bring examples from his community here. There's an interesting thing happening here in Ottawa, actually, Mr. Speaker, where proponents of a safe injection site here in Ottawa, what they've done is they've actually put together a mock site in Lower Town to show people what a safe injection site would look like, how it would be set up. And the idea is really to foster community understanding of what a safe injection site would be. So hopefully correct the misguided notions of what a safe injection site is. These sites can work, and different communities need different things. In Nova Scotia, we do have more of a problem with something like OxyContin versus injectables. So different communities need different things, but what we need to be aware of is creating an environment where communities can respond to the needs that our communities have, where if a safe injection site is the best thing, then we go forward with it. If a needle exchange is the best thing, then we go forward with it, because it's all about harm reduction. We're trying to save people's lives here, Mr. Speaker.
Very good.
Question et commentaire, l'honorable député d'Alfred.
The honourable member. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to begin by thanking my colleague from Halifax for her excellent speech. The Montreal metropolitan community wants a supervised injection site. It would be a bit different from Insight, and it would work with different partners. Mr. Speaker, it would work with different community partners, and this is what we have to remember. These various community partners include, amongst others, the Montreal Police organization, and in one of their larger studies, a spokesperson for one of the poorer neighborhoods of Montreal, Hochelaga Maisonneuve, said that they had no choice but to open a supervised injection site because in East and Montreal, there are areas where people shoot up. They're shooting galleries, and they're very dangerous. So what does my colleague think about this communal approach, working with police and other partners, as well as community networks?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate hearing the example of my colleague in Montreal as well. And actually, I do know in my community and in other communities across Canada that community-based organizations have resorted to setting up unofficial safe injection sites, right? Again, when I started off by saying we need to acknowledge what's happening in our communities, that's happening. A safer space by clearing out a bathroom and allowing somebody to inject there versus with a clean needle versus in an alleyway. That's happening. They're unofficial, but it is a response to the need that's there, and it is a response to trying to keep people as safe as they can be. And this idea of the community partnership, I mean, my colleague talks about what's happening in Montreal, where it's community organizations, it's health organizations, and it's the police, right? The police get this. They understand what our communities need, and that's why they are coming together to work together for a common cause. Common cause of saving lives, the common cause of reducing the spread of disease, which is not the common cause shared by the Conservatives, who have been very reluctant to speak on this issue here in the House. They introduce the bill and then they wash their hands of it, because for them it's all a fundraising exercise. I'm sorry to be so cynical, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia.
Thank you. I know, Mr. Speaker, that the official opposition would like to have needles in prisons for harm reduction reasons. But really, at the end of the day, if people are breaking the law, they should face the consequences. So perhaps would the member consider that obtaining illegal drugs or using illegal drugs is against the law, and perhaps the law should step in and deal with the problem?
The honourable member for Halifax.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I'm really surprised that the member went there, because we've got so much baloney happening on the national stage when it comes to people breaking the law. I would like to know whether or not the law has been broken by the Prime Minister's office, quite frankly, when it comes to paying off senators and trying to get them to shut up or change their story. And then, you know, we do see a situation, a very strange situation in Toronto with the current mayor who has admitted to doing drugs. Is he saying that everybody should be locked up and put in prison? Come on. We are talking about trying to save lives. I am not condoning doing illegal drugs, but I am condoning trying to save lives. And if the Conservatives are insistent on locking people up in jail, and they are insistent that people need to pay for their crimes, but one day they'll be let out and rehabilitated, then let's try and keep people alive so that they can come out rehabilitated. This is just the death penalty in another form, and it's unconscionable, Mr. Speaker.
Before we resume debate, would just like to remind all honourable members we've reached the 5-hour point in this debate, and so from this point forward the speeches will be 10 minutes, followed by 5 minutes of questions and comments. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I do have a few thoughts that I'd like to be able to share with members in regards to Bill C-2. And I think we can start off by saying what it is that the Conservative messaging is in regards to drug usage, C2, and what it is that they're ultimately trying to give the impression to Canadians, Mr. Speaker. And that is, of course, that they don't believe in facts and science, that they're more concerned about how it is that they can try to give and portray this image that it is the party that is tough on crime, that it is the party that's going to be tough on all aspects, Mr. Speaker, of crime. Whether or not it's justified is completely irrelevant. And I think that what we see in Bill C-2, Mr. Speaker, is a bill that somewhat exemplifies why this government is so focused on things that are not necessarily in the best interest of Canadians as a whole, but rather in the best interest of trying to send a very strong message, which is ultimately, I would argue, Mr. Speaker, to the detriment of all Canadians. First, let me emphasize my disappointment for the Minister of Health. Here you have the Minister of Health responsible for the public health and well-being of Canadians, bringing forward legislation of this nature, which is not going to make our communities or our individuals, Mr. Speaker, putting them into a healthier position going forward. That is, strictly speaking, with Bill C-2. But what disappoints me the most about this particular Minister of Health, Mr. Speaker, as Canadians from coast to coast to coast are concerned about health care, this minister is doing absolutely nothing in terms of trying to come up with a provincial agreement dealing with a health care accord when we know that the current health care accord is going to be expiring in 2014. Mr. Speaker, this is an issue in which people across this land are concerned about. We love and care about our health care services, and this government completely ignores the issue, doesn't even meet with the ministers to discuss this issue. This is the issue that is touching each and every one of us in a very real and tangible way, and this Conservative government chooses not to deal with this issue, but rather wants to focus on something that's sticking to their message, whether it's in the best interest of Canadians or not, Mr. Speaker. And I believe that the Minister of Health should be ashamed of herself in terms of bringing forward a bill such as this, while at the same time ignoring an issue that is of critical importance to each and every Canadian from across this land, Mr. Speaker. We challenge the Minister of Health to reflect in terms of what it is and the damage that she is proposing to put upon Canadians by bringing in C2, number one, and number two, to get to work in regards to the health care accord and that very, very important issue. You see, therein it lies the difference between a Liberal government versus a Conservative/Reform government, Mr. Speaker. You see, we believe in working with the different stakeholders. When the injection site was put in place in British Columbia, what you saw was a Liberal administration here in Ottawa work closely with the different stakeholders, Mr. Speaker. They expressed interest in trying to be able to help our communities in which you see needles and all sorts of other issues and ingredients, Mr. Speaker, whether it's the needles or pipes or whatever it might be lying around in our communities, and how it is that we might be able to deal with that, the lives that were being destroyed, suicides that were being committed, heroin overdoses and so forth. The Ottawa wasn't alone. It wasn't just the Liberal administration. We had police force. We had the British Columbia government. We had many other stakeholders that were expressing concerns, all of which came to the table and came up to an agreement that having insight would in fact help. It would make the community a healthier place to be. That wasn't just a national Liberal government that made that determination, Mr. Speaker. Even though we recognized and worked with the other stakeholders, the key there is we worked with the other stakeholders. And through that work, Mr. Speaker, we were able to come up and support something that has been very successful. And all you have to do is just look at it, Mr. Speaker. You know, this Minister of Health hasn't even visited the site, from what I understand, the site in question. Why? Well, because, you know, she might actually, if she visits the place, might find that it's actually working. If she starts talking to the staff there, in fact, can you imagine if she went and she talked to the local Vancouver police, which I understand support it, Mr. Speaker. She doesn't want to talk about the evidence. She doesn't want to understand the true value in terms of having the true value of having this safe injection site, Mr. Speaker, because it doesn't fit their ideological agenda that the Conservatives want to espouse, and don't let the facts or don't let the science confuse them from doing the wrong thing, Mr. Speaker. And this is most unfortunate. You would think that the Minister of Health would in fact have gone out on site, worked with, or at least talked to firsthand what people actually had to say about it, Mr. Speaker. But from what I understand, that is not the case. Yet, if you take a look at the local leadership, even from the province, who support it, to the police, who support it, to the many different healthcare professionals that recognize the benefits and support it, to the users that need and ultimately support it, Mr. Speaker, talk about the facts. Individuals' lives have been saved. Go around into the community, different facilities, whether it's a community center, whether it's a community school, whether it's the back lanes, and you will find that those areas are of a healthier environment as a direct result. These are the types of things that are important for us to recognize. But the government, this Conservative Reform government, doesn't recognize that, Mr. Speaker, because it doesn't fit their political agenda. And we know how much they rely on that political agenda, because it was just within hours. You know, the minister has the bill introduced, and within hours, they're spreading out a fundraising campaign, second to very few, saying that, look, the Liberals and the Democrats want to have injection houses throughout Canada, implying it's going to go into all these different communities, Mr. Speaker. And the only way to prevent that is to donate money to the Conservative Party. It's a fundraising tool. That's what they're using Bill C-2 for. So here you have this newly minted Minister of Health being manipulated and used as a fundraising tool. When in fact, Mr. Speaker, what she should be doing is dealing with the issues that Canadians truly want her to. And the member says, in a very light, friendly fashion, I suspect, to get a life. Well, Mr. Speaker, that's the reality of it. That's what your government has chosen to do. They did send out the fundraising letter. You can nod your head saying no, but it's true. Check with your speaking notes, and you will find that is in fact, what it is, Mr. Speaker. And I can appreciate that they would have a difficult time with it. You know, I represent a community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I recognize, Mr. Speaker, that we need to be more proactive in supporting our communities. Communities that are in need of being able to address some of those negative social elements that are out there. You know, the abuse that drug addictions of whether it's heroin or cocaine, crack, there's a number of them that are there, Mr. Speaker, that are very real. And we do need to address those. But we need to look and work with the different stakeholders, I would ultimately argue, Mr. Speaker. Something in which former Liberal governments have done in terms of working with different stakeholders and coming up with ideas that will, in fact, make our communities a better and safer place to be. And that's the reason why, Mr. Speaker, we find it so difficult, in fact, to even support Bill C-2. I thank you for the opportunity to say a few words.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Charlesworth, St. James, Assiniboia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened to the member's comments, and I first have to say that the federal health minister is one of the most skilled, intelligent, and personable politicians that we have in Canada, and she's doing an outstanding job on a difficult file. The issue of the Liberal record, he brought up our record, that this comes from the party that cut $25 billion from the transfer payments for health. This is the party that denied the forgotten victims of hepatitis C. It wasn't till our government came in that we corrected those great injustices. Now, the member talks about supervised injection sites. We both come from the same city. I'd like to ask the member, where in Winnipeg North, his riding, would he want to have a safe injection site?
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
First, Mr. Speaker, let me straighten one of the facts that I would dispute. It was the Liberal Party, and if you take a look at the health care expenditures today, we are spending more on national health care than we have ever spent on health care. And the reason why we're doing that is because of a health care accord agreement which obligates the government by law to continue to increase the financing of health care. It was the Jean Chrétien government that took away the tax point shift in favor of having cash up front, which ultimately saved the long-term health care cash contributions, Mr. Speaker. The Liberal Party of Canada has led the way at ensuring that, in fact, there is going to be cash in the purse when it comes time to distribute money so that we can guarantee to Canadians that they will have a first-class health care system. And this is something on which I'm very proud of. In regards to a safe site in Winnipeg, what I can tell you is that I am open very much to ideas that are going to be able to take drugs and the paraphernalia stuff that comes along with it out of our community streets and schools. If it can be concentrated through a safe site of some form, I'm open to it. More importantly, I believe many stakeholders in Winnipeg would also be. Thank you, Mr.
Questions and comments? Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank my friend from Winnipeg for his comments on this and for seeing this effort for what it is. This isn't a health minister conducting an effort to make Canada a more healthy place for Canadians, healthier people. This is a government rolling from one scandal to the next, looking to shore up the base, looking to fundraise off of legislation that comes before Parliament, as if that's all Parliament was good for. Some activity for the fundraisers across the way and for a government that's lost its way. So my question is quite specific. If the government is interested in actually having less crime take place and improving the health of Canadians, that everything we know about the one injection site that we do have operating in this country, which this government spent hundreds of thousands of dollars of Canadian taxpayer money, if not millions, suing it all the way to the Supreme Court of Canada, where the Supreme Court ruled against this government in its efforts to shut down a health initiative. If the one site that we do have is supported by the police, is supported by the local municipalities, supported by the local voices who live there, knowing that it actually reduces harm, why would a government of Canada, regardless of its political orientation, not be supportive of more of those projects where they are deemed to seem to fit, where there's a problem, where Canadians are asking for it? Last thing, Mr. Speaker, it's a government that when it comes to pipelines and other projects that they want to push through, they don't care about local voices. When it comes to safe injection sites, suddenly the public has a veto. I wonder why the double standard exists. We all know why. It's ideology coming from the Conservatives.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, and I thank the member for a good question. You know, at the end of the day, or once it's all said and done, we need to look in terms of ways in which we can enrich our communities through good, solid social programming. And there are needs, whether it's in the Montreal's, Toronto's, Winnipeg, Edmonton, Vancouver, Halifax, even in smaller municipalities, Mr. Speaker, there are social needs that are there. I'm not suggesting for a moment that each and every one of those communities and plus all need to have safe injection sites. I'm not suggesting that at all. The difference that I believe that we bring to the table is that we're saying that as a government, as a national government, there's an obligation to work with different stakeholders in trying to make all of our communities, where it is deemed possible, to make them a safer, cleaner environment for our children and everyone else, Mr. Speaker. And in some of those cases, when we're talking about real strong social issues, such as heroin and other types of forms of cocaine and whatever else it might be, Mr. Speaker, I think that a more proactive approach can be a positive thing.
Reprise du débat. L'honorable député de Pierrefonds-Dollard.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Pierrefonds-Dollard. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure, in fact, for me to rise to speak to this bill, even though it's a very sad debate that we're having here today. A debate that shows clearly in this House that ideology is being used in place of facts. Bill C2, that is before us, is an amendment to amend legislation that will put in place a number of obstacles and barriers for injection sites, which will prevent them from offering services across the country. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to speak to this issue and relate it to the current situation in Quebec. I have in my hands here a report prepared by the Montreal Health and Services Board. Steps have been undertaken, Mr. Speaker, in Quebec. In fact, steps were taken more than 13 years ago. Healthcare workers and social assistance workers have been examining the issue. Pilot projects have been launched for organizations to look at how Quebec can put in place injection sites like this one. There's a lot of work that's being done, and I'm sure it's being done elsewhere. In 2000, for example, Quebec put in a request to the Ministry of Public and Social Services. They created a committee for cocaine addicts, and the mandate of the committee was to propose intervention strategies with a view to helping to improve the quality of life for cocaine addicts. A year later, the committee recommended the establishing of a site. And so these issues started many years ago. In 2003, they mandated the same agency to conduct a study on injection sites. The advisory committee put forth two proposals at the time. First of all, a pilot project designed to the putting in place of a system, a site, and secondly, the addition of a site for supervised injections. The addition of a site to the services that currently existed at the time. Then there were further consultations. So it would be unfortunate for all of that work that's been done over the past 13 years to be for it to be thrown out because of a bill that the Conservatives pulled out of a hat based on their ideology. Mr. Speaker, institutions like the National Public Health Institute of Quebec or the Coalition for the Reduction of the Harm Caused by in our communities that have been very much involved in this process. It's a process that takes into account the views of experts from the field and the reality in the province and in the city of Montreal. Now, this isn't something that they're going to be coming in with a hard-handed approach. No, Mr. Speaker, this is a serious approach, a serious step-by-step approach based on consultation, the establishment of pilot projects, and so on. This is a serious step, and I think the Conservatives should draw some inspiration from this process that takes into account facts, the views of experts, awareness with respect to the differences in the communities we're dealing with. Mr. Speaker, this approach, taken seriously, could, in fact, simply fall through if we put in place legislation as being proposed by the Conservatives, and that would be very regrettable. That isn't something, Mr. Speaker, that we can accept. Recently, an article was published in Le Devoir, and it talks about the reaction of groups in Quebec to Bill C-2. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to quote the article which states that Cactus Organization and the Director of Public Health, Dr. Richard Massé, feel that their approaches will be increasingly rendered complex. The doctor said just how much, or will in fact the government listen to these organizations? They don't know what is going to happen, but the bar is being pushed up very high. And the fact of not offering these services would run counter to human rights. The doctors involved in these processes are very concerned with potential roadblocks being put in place. And I've just mentioned a couple, but there are a host of experts who appeared before the committee who've spoken out against this bill. There's no reason why we would believe that this bill would be beneficial for public health. If the Minister of Health is defending this, it's ironic. We should be seeing the Minister of Justice, in fact, talk about his hard-line approach against crime, because the link that this bill has with public health is extremely important. And this fact, well, in fact, what we're talking about here is concern for the health of Canadians. But this bill does not do what it's intended to. Experts have said that supervised injection sites exist. There's one in Montreal, and the evidence stands for itself. They are effective. Vancouver saw overdoses go down by 35% thanks to the services being offered by their site. Another expert said that Insight has caused a reduction in crime, drop in drug addiction, and in the transmission of communicable diseases. So if the government were concerned with public health and the health of Canadians, it would realize that more must be done to protect public health. Now, Mr. Speaker, if we wanted to improve public health, then we need to provide people with the resources they need to step in and to offer services for prevention, to prevent death, to prevent crime, to prevent the transmission of diseases. It's a high time for us to place our trust in experts on this issue when they speak out against a bill of this nature, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to draw your attention to an example, a very concrete example of another bill that I've looked at, and it's a bill that was supposed to be against abuse of seniors. It has a fine title saying that they're going to fight abuse against seniors, but what it did, in fact, was to make a minor change to the criminal code, which would perhaps, it's not sure, but perhaps it takes harsher action against people abusing seniors. Now, it was voted on, but when we look at things in details, we see that committees do work as part of the parliamentary process. It's made up of all members representing all parties, and when they put forth potential solutions stating that we need intervention programs, prevention programs to prevent abuse of seniors, If, in this example, we wanted to truly fight abuse against seniors, then that was what was needed. That bill, which claimed to be something to do with the abuse of seniors, simply made a very small change that will not make the change that we need to see. And we see the similar kind of thing here, Mr. Speaker. A subject's on the table, and we can see that if we really wanted to help improve public health, well, we shouldn't be moving in the direction of the bill. That isn't what's going to enable us to make a difference for Canadians. Now let me talk about the HoC group. It was created in the West Island to help young people at risk who live on the street in the West Island of Montreal. Now, people thought that there weren't any street people on the west part of the island, but there are young people at risk. There is crime, but now, thanks to some exceptional workers who believed in these projects, like Mr. Langevin, the project went forth. And there are several workers involved with it, and it's very well known in the community. It's the kind of project that has helped people. The Bienvenue site, which offers supervised apartments for people with mental disability, it is a center that had to fight for its very existence because people said, no, we don't want it. It's going to increase crime in our neighborhood. It will reduce the value of our homes, for example. But after talking about it, after talking to the leaders of this organization, making people in the community aware of it, it has taken shape, and now, thanks to all of that, we have the Bienvenue site in the neighborhood. Instead of making people afraid, in putting out false information, what we need to do is provide people with the information on the benefits of these kinds of injection sites, while reassuring Canadians that's the approach that we need for Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and commentaires?
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-les-Basques. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I've heard a number of comments, including the comments made by my colleague today, and what strikes me is the narrow-minded view of the Conservative government on this issue. Now, no one wants to encourage drug use in this House, but we can't close our eyes to a reality that exists. There are people with addictions, and it is better for them to be surrounded by the type of experts in these sites than if we simply allowed this situation to thrive in obscurity. I'd like my colleague to tell us, to say a few words about the difference between the Conservative government's approach and the views of experts who are concerned by this bill and who are stating that in order to truly address the problem, we need to have access to these types of sites. The Honourable Member for Pierrefonds-Dollard. Well, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. When we see that Conservatives are calling for support for this bill in order to keep heroin out of their neighbourhoods, well, we can see just how disconnected they are from reality. A supervised injection site doesn't bring heroin into our communities. It's not that we should be focusing on keeping heroin out. We need to manage it. Do we want people to be unsupervised without services on the street? Or do we want to give them an opportunity to have services available to them? Because regardless, these people who are using heroin aren't going to disappear. We need to offer services to help reduce the impact. Now, minimum sentences aren't the miracle solution. We have proof throughout the world of that. Intervention and prevention are absolutely necessary to fight crime and to improve the quality of life.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It strikes me that these supervised injection sites it makes the people involved almost complicit in the drug addiction. Why not have these people pursue other methods of rehab? Like there are other ways to get off the drug addiction. We need to be aggressive with those methods, and by saying that it is okay to inject oneself at any time is sending, I think, the wrong message. And you would have to do it, they would have to do it at 100% of the time for it to be, to reduce the harm. And I would be very surprised if drug users actually use the facility 100% of the time.
The Honourable Member for Pierrefonds-Dollard. I would like to thank my colleague for having shared his opinions with us as well as his concerns. Yes, because that's what we can do here in the House of Commons, we can share our opinions. But what is his opinion worth as compared to all the doctors, the community groups, people who live this reality on the ground? I'm not saying that I'm better than him. Nothing could be further from the truth. But we're not talking about a debate of opinion here. We have facts. We can base ourselves on these facts. There is a reduction in infection, in crime. So let's stop fear-mongering, as my colleague is doing by saying, well, I'm afraid of this or I'm afraid of that. Let's listen to the experts. I would like to ask my colleague, what does he think about Quebec? Quebec has undertaken a serious process with health specialists, with experts. Do his opinion or fears, should that prevail over 13 years of experience and procedure that have been going on in Quebec and that have been proven? I think that he needs to respect the procedures that are going on in these communities. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Rimouski, Neigette, Témiscouata, Basque. Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, it's not a secret for anyone. The Conservative Bill C2 is the culmination of this government's opposition to the Supreme Court decision that ruled that it had to maintain the exemption provided to the supervised injection site in Vancouver. This is the only legal supervised injection site in North America, and apparently, despite the numerous voices raised in favor of opening 3 other centers, such centers in Toronto and Ottawa, Bill C2 is simply designed to flout anyone who wants to take such measures. Even the CMA, in its press conference, said that it was deeply concerned that the proposed legislation may be creating unnecessary obstacles and burdens that could ultimately deter creation of more injection sites. Both the Supreme Court and experts in the medical community and street workers say that this type of approach is a central pillar in a comprehensive public health approach to disease prevention and health promotion. In its decision, the Supreme Court had ruled that supervised injection site would decrease the risk of death and disease, and there's little or no evidence that will have a negative impact on public safety, and the minister should generally grant an exemption in such cases. But if they're able to inflate the numbers concerning crime and abortion, the Conservatives will simply continue to impose their political agenda by ignoring any proof or trends that we can tell them about. This is where they try to make decisions without taking into account any facts or prejudices. Many groups feel that this bill is irresponsible. The HIV/AIDS Legal Network, in a joint press release, said that this bill is an irresponsible initiative that ignores both the extensive evidence that such health services are needed and effective and the human rights of Canadians with addictions. In essence, the bill seeks to create multiple additional hurdles that providers of health services must overcome. Indeed, this bill imposes more than 20 conditions prior to being able to obtain an exemption under the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act, especially with regard to the consultation of experts and groups. The project proponents would have to shoulder the full responsibility of meeting the requirements in terms of consulting stakeholders, the government, and communities. And yet, ironically enough, When the Insight Centre was opened in 2003, the Mayor of Vancouver claimed that, and I quote,
extensive dialogue in the local area and with thorough citywide debate, and its programming continues to be shaped with ongoing input from nearby residents, businesses, and service organizations. Il s'agit d'un projet de loi
This is a bill that is entirely based on bad faith and prejudices, and it is also being promoted by a fear-mongering campaign among citizens. On the day the bill was introduced, when it was C-65, the government undertook a campaign entitled Not in My Backyard, designed to denounce supervised injection sites, thereby ignoring all scientific and statistical arguments that convinced all of the judges on the Supreme Court. It even says on the campaign site, as I write this, special interests are trying to open up these supervised drug consumption sites in cities and towns across Canada over the objections of local residents and law enforcement. Add your name if you demand a say before a supervised drug consumption site is opened close to your family. So in terms of fear-mongering, Mr. Speaker, well, they've done a good job. This campaign was hotly denounced, especially by the Canadian Coalition on Drug Policy, which considers that this is
to these life-saving services and to the people who use these services. Eux aussi ont critiqué le langage de la publicité qui vise et touche directement les familles en remettant en question la sécurité de leurs proches. C'est irresponsable et malhonnête, Monsieur le Président. Insight n'est pas situé dans un quartier résidentiel à deux.
This is irresponsible and dishonest. Insight is not in a residential neighborhood, but it's in one of the poorest neighborhoods which is downtown Eastside, Vancouver, in Canada. A number of experts have testified about these sites, and the Dr. Ahmed Bayoumi said,
with a reduction in public injecting, no increase in drug-related loitering or drug dealing, no changes in crime rates, no evidence of increased relapse among people who had stopped injecting drugs, and decreased fatal overdose in neighborhoods near Insight. Among people who used the facility, there was an observed increased rate of referrals for drug treatment and a decreased rate of sharing of injection equipment. Inutile de dire que les réactions n'ont pas manqué.
Obviously, reactions were very heated to this bill against the government, beginning with the Supreme Court, which in its ruling of September 29, 2011, accused the government having acted in an arbitrary manner and having overestimated the risk factor with regard to this type of establishment as compared to the benefits that it may bring.
The Controlled Drugs and Substances Act to Insight was arbitrary, undermining the very purposes of the CDSA, which include public safety, public health and public safety. It's also grossly disproportionate. The potential denial of health services and the correlative increase in the risk of death and disease to injection drug users outweigh any benefit that might be derived from maintaining an absolute prohibition on possession of illegal drugs on Insight's premises. Dans un même ordre d'idée,
in the same vein, Dr. Bayoumi said that
sets up barriers and puts in place opaque mechanisms that could lead to narrow perspectives dominating the decision. It's a step backwards for informed health policy decision-making. Et finalement, l'Association médicale.
And lastly, the Canadian Medical Association, in a press release in reaction to Bill C-2, which was formerly C-65, stated that this bill, and I quote, is founded upon ideology that seeks to hinder initiatives to mitigate the very real challenges and great personal harm caused by drug abuse. In fact, even Mayor Robertson of Vancouver defended the centre, saying that it is a central resource that should be part of any good public health policy. He closed by saying, and this is the Mayor Robertson who said this,
Supreme Court's affirmation of the program's proven ability to prevent overdose deaths and the spread of disease, I'm strongly opposed to any legislative or regulatory changes which would impede Insight's successful operations. Le gouvernement conservateur, dans sa façon...
The Conservative government, in how it has dealt with this issue, has shown immense contempt for the Supreme Court, which had to act as a curb on their ideological policies. They do not hesitate to engage in a race to the bottom, using any strategy that will allow them to reach their goals. It is not only deplorable, Mr. Speaker, but not worthy of someone who has responsibilities as a minister, especially of health. This government simply ignores the clear and unanimous decision of the Supreme Court by tabling a bill that deforms the arguments put forward by judges. Such a use of our role as legislators is inadmissible and proves one thing: the government will do anything to get what they want. In his work on the Prime Minister and the way he manages public affairs, the author Christian Nadeau says that the Prime Minister said he would take 4 years to remodel the institutions of this country, thereby giving himself as much leeway as possible with regard to freedom of conscience and social justice. So, Mr. Speaker, this question that we are debating right now on supervised injection sites, if we listen to what experts have said, to what people on the ground are saying, to people who are involved in this matter, those are people that we should be listening to because they have the facts. And so the government is not basing itself on any kind of scientific evidence. Sites like these ones are not there to encourage drug use. On the contrary, facts have clearly shown that sites like these can help reduce drug addiction and drug consumption. So if we keep these people in the dark, if we turn our backs on them, how can the Minister of Health say that she is helping these people? This will help us to reach out to them and help them to get their life back in order. So I urge the government to reconsider its approach, and I also encourage the government to withdraw Bill C2 because it is clear that with regard to the official opposition, we're going to vote against it at all stages. This bill, in my opinion, is going to cause irreparable harm to the fight against addiction. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Pierrefonds-Dollard. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for his very enlightened speech. I think that he talked about more than 10 individuals, partners, associations, people who are specialized in on this matter, and who they are opposed to this bill. So it shows that the experts regarding this issue are outraged by this bill and the government's intentions. So I would like to know what my colleague thinks about a question that was asked by a parliamentary secretary about real estate value. She is worried that the real estate value of a neighborhood would go down if a supervised injection site was built there. Now, I understand that, but in my opinion, a concern like that one is going to mean that we'll have to close all prisons. We're going to have to close apartments for people with disabilities. Are we supposed to stop all services that might concern people in a neighborhood, or do we fight against that kind of prejudice in order to achieve social consensus? The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata-les-Basques. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a very regrettable situation that such a question should have been asked. It is regrettable because that is not a political question, and it's not even a question to do with economic policy. We're talking about public health here. When we talk about mayors such as Mayor Robertson in Vancouver, he knows the issue because it's going on in his community. And he can see that sites such as Insight are there to reduce harm and to reduce risks for users, but also for the community as well. If the people who use drugs are forced to be kept or ignored or or if we don't acknowledge their problems, well, then we'll just make the problem worse. What we're trying to do is diminish the impact of drugs that are consumed and to be able to reach out to these people and to give them a safe place, and then eventually so we can help them get off drugs. It is in that perspective that we should study this question, and not in a question of real estate value or political questions such as the ad campaign that was launched by the Conservative government.
For Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Actually, I just like to comment on the previous member's comments about property values. I'm sure she didn't mean to say that having people with disabilities in your neighborhood would reduce the property values. It may have been the translation, and I'm sure it was. In regard, I know she wouldn't say something like that. In regard to harm reduction, we have seen that there is a strong demand across the country of people who do not want this to happen, particularly in their neighborhoods. The opposition complains about us fundraising on the issue. Well, if people didn't care, they wouldn't send their money to support this government to bring in this legislation to stop these types of heroin dens or whatever coming in. So people do not want this type of help for addicts. They want different kinds of help for addicts. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Mesquite-Musqueam. I find that regrettable because the language that is used by the Conservative Party is a language that directly targets, or rather, it doesn't try to assuage people's fears. It is fear-mongering. And the question of drugs is a taboo in our society. So obviously, people instinctively will be afraid of this issue. They won't want to address it. But in terms of real risk for the communities, and the government should know this, should understand this, it should be using real facts and statistics with regard to this, because we know that these sites do not endanger communities where they are set up. On the contrary. So to hear the Conservative government, obviously the firearms registry was the same thing. They lost that way of raising funds. So now they're finding something else, and they're using it for electioneering purposes. And it is clear with regard to doctors' opinions that supervised injection sites reduce the risks not only for people who use drugs but also for the surrounding communities. Resuming debate.
The Honourable Member for York South Weston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise today to speak on this bill, formerly called C-65, now called C-2, which something about respect for communities, but that's not really what's going on here. This is an attempt to undermine a Supreme Court decision by giving it, by putting in rules and regulations that the Supreme Court has asked them to do that make it virtually impossible to actually abide by the Supreme Court decision that says these places should be permitted to exist. And therefore, once again, we have a government that ignores facts, ignores statistics, ignores evidence. This is a government, don't forget, that wanted to eliminate there being evidence by closing down such things as the long-form census, by closing down the environmental lakes area. They don't want there to be evidence. They don't want Canadians to really know what they're up to by there being evidence of what might happen. And so we have a government that actually acts time and again in opposition to evidence-based decision-making, that acts in opposition to science-based decision-making, that acts in opposition to decision-making that is for the public good. Instead, their actions seem to be knee-jerk reactions that give them opportunities to raise money to get elected and to continue this practice of doing things that are not in the interests of the public. This is yet another example of an action by a government that is attempting to raise alarm bells with citizens about what might and might not happen in their neighborhoods. So far, only 3 communities that I'm aware of have actually asked for the authority that this bill would grant, albeit without going through some pretty steep hoops, that being Toronto, Vancouver, and Ottawa. And my riding is in Toronto. My riding is in one of the most disadvantaged neighborhoods in Ontario, in fact. And it is against that context that I want to talk to you a little more about just why it is that the NDP believes that this is completely wrong-headed. This bill, in fact, is defying the Supreme Court ruling. The Supreme Court ruling directed the government to come up with mechanisms to allow these things to happen. And instead, we're getting a bill that would make it well nigh impossible for a community, for a public health agency, for doctors, for respected members of a community to actually put in place a safe injection site, a place where public harm and the harm to individuals would be reduced. If this government is opposed to reducing harm, why is this government in government? The whole point of us being here is to try and actually reduce harm. But this bill would actually increase it in places where we should be trying to reduce it. The government has taken its cue, I guess, from, and based on the questions I've been hearing so far today, from the notion that nobody wants one of those things in their neighborhood. Well, I know because I walk in the park that is in my neighborhood. It's a big, beautiful park on the banks of the Humber River, and there are needles in that park from drug users who have not had a safe place to inject and therefore litter the ground. And so you can't walk safely in my little park nearby because there is no harm reduction place in my neighborhood. There is no harm reduction place where people can go to inject the drugs safely. And addiction is recognized by medical authorities and by the public and by insurance companies and even by the reputable sources of disability recognition that an addiction is in fact a disability. It's not a crime. It's not something to be looked down upon. It's something to try and find ways to help individuals who have addictions. One of the ways to help these individuals, and has been successfully promoted in Vancouver, was a safe injection site, a place where it is found that harm is reduced to the public, both to the individuals who are addicted and to the public at large, by providing them with a place that they can go to safely inject themselves with what are otherwise, we understand, dangerous drugs, which are otherwise drugs that should, we would all love it if these things didn't exist, but they do exist. And they exist in a manner in which the outcomes of those, the use of these drugs in non-supervised ways, in non-safe ways, has led to an increase, significant increases in other diseases, in HIV, in hepatitis C. Now, who's going to look after those individuals when those diseases get the better of them? Those diseases will eventually get the better of those individuals, and it is the public, not the individual themselves, but the public that will pay for their health care. So we are dealing with a government here, Mr. Speaker, that is preaching about government having to watch every penny. Well, here we have a situation in which the taxpayer that they claim to be on the side of will end up paying more because of this short-sighted bill, because the taxpayer will in fact have to look after the individuals who eventually come into hospitals, come into medical facilities as a result of diseases that we could have prevented, that we could have limited had we been dealing with them in a more proactive way early on, when these individuals were starting to inject themselves unsafely. We can't suggest that we shouldn't be doing more, and we should be doing more, to try and deal with the addictions themselves. And as we've seen in the press very recently, in a big and public way, addictions are a real problem for individuals in my city. They're a huge problem. And one of the first things that happens to an addict is they deny it. They don't have a problem. They don't have a problem. I was a union rep for many years, and many were the individuals who claimed they had no problem. Some of them we were able to help. Some of them got treatment. Others did not, and unfortunately they became a burden to the health system first, and then in some cases they passed away. And those individuals were a burden on society, not because they were not able to get the help they needed, but because they denied they had that problem in the first place. The same is going to be true of these individuals who are seeking help in the safe injection sites. They don't believe they have a problem, some of them. And so how are we going to convince them to get help unless we lead them to the help? That's part of what the safe injection sites do, is they provide a safe place where they can get counseling, where they can get attention by nurses, where they can get attention by doctors, and therefore be exposed to the possible help to get them free from their addictions. Mr. Speaker, that kind of thing is being asked for by my city, the City of Toronto, as part of its request to this federal government, and in fact, the City of Toronto will, in fact, be speaking on this matter when it gets to committee, because they have recommended that the Board of Health make a submission to the federal government to register its opposition to Bill C-65. This is a recommendation from the Medical Officer of Health of Toronto, by the way, and to recommend the development of a more feasible CDSA exemption application process for supervised injection services in consultation with relevant provincial, public health, public safety, and community stakeholders, including people who use drugs. The Board of Health urges the provincial government to fund the integration of supervised injection services on a pilot basis, but they can't do that if the federal government will not give permission. And that's what we're up against here, Mr. Speaker, is we're up against a government that, as is evidenced by the questions I've been hearing so far, is fundamentally opposed to the existence of these things anywhere, and so have put into a bill such blockade, such walls to get over, that it will be virtually impossible for any of the cities of our country to be able to create a supervised injection site with permission from this government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Drummond. I would like to thank my colleague for his speech, which was very well argued, a speech which was not blinded by ideology, as is the case on the other side, in this case on a matter affecting public health. There's one aspect which strikes a chord with me with regard to something that happened to me in the past. I was dealing with business partners in a very densely populated area of Montreal, and I remember at the time that there were some parks, and these parks were designed for kids. There were swings and slides, and so one day I was there in that neighborhood, and at the time my son was about 5 years old, and I couldn't leave him alone and unsupervised more than 3 feet away from me, because on the ground there were dirty needles, and they were barely hidden under the bushes which were around the play structures. Now, this was a real problem, of course, and this is why community groups, neighborhood groups, which include doctors and the police, to come together and to say, well, you know, it might be better if we adopted a more structured approach towards people who are serious junkies. And I think there's a hypocrisy on the part of the government which doesn't want to acknowledge this reality, and I'd like my colleague to speak to this, to the hypocrisy of our colleagues who don't want to acknowledge the facts.
Question. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for that excellent question. That's precisely why communities have actually, and community leaders and medical officers of health and the medical community have rallied around the notion of finding a safe place to actually allow people who can't control their addictions. We understand that. They are disabled. They're disabled Canadians, can't control their addictions, and if we give them a safe place to inject their injectables, public health will be increased. We will have a better place to live. We won't have needles in parks. We won't have an increase in HIV and hepatitis C. We won't have individuals who are finding public places to inject themselves, leading to a lack of safety in the communities. This is about public safety, not about ideology.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his speech. However, I find it unfortunate that from the start of this debate, we heard no member from the government rise to present us with the government's position on this bill. So what I would like to ask my colleague is this. Did he notice the same thing I did, that is, in environmental legislation, bills, for example, everything is being done to reduce time frames so that the Conservatives can pass their bills as quickly as possible. And to the contrary, when it comes to a bill like C2, it seems that more roadblocks are put in place to prevent the creation of supervised injection sites, which many communities would like to have.
York South-Weston.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his excellent question. Yes, I too have noticed the lack of speakers from the government side on this bill, which lends itself to wondering just how important is this to the government. It is very important to the people of Canada. It's very important to the people who live in the cities of Toronto, Ottawa, and Vancouver, that they have the ability to have a safe injection place to reduce public harm, not just to the individuals who are injecting themselves, but to the community at large. And this bill gets in the way of that. This bill actually defies the Supreme Court decision by putting in place huge obstacles to creation of safe injection sites. And one would think that in the idea of a parliamentary democracy, we would have a robust debate back and forth from both the government members and the opposition members. But to this point, it's been very little from the government.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Verchères-les Patriotes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To begin, I would like to clarify something. Do the Conservatives know that in September 2011, the Supreme Court ruled in favor of Insight, recognized its effectiveness and the fact that it was needed on Vancouver's east side. So I don't understand why we're still here debating this matter and the fact that it will be harder for supervised injection sites to be created. Let's begin by talking about what's happening on Vancouver's downtown east side and in several other places in Canada, and why sites like Insight and others are important for these neighborhoods. Vancouver's downtown east side has some of the poorest and vulnerable Canadians. It has about 4,600 junkies, which represents about half of Vancouver's drug users, and the downtown east side is very small and the numbers of junkies is very high. So drug use in that part of Vancouver is due to several factors. For instance, rooming houses, the emptying of mental health hospitals, the effect of anti-drug policies over the years, and the availability of illicit drugs on the street. Well, but let's come back to Insight. In that neighborhood, the scenes are shocking. People injecting themselves and creating tourniquets to make drug injection easier. Each of these people has terrible past, various stories, but they all have in common a very difficult childhood. And so when you walk through the downtown east side, you find dirty needles, which can be picked up by anyone, including children, Mr. Speaker. Researchers who have thought of creating a site like Insight have thought about how to contain this problem. And so Insight was created by the Vancouver Coastal Health Authority and its community partners following the 12-fold increase of overdose deaths in Vancouver between 1987 and 1993. At the time, Vancouver also had a spectacular increase in communicable diseases amongst junkies, including hepatitis A, B, and C, HIV, AIDS, and others. So originally, Insight received an exemption in 2003 under the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act to operate for medical and scientific reasons, to provide services, and to conduct research on how effective the site was. Under Section 56, the minister has the right to approve installations for medical or scientific use. And in 2007, a detox center was added to Insight. In 2008, the exemption ended, and Insight asked the minister to renew its exemption, but the minister rejected it, and so Insight turned to the courts of British Columbia to ask for a new exemption. The federal government appealed the court's decision to the BC Federal Court of Appeal, which also ruled that Insight should remain open. And in 2011, the Supreme Court of Canada said that closing Insight violated the rights of its clients, guaranteed by the Charter, and that the decision violated the right to life, liberty, and security of the person enshrined in the Constitution. So the Supreme Court founded its decision on Section 7 of the Charter and said that these rights could not be violated. The court also said that the infringement at stake is serious, it threatens the health, indeed the lives of the claimants and others like them, and the grave consequences that might result from a lapse in the current constitutional exemption for Insight cannot be ignored. So the claimants would be cast back into the application process they have tried and failed at, and they were made to await the minister's decision based on a reconsideration of the same facts. The Supreme Court said that Insight and other supervised injection sites should be granted an exemption under Section 56 because these sites would decrease the risk of death and disease, and there's little or no evidence that it will have a negative impact on public safety. After the decision was handed down, authorities and public health organizations in Toronto, Ottawa, and Montreal started to think about opening supervised injection sites. So why are we here to debate this matter, Mr. Speaker? Well, we're here because Conservatives decided to change the law to reflect their own ideology. The Conservatives have created a very imperfect bill based on an anti-drug ideology and false fears for public safety. They also launched a fundraising campaign entitled Keep Heroin Away from Us a few hours after introducing Bill C-2 in Parliament. Under this bill, it'll be nearly impossible to open any new supervised injection sites, and this is going to lead to the redissemination of heroin throughout neighborhoods. We believe that programs should be based on facts and not on ideological positions. It has been proven that these supervised injection sites reduce communicable diseases through blood, such as HIV and hepatitis C, and reduces deaths by overdose. It has also been proven that these sites are not a harm to public safety and that in some cases they protect it by reducing the injection of drugs in public. These sites also bring together people who need healthcare services such as primary care and addiction treatment services. This bill imposes a much too heavy burden on communities which would have to prove that opening such a site would be beneficial. So this bill is simply the reflection of an arbitrary decision taken by the Minister of Health. The Supreme Court stated that the federal government should respect its will. The bill goes against the decision made by the Supreme Court in 2011, which called on the minister to allow exemptions for supervised injection sites in the interest of striking a fair balance between health and public safety. The decision called on the minister to take all facts into account and not impose a long list of conditions on anyone who wanted to open a site. To conclude, Mr. Speaker, I would like to add that the NDP believes that any new legislation governing supervised injection sites must respect the spirit of the Supreme Court decision, but that's not the case here. We believe that harm reduction programs, which are based on evidence, should help human life and not foster ideological positions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question and commentaire. Questions? L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her remarks. I'd like to know if she could give us some figures in support of our position on Bill C2, if she could talk, for example, about how these types of sites reduce harm, reduce injury for people. If she could tell us a little bit about who supports our position. The Honourable Member for Verchères-les-Patriotes. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are a number of associations, the Canadian Medical Association, the Association of Nurses, which have both, in fact, criticized this bill in its current form. They've also stated that we need to encourage these organizations. There is also the Pivot, as well as the Coalition on Drugs, which has put forth a statement on this bill. This is an irresponsible initiative, in their view, which doesn't take into account evidence that these health services are effective and necessary, nor does it take into account the rights of persons with addictions in Canada. It's unconstitutional and detrimental to the health of Canadians. Now, if we were to go back to the figures, my colleague has asked me for some numbers in support of the effectiveness of this type of site. Well, I could tell you that first and foremost, as regards public safety in Vancouver, 80% of people questioned who live in that area support Insight. They've realized that it is effective. I could also point out that in Vancouver East, death by overdose has dropped 35% since the creation of Insight. That's hardly negligible. And as part of a study that was conducted over a year, there were 273 cases where overdoses were prevented, and that was thanks to the presence of specialists in the Insight facility. Thank you. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her presentation. Now, we've heard a lot of talk over the past few minutes about Insight, and it's understandable. I'd like to know if she could shed some additional light on the perception of these organizations that help drug-addicted people, on the views of people from her riding, because what we're seeing here by the Conservative government is certainly not in my backyard. Now, there are undoubtedly ridings where people are in favor of supporting people living with these kinds of problems. The Honourable Member for Verchères-les-Patriotes. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Since earlier this morning, we've heard people opposite say that the NDP wants to encourage drug use. What we want is to make the problem safer. Now, people who are addicted need assistance. We need to put in place programs. We need organizations that will help them in order to prevent the spread of communicable disease by syringes, etc. And I can state here today that in my riding, it would be preferable to have a site like Insight instead of going into a park and seeing a bunch of dirty syringes lying around.
Questions and comments. A very short question. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Just to very much quickly pick up on the one point that the members made reference to. There are many communities, I represent Winnipeg North, in which there are many social needs where we walk into our communities where there's back lanes around some of the community schools, there's drug-related issues, paraphernalia that's around our facilities, and there is a need, I believe, for government to work with the different levels of government to ensure that, in fact, we're being able to make make our communities a healthier place to live by establishing and having proactive, solid social programs. And I'm wondering if she might want to provide comment on that and how that would apply to all your areas.
The Honourable Member for Verchères-les-Patriotes. Well, I thank my colleague for his remark. What I can say in conclusion is that the government always uses the same strategy, and it doesn't take into account the health and safety of the public. That's what's important here, Mr. Speaker. We're talking about an important subject, and in one like this, we need to set aside partisanship and look at the health and safety of Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to rise today to speak to Bill C-2, which was in the past known as Bill C-65. Now, I'm happy to have an opportunity to denounce this bill, which aims to put an end to supervised injection sites and which runs counter to a decision brought down by the Supreme Court of Canada in 2011. This bill reflects the Conservatives' irrational ideology, one in which they think that only repression will help stem this problem. Now, throughout the world, more than 70 sites have supervised injection sites. They are located primarily in Europe and in Australia. Canada currently only has one supervised injection site, Insight, which opened in 2003. To have access to the Insight location in Vancouver, users must be at least 16. They must sign an agreement for use, they must adhere to a code of conduct, and they may not be accompanied by children. Users bring in their own substances, and staff members provide them with clean needles. Emergency medical assistance is available if required. Specialized personnel are on site in order to provide additional health and social services. In addition to providing services to drug users and to minimize the impact on their health and on public health, research is also conducted on the effectiveness, or efficiency rather, of supervised injection sites. This injection site has proven its effectiveness by contributing significantly to a reduction in death by overdose. Death by overdose has dropped by 35% in Vancouver since Insight opened. In addition to reducing frequency of drug overdoses, the organization has contributed to reducing communicable diseases through the use of injectable drugs. For example, hepatitis A, B, C, and HIV/AIDS. When it was opened by the Vancouver Coastal Health Authority, as well as with community partners, the project gave rise to controversy. Many thought it only encouraged drug use. Initially, the site was opened thanks to an exemption granted under the Controlled Drug and Substances Act to operate for medical and scientific purposes. In 2008, the Insight exemption expired, and the Minister of Health rejected, in fact, Insight's demand to renew the exemption. That decision triggered a series of trials, including one in the British Columbia Supreme Court, which ruled that Insight should have a new exemption. The federal government appealed the case. Time after time, the BC Court of Appeal and the Supreme Court of Canada ruled that closing Insight violated the the rights of clients guaranteed under Article 7 of the Charter, which affirms a person's right to life, liberty, and security of the person, and states that those rights can not be violated in accordance with the principles of fundamental justice. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to quote some of the segments from the Supreme Court decision in 2011. And I quote, "The decision by the Minister to close Insight is arbitrary. It runs counter to the objectives of the Act, which include health and public safety." End of quote. I'd like to quote another, in fact, a segment, and it says, "The infringement at stake is serious. It threatens the health, indeed the lives of the claimants and others like them. The grave consequences that might result from a lapse in the current constitutional exemption for insight cannot be ignored." End of quote. The Supreme Court decision doesn't deal exclusively with insight. It opens the door to other sites. And I quote, "On future applications, the minister must exercise that discretion within the constraints imposed by the law and the Charter, aiming to strike the appropriate balance between achieving public health and public safety. In accordance with the Charter, the minister must consider whether denying an exemption would cause deprivations of life and security of the person that are not in accordance with the principles of fundamental justice." Whereas here, a supervised injection site will decrease the risk of health and disease, and there is little or no evidence that it will have a negative impact on public safety, the minister should generally grant an exemption. Now, this decision from the highest court of the land has led public health organizations from across the country, including the Public Health Agency of Montreal, to consider opening supervised injection sites. After having suffered 2 staggering defeats in the courts, here again the Conservatives are trying to circumvent the Charter of Rights and Freedoms and the judges of the Supreme Court by amending the Act with Bill C-2. Mr. Speaker, this approach taken by the Conservatives is as reprehensible as the bill itself. Some people refer to it as outright hypocrisy, as we saw in their strategy in recent parliaments. They have a simple strategy: impose many additional criteria on supervised injection sites so that before the minister can authorize an exemption. Under these criteria, it would be much more difficult for organizations to open supervised injection sites in Canada. The ideological stubbornness the Conservatives are showing is pathetic. Now, you've often heard me talk in this House about the importance of basing policy decisions on real facts. Contrary to the Conservatives, I went to look at the facts, and I noted, for example, that 80% of people questioned, people living in the downtown east side of Vancouver, support Insight, namely because they've seen a significant reduction in the number of dirty needles on the streets and in the number of people shooting up on the streets. Now, I can give you another figure: 35%. The overdose death rate in Vancouver East dropped 35%, and has dropped, in fact, 35% since Insight was opened. It's also been found that users of injectable drugs who use Insight are 70% less likely to share their needles. And in a year, 2,171 users of Insight were referred to drug addiction consultation services or other support services. Contrary to repression, Insight doesn't marginalize anyone, nor does it push users into isolation. These figures speak for themselves. In fact, more than 30 years of peer-reviewed studies in prestigious scientific magazines such as the New England Journal of Medicine, Lancet, and the British Medical Journal have described the benefits of Insight. And these studies have, in fact, dealt with some 70 supervised injection sites that are similar and have spoken to and addressed positive effects. In summary, Mr. Speaker, I would like to say that the science and the facts are clear. Supervised injection sites are supported or, in fact, improve public health because, first of all, they bring together vulnerable groups, reach out to vulnerable groups, and are accepted by communities because they improve the health of users, they reduce the risk of overdose, and they reduce drug use in public areas. I feel that these sites will make it possible to establish the right balance between public health objectives and public safety. They provide primary health care and treatment for drug addiction. People who work on the front lines have been clear. Supervised injection sites are necessary. The Pivot Legal Society, the Canadian HIV/AIDS Legal Network, and the Canadian Coalition on Drug Policy have issued a joint statement on this bill. And part of it says this bill is an irresponsible initiative that does not take into account the evidence provided by health services showing that it is necessary and effective, nor does it take into account the rights of Canadians who suffer from addictions. It is unethical, unconstitutional, and bad for both public health, public finances to block access to these types of sites. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Alfred Pellant. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague, the member for Mille, for her excellent speech on a bill that is highly controversial. On the other side, the Conservatives always talk about safe streets, about law and order, and it's all fine and well to talk about that, but in fact they need to apply what experts are saying. Sites like Insight are an example of that. They exist in more than 80 countries across the world. In Australia, or there are more than 80 sites, in fact, across the world, in Canada, Europe, and Australia. They are examples. Now, in Montreal, near my colleague's riding, the city police service wants to put in place a partnership at the community level with various organizations with a view to setting up a safe supervised injection site on Montreal Island. I'd like to know what my colleague thinks about the idea of the Montreal Police Service being favorable of setting up a site in conjunction with community groups, and about the fact that the Conservatives are refusing to allow these sites to be set up in Montreal. The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Well, that's an excellent question, Mr. Speaker, and I think it shows that the NDP approach differs, in fact, from that of the Conservatives. On the NDP side, we are making our comments based on facts. The Conservatives are simply going on ideology, and I think that shows because they're using this campaign to try to fill up their election coffers. They launched a campaign, talking about keeping heroin off out of our neighborhoods, and so the Conservatives are using this issue, in fact, to turn it into an issue that will help them to gather up funding for an election, instead of taking an approach that's based on science. Questions and comments?
L'honorable député de Rimouski.
The honourable member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-les-Basques. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Now, we've heard a number of comments from the government. The government isn't speaking to the issue. There hasn't been any debate. They've just asked a couple of questions, but most of the questions that are asked by the government deal with the dangers or the perception that people have of injection sites. They're not taking into account what street workers have said, what doctors have shown and stated. According to them, injection sites will help to enhance community safety and will help to reduce substance abuse. So I'd like to know what my colleague thinks. I'd like to hear what she thinks about the fact that the government has remained silent on the issue. Why isn't the government in a position to defend this bill as a bill that promotes public health? Why don't they deal with this public health issue? The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Mr. Speaker, it's clear that the government has always taken action, wearing blinders. We also know, Mr. Speaker, that Bill C2 runs directly counter to the decision brought down by the Supreme Court of Canada in 2011, which encouraged the minister to authorize exemptions for supervised injection sites to protect public health, among other things. So we can see here again that the Conservatives are showing contempt for the Supreme Court of this land, and we expect the Conservatives to listen to reason, to look at the facts, and to change their position on Bill C-2.
Time for government orders has expired. Déclaration de député, statements by members. The honourable member for Medicine Hat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Communities in Bloom is a Canadian non-profit organization committed to fostering civic pride, environmental responsibility, and beautification through community involvement and the challenge of a national program with focus on the enhancement of green spaces in communities. I would like to congratulate the City of Brooks, my riding of Medicine Hat, for having won this prestigious award in the 10,000 to 35,000 people category for 2013. I've had the honor of representing the great people of Brooks since the first being elected some 5 years ago. The Brooks Commemorative Forest received special mention by the National Communities in Bloom Committee. As Brooks Mayor Shields said, the Brooks Communities in Bloom Committee is so much more. They have worked at greening up Brooks with more than just flowers. Brooks is a smaller community with a very big heart, and they've had their share of setbacks over the years. But they've always rebounded, stronger than ever. To the people of Brooks, I salute you, and I wish you the best of the beautification of your city. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata Basque. Mr. Speaker, today I would like to pay tribute to a builder who left his mark on the Lower St. Lawrence and Rimouski, Mr. Romuald Saint-Pierre, who passed away peacefully 2 weeks ago after a long illness. Mr. Saint-Pierre has left an indelible mark on the region. For 44 years, he was the manager of the Rimouski Farm Fair, and his work was known across the province during his 18 years as chair of the Quebec Farm Fair Association. He loved the rural regions and kept the regional traditions alive. His unprecedented commitment also was reflected in his career of over 30 years as a teacher and his involvement with the Knights of Columbus. Mr. Saint-Pierre, it is men and women like yourself who are involved in the community who make a difference, who keep our communities together and fairer. Today, the Lower St. Lawrence can say that it has lost an exceptional man. To all his friends and his family, Marie-Paul, Michelle, Isabelle, and Annie, I offer you my most sincere condolences. Mr. Saint-Pierre, thank you for your devotion and the wonderful work that characterized your life. You will be sorely missed.
The honourable member for Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to announce that for the first time ever, the Ontario East British Home Child Family Organization lay a wreath to mark the contributions and sacrifices of British home children and their descendants at the National War Memorial this past Remembrance Day. This wreath was laid by British home child descendant Gloria Tubman. Mr. Speaker, between 1869 and the late 1940s, over 100,000 orphaned and abandoned children arrived in Canada from Great Britain and Ireland. These homeless children, ages 6 months to 18 years, relocated to rural communities across Canada. They often worked as farm hands, as domestics for room and board, and faced considerable challenges and hardships. But, Mr. Speaker, due to their courage, bravery, and determination, many went on to live productive lives. The British home children and their descendants have built a legacy in Canada. I'm thrilled that their contributions were honoured at the National War Memorial on Remembrance Day 2013, and I'm also thrilled to note that we have 5 descendants in Ottawa with us today.
Here. The honourable member for Mount Royal.
Mr. Okay. Go ahead. You're on. No. Okay. Mr. Speaker, I rise to mark World Prematurity Day, on which we recall that 1 in 10 babies is born prematurely. Premature newborns are the largest pediatric patient group in Canada, and prematurity is the leading cause of death in newborns. I rise as well to honour the memory of my late grandson, Lavi, who passed away due to complications resulting from his premature birth. Earlier this year, my daughter unexpectedly went into labour while only 25 weeks pregnant. What ensued were 18 days filled with great emotion and deep anguish, a situation difficult for any family. While my grandson lost his battle for life, groups like the Canadian Premature Babies Foundation, Prima Quebec, and the Sandra Schmirler Foundation worked to make a difference by raising awareness about prematurity, seeking to prevent preterm birth through education and research, supporting best standards of care for premature babies, and advocating on behalf of premature babies and their families. I invite all honourable members to join me as we mark World Prematurity Day in solidarity with the families and children affected. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Yukon.
Mr. Speaker, it's my honor to rise today to pay tribute to two outstanding Yukon residents. Helen and Ole Worth have operated the Burwash Landing Resort for over 31 years. Mile 1093 is the most picturesque location along the famed Alaska Highway, and Helen and Ole have served the community and adventurous travelers with pride and dedication for over 3 decades. This past weekend, the community gathered, drawing in guests from all over the territory to Destruction Bay to thank Helen and Ole for their valued commitment and to wish them well in their retirement. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to join the collective voice of all Yukon residents saying a big thank you to Helen and Ole for being such a huge part of Burwash Landing, Kluane country, and indeed the Yukon. Thank you, Helen, and thank you, Ole.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Scarborough Rouge River.
Mr. Speaker, as we return to Ottawa after a week in our communities, we've all been struck by the devastation in the Philippines. Many members of my community have family and friends living through this crisis. I join them in praying for the safety and well-being of their loved ones. This is a sobering reminder about the importance of giving back to our communities, globally and locally. The people of Scarborough are giving back. Recently, the Rosedale community held a food drive and served Scarborough families by collecting over 3,000 non-perishable food items by going door to door. Since 2008, Scarborough has seen a 38% increase in food bank usage. The Rosedale Food Drive has been doing an incredible job in compensating for the changing realities in our communities as a result of the Conservatives' economic inaction plan. I am humbled to be partnering with the Toronto Police Service Toy Drive and One More Wear Foundation by using my office as a donation location. I encourage anyone in Scarborough to come by and drop off toys and clothing for a family this holiday. I am proud and thankful for these community organizations and the many other people living in Scarborough who give to families in need at home and abroad. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Regina Lumsden Lake Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yesterday afternoon, I, with millions of other football fans from coast to coast to coast, cheered loudly as Canada's team, the Saskatchewan Roughriders, secured their spot in the 101st Grey Cup coming up next Sunday in Regina, Saskatchewan. Mr. Speaker, as you well know, the Riders are Canada's finest team, and they have the most loyal fans in the entire CFL, and in fact, in all of sport. And so Rider Nation is excited that Coach Corey Chamberlain and stars like Corey Sheets, Weston Dressler, and Darian Durant will be hoisting the Grey Cup in victory come next Sunday afternoon. Mr. Speaker, as you also know, whenever Regina hosts a Grey Cup, it's a great event. Whenever the Saskatchewan Roughriders are in a Grey Cup, it's a great event. And so the combination of the Saskatchewan Roughriders being in a Grey Cup in Regina means this will be the event of a lifetime. Now, Mr. Speaker, Saskatchewan fans will welcome fans from all football teams from across Canada, including the Tiger Cats. But make no mistake, Mr. Speaker, come the end of the game, when double zeros are on the clock, there's only one team that will be standing victorious, the Saskatchewan Roughriders!
Does the honourable member need more time? Is he... Okay, I would have given it to him. The honourable member for Nipissing Temiskaming.
Mr. Speaker, November 17th to 23rd is recognized as Bowling Awareness Week. The 2013 theme is Stand Up to Bowling. In 2000, Canadian educator Bill Besley launched bowling.org, and from there went across the country from community to community and school to school talking about bowling. You realize that bowling was an issue that touches all people, directly or indirectly, regardless of their age, gender, culture, religion, or nationality. He dreamed of a world where bowling was no longer seen as a normal part of growing up, and that prevention through education awareness was the key. He realized most people do want to see something done about bowling. Bowling Awareness Week is an opportunity for people at the grassroots level in communities around the world to get involved in this issue, not by waiting for someone else to do something, but rather for us to work together on preventing bullying in our communities through education awareness. I encourage all MPs to wear pink during November 17th to 23rd to show their support for Bowling Awareness Week in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, on Thursday, October 31st, Mohammed, Shahraz and Kaisra Walji were found dead in their London, Ontario apartment, the victims of a murder-suicide. Kaisra had cerebral palsy. Their tragic deaths have left the community heartbroken and asking difficult questions. Sadly, we may never know all the factors that led to this tragedy, but we do know that this family was facing deportation to Tanzania, despite living in Canada for the past 15 years, building a life here, and making significant contributions to the community and our city. We cannot bring the Walji family back, but we can look at the rules governing our immigration and refugee system to determine if the immigration process is a fair one for this family and others. Surely, Mr. Speaker, there could be some discretion to take into account all factors affecting residency decisions. Speaker, I fear for other families facing deportation orders. My plea to this House is that Canada once again become known for its compassion.
Here, here.
The honourable member for Bruce Grey Owen Sound.
Mr. Speaker, 7 long, quiet days from the leader of the Liberal Party who has refused to retract and sack his veterans critic for his baseless and hurtful comments on Remembrance Day and order him to retract those comments. Mr. Speaker, we already know that the Liberal Party does not trust Canadians with their hard-earned money. Who could forget the Liberals accusing mums and dads of wanting to spend the universal child care benefit on beer and popcorn? Sadly, on Remembrance Day, no less, the Liberal critic confused his role and began criticizing veterans themselves. That member said, quote, "Veterans can't be trusted with their own money," saying they'll blow it on booze. To treat Canadians, and especially veterans, like this is uncalled for. Shame on him. How many more days will Canadian veterans have to wait for a full retraction from the Liberal leader? And how many more days till he wakes up and fires that disrespectful member?
Hear, hear.
The honourable member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. I rise today on behalf of the NDP in order to underscore Bullying Awareness Week, which is November 17th to 23rd. This year's theme is Stand Up to Bullying. Bullying affects everyone, whether we are parents, brothers, sisters, friends, or victims. Close to half of all Canadian parents report that their child has been bullied, whereas 40% of Canadians report having been bullied at work. This hurts and leaves scars. As parliamentarians, we have a unique opportunity to make a difference, and that is why I introduced my national anti-bullying strategy that, unfortunately, the Conservatives rejected. I know that the government is planning to introduce a similar bill soon, and I hope that it will not forget that prevention must be at the heart of the strategy. During this week, like every week, let's do everything we can to create an environment without bullying, free of bullying, whether it be in school, work, or on the internet for young people.
Honourable members for Oakville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canada has been standing with the Filipino people from day one of the terrible tragedy brought on by Typhoon Haiyan. Today, the Prime Minister announced Canada will contribute another $15 million for emergency shelter, water, food, and other essential services, bringing the total Canadian government contribution to $20 million. We have also deployed 2 of our renowned disaster assistance response teams, DART, to provide medical supplies, water, and engineering expertise to many in Iloilo. However, governments cannot lead this effort alone. That is why on November 10th, the Government of Canada established the Typhoon Haiyan Relief Fund. Canadians have donated nearly $16 million already to this fund. Mr. Speaker, I would ask all parliamentarians to join me in appealing to the overwhelming generosity of Canadians to help support this fund. I assure this House that the people of Philippines that Canada stands ready to do what it takes to help the Filipino people through this tragedy. Our thoughts and prayers are with them in these difficult times.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Philippines was devastated by Typhoon Haiyan. Each day, the extent of the destruction becomes clearer. Thousands of lives have been lost, many more have been hurt, and hundreds of thousands have lost everything. Over 700,000 people of Filipino heritage call Canada home, and thousands more are here from the Philippines that are working, studying, and visiting in Canada. The tragedy in the Philippines has touched us all. Canadians care. In a meeting that I hosted with the leader of the Liberal Party and members of the Filipino community, it was made clear that Canada should continue to look at ways beyond just donating money and providing military support to the Philippines. Speeding up immigration, along with assisting the current and expiring working, visiting, and student visas, is important too. We must continue to support the community after the international media moves away. I think I can speak for all of us when I say we are thankful for those tireless work of aid and emergency workers who are there around the clock. On behalf of the Liberal Party, I extend our condolences and prayers to those who have been personally affected by Typhoon Haiyan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government believes strong families are the backbone of a strong Canada. That's why, since 2006, our tax cuts have left more than $3,200 in the pockets of the average Canadian family. But we know families come in many different forms, including those who start, or like us, grow through adoption. That's why families who choose to adopt are eligible for the adoption expenses tax credit. However, parents recently told us that while this credit was helpful, it wasn't always enough to cover all their expenses. We heard their concerns, and that's why Economic Action Plan 2013 enhanced the adoption tax credit to better recognize the unique costs associated with adopting a child. The Adoption Council of Canada praised this move, calling it an, quote, important step in supporting adoptive families, end quote. Despite this, Mr. Speaker, we recognize more can be done. That's why, as highlighted in the recent speech from the throne, our government will continue to look at ways to help families defray the cost of adopting a child.
The honourable member for Davenport.
Well, the world has been hearing a lot about Toronto, but not the Toronto the good that we know and love. While the mayor, the Prime Minister's fishing buddy, has become an international embarrassment, I want people to know that Toronto is so much more than Rob Ford. Toronto is a safe, vibrant, and welcoming city, one of the world's most multicultural cities. Toronto is key to our country's finance, telecom, aerospace, arts and culture sector, and so many other industries. Toronto has spectacular beaches, the Rouge Park, the Humber River, an excellent public school system, universities, museums, theatres. It's home to the Argos, the Blue Jays, the Raptors, the Rock, Toronto FC. Heck, even the Leafs are having a good year. But Toronto is more. Toronto is more than a mayor who has lost the moral authority to govern. We are one of the world's most livable cities, and I am so proud to call Toronto my home.
The honourable member for Saskatoon, Rosetown Bigger.
Mr. Speaker, judgment is something every Prime Minister needs. But does the Liberal leader really have it? Do you remember when he said, and I quote, "Quebecers are better than the rest of Canada because, you know, we're Quebecers," or whatever, end quote. Westerners have heard talk like that from Liberals before. How can someone who believes one region of Canada is better than another treat all Canadians equally? He can't. The Liberal leader also went to a Brandon school and in front of a room full of younger children pitched his plan to make marijuana more accessible to kids by legalizing it and regulating it like alcohol and cigarettes. That is why the Liberal leader is in way over his head.
Oral questions, questions orales. The honourable member for Halifax.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Typhoon Haiyan has caused catastrophic destruction and created a massive humanitarian crisis, and the human tragedy unfolding in the Philippines has touched all Canadians. New Democrats support efforts from the government to help. Will the Prime Minister please update this House about what assistance the Canadian government will provide for this unprecedented humanitarian crisis?
The Honourable Minister of International Cooperation.
Mr. Speaker, we offer our condolences to all of those who have been affected, and they are in our thoughts and prayer. Mr. Speaker, right from the beginning, we committed $5 million in terms of immediate assistance, and then after that we announced that we will match all funds donated by Canadians to charities, and we announced also that we deployed DART on site. Mr. Speaker, I want to tell this House also that Prime Minister announced that we will commit an additional $15 million towards emergency relief activities that should bring further comfort to the victims of this catastrophe. Mr. Speaker, this brings Government of Canada commitments near to $40 million so far.
The honourable member for Hull-Elmer. Mr. Speaker, we are pleased to see that Canada acted quickly to deploy the Disaster Assistant Response Team to provide immediate aid. And it's also important that people living in the areas affected by Typhoon Haiyan who want to immigrate to Canada be given priority. We also have to make sure that we do everything we can to focus on family reunification between Canada and the Philippines. The government can count on the cooperation of the NDP. Can the government tell us what measures have been taken to reduce delays in these cases? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Concerned by the unfolding situation in the Philippines and its impact on the people of the region, we are taking action. Our government has committed an additional $15 million towards emerging relief activities. This brings the Government of Canada's commitment to date with more than $20 million. We are also carrying out a number of immigration measures, Mr. Speaker, including expediting passport processing for affected Canadians, providing priority processing for family members of Canadians and permanent residents who self-identify as being from the affected areas and are significantly affected by Typhoon Haiyan, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Hull-Elmer. Mr. Speaker, I'd now like to change the subject. Last June, the Prime Minister said that no one in his office, except for Nigel Wright, was aware of the scheme to repay Mike Duffy's illegal expenses. In October, he changed his version of the facts, saying that only a few people knew. And in November, he went back to saying that Wright acted alone. Only one of these versions can be true. Which one is it? The Parliamentary Secretary.
Nigel Wright and affidavits that have been supplied to the court identified the individuals who were involved in this plan.
Here. The Honourable Member for Halifax.
Let's try that again, because on June 5th, the Prime Minister said that no one else in his office knew about Nigel Wright's $90,000 payment to Mike Duffy. And October 24th, the Prime Minister told the House that, quote, very few people in his office knew about the check. But there's more, because on November 5th, just 2 weeks ago, the Prime Minister said Mr. Wright has acknowledged that these were his actions, that he took them himself. So which of these three statements by the Prime Minister is the correct one?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Of course, Mr. Speaker, as I've said on a number of occasions in the House, when Senator Duffy approached the Prime Minister to try and justify his inappropriate expenses, the Prime Minister told Senator Duffy that he needed to repay those expenses. Moreover, Senator Duffy went on TV and told Canadians and all of us that he had actually taken a mortgage out on his home and repaid those expenses. We know that not to be true, Mr. Speaker. We also know that it was Nigel Wright who repaid those expenses. We know that if the Prime Minister had known about this scheme, he wouldn't have no way approved of such a plan, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Wright is prepared to accept the consequences of those actions, and, Mr. Speaker, we are assisting any way that we can.
The Honourable Member for Halifax.
Mayor of Toronto has admitted to some very troubling crimes and misdemeanors, but we haven't forgotten the fact that the police are actually investigating the Prime Minister's office here in Ottawa. But let's turn to yet another criminal investigation of the Conservatives. It turns out that Michael Sona was in Aruba at the same time Conservative officials claimed that he was bragging about voter suppression in Guelph. So does the Justice Minister still believe that Michael Sona is the sole culprit behind this voter fraud, as he said on February 26th, 2012?
Very good. Mr. Speaker, as we've said, we continue to assist with the investigation on this. We've working closely with Elections Canada and provide any assistance that we can. But at the same time, Mr. Speaker, those who are found responsible, we believe that those who are found responsible should be held and prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, Mr. Speaker. That's what we believe on this side of the House, and we're going to continue to assist Elections Canada in this. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's ethics scandal involved all of his senior advisers: Wright, Perrin, Hamilton, Woodcock, Rogers, Byrne, Novak, Van Hemmen, Gerstein, Le Breton, Tkachuk, Stuart Olson. The list goes on. But it's not these underlings, it's the boss who's responsible. To get to the bottom of the conspiracy in his office, did the Prime Minister ask these people what they knew and what they did? As the CEO with ultimate accountability for any corruption on his watch, from February until today, did he ever ask?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, what's very clear is that Nigel Wright has taken full and sole responsibility for this matter. He acted on his own. He used his own resources to pay this. What's also important is that Senator Duffy went in front of Canadians and told them that he actually had taken a mortgage out on his home to repay those expenses. It was inappropriate for Senator Duffy to accept expenses that he did not incur. It was also inappropriate for Nigel Wright to repay those expenses, Mr. Speaker, and that's why the Senate thankfully passed a motion that suspended these three senators, and that's why the courts, I suspect, will be taking further actions, not only with these senators but others. It's only the Liberals who protect the status quo in the Senate, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, the cover-up involved the payment of $90,000 in hush money and another $13,000 in legal fees, and the sabotage of Deloitte's forensic audit, and the whitewashing of a Senate report. And there was someone in the PMO counselling Mike Duffy to lie to Canadians about his mortgage. The Prime Minister claims that that lie, in fact, misled even him. So surely he wants to know who counselled Mike Duffy to lie. Was it Chris Woodcock or Patrick Rogers? And why is that person still employed by this government?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, again, Mr. Speaker, another parliamentary tough guy who, in the confines of this room, will make all kinds of allegations, knowing that he's covered by immunity, but when he comes outside of the chamber is afraid to say anything, Mr. Speaker. Let's be very clear. Let's be very clear. These three senators are not people, and disgraced former Liberal senator are not the victims here. The victims are the Canadian taxpayers who footed the bills for expenses that these senators did not incur. The other victims, of course, are those who want to see an accountable Senate and know that it was the Liberals who stood in the way of accountability in the Senate, Mr. Speaker, fighting so hard for the status quo in the Senate. We'll fight for change, and we'll always respect taxpayers on this side.
The Honourable Member for Bill Marie.
Please stop.
Mr. Speaker, after months of saying that there were no documents relating to the Wright-Duffy deal, the PMO handed over a series of whole documents to the RCMP. Would that include an email dated February 20th in which the PMO allegedly directed Mr. Duffy to work with Chris Woodcock and Patrick Rogers to develop certain communication strategies? Since then, Woodcock and Rogers received promotions. Why are they still in the employ of the government now that their role has been made public? The Parliamentary Secretary.
I think as we've said right from the beginning, that we would assist investigators in any way that we could, Mr. Speaker. At the same time, this is an affair between Senator Duffy and Nigel Wright. Senator Duffy, who tried to justify expenses that he did not incur, which he shouldn't have, and Nigel Wright for repaying expenses and not telling the Canadian people that's the way this transaction occurred, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister has been also very clear. Had he known that this took place, he would have in no way accepted such an arrangement, Mr. Speaker. It is only the Liberals right now in this House who are standing up for these three disgraced senators, Mr. Speaker. We'll stand up for the taxpayer.
The member for Pierrefonds-Dollard. Mr. Speaker, on November 7th last, the Prime Minister said in this chamber that his office was not under investigation by the RCMP, except that literally 1 minute later he added that the PMO said, and I quote, "The PMO has always provided information requested by the RCMP." So, is the PMO under investigation, yes or no? The Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. said it is not, Mr. Speaker, but we are continuing to assist authorities. We do believe it's very important that we assist authorities, as we've said right from the beginning, Mr. Speaker. But what this is really is about accountability in the Senate. We have a Senator, Mike Duffy, and three other senators who accepted expenses that they did not incur. The Canadian people wanted accountability. That's why the senators brought forward a motion that suspended these three senators. We'll continue to assist, and we'll continue to move forward with other plans to reform the Senate and give Canadians an accountable Senate that they can be proud of.
The member for Pierrefonds-Dollard. Mr. Speaker, do the Conservatives believe that providing information to a police force is tantamount to being involved in a police investigation? The Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's office is not under any investigation. We are continuing to assist authorities in this matter, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Gatineau. Mr. Speaker, I hope that the Parliamentary Secretary got rested up last week because he'll be busy in the next 4 weeks. I have a simple question. Can the Parliamentary Secretary say whether a member from the PMO was questioned by the RCMP as of November 7th last.
Speaker, as I've said on a number of cases, we're continuing to assist authorities.
The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the problem is they just can't seem to get their story straight. Now, the Prime Minister has given the Canadian people many versions of who knew what in the Prime Minister's office about the cover-up check to Mike Duffy. First, the Prime Minister said that Nigel Wright acted alone. Then last week he said, well, okay, a few knew. And now he's back to saying that Wright acted, quote, by himself. Can anyone explain over there why the Prime Minister has such a difficult time answering such a straightforward question?
The Honourable Prime Secretary of the Prime Minister.
Of course, Mr. Speaker, we've answered that question on a number of occasions. As I said, we're continuing to assist with authorities. Again, what this is the fact that these three senators and disgraced former Liberal Senator Matt Carb accepted payments that they did not incur, Mr. Speaker. They need to be held accountable for those actions, Mr. Speaker. At the same time, I can say this, Mr. Speaker, we are continuing to work on all of those priorities that Canadians think are important. Jobs, economic growth, Mr. Speaker, that's important to Canadians. Law and order, Mr. Speaker, putting the victims of crime first, Mr. Speaker. We saw the Minister of National Defence deploy Canada's DART team in record time, Mr. Speaker. When it comes to the issues that matter to the Canadians, we're on top of the file.
The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Law and order? Did I hear that one? Well, speaking of law and order over there, on November 30th, 2012, the Minister of Democratic Reform told the House that the Conservative government was, quote, proactively cooperating with Elections Canada to find out what happened with the electoral fraud in Guelph. Now we find out that Elections Canada is being stonewalled by the Conservatives about the issues of voter fraud. So my simple question is, what happened to that promise that was made in this House to get to the bottom of this fraud?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as I just said in response to an earlier question, we're continuing to assist with this investigation. We believe on this side of the House, of course, that that any individual who is found responsible for this should be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, Mr. Speaker. We also believe on this side of the House that when you make a promise, you keep that promise. Unfortunately, that member over there doesn't believe the same thing, Mr. Speaker, because when he went to his constituents and promised to vote in favour of taking away the long gun registry, he came in the House and did the exact opposite, Mr. Speaker. Promise made, promise kept. He can't have doesn't have the same standard, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Surely cooperating with authorities is just not something that Conservatives like to do. Jenny Byrne instructed campaign staff not to talk to Elections Canada for 3 months. Is it really the position of the minister that Michael Sona did everything to cover his tracks, then miraculously started leaking precise details, but only to favourable Conservative staff? Mr. Speaker, when will the government finally bring forward legislation to clean up this unethical behaviour?
The Honourable Prime Secretary of the Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, here they go again. First, it's the senators who are the victims. First, it's the senators who defrauded Canadian taxpayers. They're the victims. They're the one that they stand up for with their Liberal partners, Mr. Speaker. And now, when it comes to this investigation, Mr. Speaker, it's quite clear Elections Canada has brought forward an individual who they think is responsible. Mr. Speaker, we'll let the courts decide that full responsibility. But let's be clear, Mr. Speaker. If anybody who is found to have done inappropriate actions during elections should be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, and we'll continue to assist Elections Canada on that.
The member for Pointe de l'Île. The minister hasn't stopped saying that they are cooperating fully with the robocalls investigation. However, we've just learned that the National Campaign Director, who now is the Prime Minister's Deputy Chief of Staff, has told her staff not to cooperate. Do they have anything to hide? When will the Conservatives take election fraud seriously and pass legislation to prevent this type of thing from happening? The Parliamentary Secretary.
As I said on a number of occasions, we'll continue to assist on this matter. We take this obviously very serious. That's why the Minister of Democratic Reform is working on some new proposals which will make our elections even fairer, Mr. Speaker. But let's be very clear. It was the NDP who accepted illegal contributions from their union buddies, Mr. Speaker. It's quite obvious when it comes to accountability, this side of the House expects accountability. That's why our first piece of legislation when we took government was an Accountability Act, Mr. Speaker, to take the influence of big money and big unions out of the political process. We're living by that, Mr. Speaker. We're proud of that. Unfortunately, they're breaking the rules all the time.
The member for Pontiac. Well, they claim to be accountable, Mr. Speaker, but the Conservatives were elected on a promise to help whistleblowers, but it's rather the opposite which happened with toothless legislation and the Conservatives doggedly going after Sylvie Thérin, who denounced EI quotas. It's high time, Mr. Speaker, to amend the law so that public servants who witness wrongdoing, serious problems such as EI quotas, or the sponsorship scandal can come forward without fear of losing their jobs. Can the minister commit right now to review the law? The President of Treasury Board. Mr. Speaker, we want employees to feel confident that when they come forward after witnessing wrongdoing in the public service, we adopted rules after 13 years of Liberal scandals and mismanagement, and we did this with that purpose, Mr. Speaker.
This law is applied, and it should be applied fairly.
The Honourable Member for Pontiac.
Mr. Speaker, even the person who blew the whistle on the Liberal sponsorship scandal and who ran for the Conservative Party now says the law isn't helping people any more than it did during his time. Conservatives promised to help people that blow the whistle on corruption and mismanagement. Why did they break their promise, Mr. Speaker? And when will the Conservatives introduce real protection for our courageous whistleblowers?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, as I just said, this legislation has been put in place by this government. It gives employees options to report their concerns, imposes consequences for individuals that fail to play by the rules. In fact, the Commissioner himself stated that whistleblowers are, quote, adequately protected by our legislation. We stand by that assessment, and we will continue to protect those people.
The Honourable Member for St. Paul's.
Mr. Speaker, the PMO counselled Mike Duffy to lie. Jenny Byrne counselled Conservatives to stonewall an Elections Canada investigation. Arthur Hamilton marched 6 con staffers into Elections Canada in surprise. They all had the same far-fetched story. One person, acting alone, was responsible for sophisticated election fraud across the country. Has the minister delayed the electoral reform bill because he doesn't want to give Elections Canada the power to uncover the Conservative election fraud and cover-up?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, again, this is the Liberals trying to defend the status quo, Mr. Speaker. They're trying to make victims out of these 3 current senators and disgraced former Liberal Senator Matt Hart, Mr. Speaker. We're not going to do this on this side of the House. We were very appreciative that the Senate passed a motion that would suspend these 3 senators, Mr. Speaker, without pay. Unfortunately, the Liberals tried very hard to defend the status quo, Mr. Speaker, because as we know, the Liberals are always entitled to their entitlements, and they'll do anything to protect that, Mr. Speaker. On this side of the House, we'll always put Canadian taxpayers first, and that's what we continue to do day in and day out.
The member for Beausejour. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives are forcing only those who corroborate their story to testify on government scandals. But when they have to tell the truth, senior Conservative Party officials like Jenny Byrne tell people like Andrew Prescott to not cooperate with the robocalls inquiry. If it's in our interest, you'll testify. If not, then not. Why is the government only forcing employees who corroborate their story to testify and to prevent people from telling the truth? The Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Stated we'll continue to assist in this investigation, and at the same time we expect that anybody who tried to do any illegal actions during an election would be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, Mr. Speaker. That's a standard we accept on this side of the House. It's unfortunate the Liberals have a different standard. We know, of course, it was only the member for Guelph who's been convicted of any robocalling infraction at this point, Mr. Speaker, and I believe the member for the NDP member for Ottawa Centre as well, Mr. Speaker. On this side of the House, we stand up for Canadian taxpayers day in and day out. We'll continue to do so.
The honourable member for Beausejour.
Mr. Speaker, Conservatives are hoping that Michael Sona takes sole responsibility for this scandal instead of admitting that he was a mule in the larger Conservative electoral fraud. They get witnesses to testify when they support their bogus story, but they tell others to stonewall Elections Canada when they won't. No wonder they won't introduce tough electoral fraud legislation. It might get in the way of yet another Conservative cover-up. So why doesn't the Minister of Democratic Reform stand up and tell us why doesn't he have the courage to introduce tough election fraud legislation before this House can act to get on the Conservative election fraud?
The Honourable Prime Secretary of the Prime Minister.
Well, Mr.
Order. 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 The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Prime Minister has the floor.
Well, Mr. Speaker, this coming from a member who is surrounded by people who have actually broken the Accountability Acts with leadership debts that they refuse to pay or don't want to pay, Mr. Speaker. This coming from a member who sat in a caucus in a cabinet that stole money from Canadians called something called the sponsorship scandal, something we're still looking for, Mr. Speaker. When it comes to accountability, the Liberals have nothing to tell Canadians about it because they've never stood up for accountable government. They talk about taxes only during an election, Mr. Speaker. They turn their backs on the taxpayer in between, Mr. Speaker. On this side of the House, we stand up for Canadians every single day.
The Honourable Member for St. John's East.
Mr. Speaker, according to new reports, the Auditor General is preparing to tell Parliament that Conservatives have failed to set aside enough money for the National Shipbuilding Procurement Strategy. The Shipbuilding Secretariat recently said the total cost for these acquisitions is $36.6 billion for large ship construction and $2 billion for smaller ships. Mr. Speaker, can the Minister tell Canadians if this is still the case? And if not, will the Minister tell us today what the true numbers are?
The Honourable Minister.
Don't comment on rumours or speculation, but after a decade of darkness under the Liberals, our government is committed to providing the men and women of the Royal Canadian Navy and the Coast Guard with the equipment that they need at the best value for taxpayers. Mr. Speaker, by building these ships in Canada, industry analysts have estimated that 15,000 jobs will be created and that there will be over $2 billion in annual economic benefits for the next 30 years. Mr. Speaker, we look forward to responding to the Auditor General's report once it's been released.
The Honourable Member for St. John's East.
Mr. Speaker, the Parliamentary Budget Officer already showed that budgets set aside for the joint support ships are insufficient. Yet the Conservatives have been silent on this procurement mismanagement. Given that not enough money has been set aside, will the Conservatives be putting more money into the programme, or will they be scaling back the ship's capabilities, or will it be the number of ships?
The Honourable Minister of Public Works.
Mr. Speaker, the National Shipbuilding Procurement Strategy will generate approximately 15,000 jobs and $2 billion in economic activity over the next 30 years, according to industry analysts. Mr. Speaker, our shipbuilding strategy will finally end the boom and bust cycle that has plagued the industry for many, many years. And Mr. Speaker, so far I'm pleased to report that over 75 Canadian companies have received work as a result.
The Honourable Member for Quebec. Mr. Speaker, the CEO of the Quebec port has stated that the wood pellet silo in Anse-au-Foulon is consistent with environmental assessments. But the Environmental Assistance Act, was dismantled. So what are we talking about here in terms of environmental assessments, the one from Quebec, because it's not an independent study? Can the Minister of Transport tell us if a departmental assessment was conducted? If yes, will it be rendered public? If not, will that be required? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Quebec is an arm's-length organization, as the member knows, and as such is responsible for its own operational decisions. However, as a good corporate citizen, the port can consult the population when it comes to their development projects.
The Honourable Member for Quebec. Mr. Speaker, ministerial responsibility means being responsible for everything that happens within a department. That's what ministerial responsibility is all about, Mr. Speaker. Transport Canada says on its website, and I quote, Transport Canada owns and operates several public ports, including the Quebec City Port. So can the government take its responsibilities, call for an immediate stop to the work, so that they can put in place a real public consultation process with citizens, with authorities in the Quebec City area, so that they can know exactly what's happening on this file and so that they can have a say?
Contrary, Mr. Speaker, the Port of Quebec is an arm's-length organization and as such is responsible for its own decisions. As a good corporate citizen, though, however, Mr. Speaker, the Port can consult the population when it comes to their development projects.
The honourable member for Mississauga East Hooksville.
Mr. Speaker, Typhoon Haiyan hit the Philippines 2 weeks ago. The destruction the typhoon caused is horrific. Millions of people have been affected, with thousands of lives lost and absolute destruction of the whole communities. Can the Minister please update the House with respect to actions taken by the Government of Canada to help the people of the Philippines who have been affected by this horrible tragedy?
Very good question.
The Honourable Minister of International Cooperation.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Tout d'abord.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, our sympathies extend to people who have been affected. We stand by them. And, Mr. Speaker, we've announced immediate emergency funding. We did that, in fact, when the tragedy occurred. We put in place a fund that was twinned with organizations throughout the country, and we promptly sent in the DART. It's my honor to state that today the Prime Minister has announced an additional $15 million in emergency funding, and that when we look at $20 million and we look at the matched funds, it's approximately $40 million in assistance.
Mr. Speaker, 3 engineers died and many passengers were injured when the train derailed in Burlington, Ontario. The Transportation Safety Board made key recommendations to prevent future accidents. And now the board is accusing this government of failing to act, failing to put safety first. I met with the widow of the engineer who died in the crash, and she's demanding action from this government. When will the minister fully implement the safety board's all its recommendations?
Mr. Speaker, first I would like to convey my condolences to the families of those who perished in this tragic accident. The health and safety of Canadians is in fact a priority, top priority of this government. Transport Canada continues to implement the Burlington Report's recommendations. Via Rail as well, the member probably knows, has committed to voluntarily install voice recorders across their entire fleet.
The honourable member for Trinity Spadina.
Well, let's be specific. The Safety Board recommended installing automatic braking system called positive train controls in all trains and video cameras in locomotives in all trains. Together, these measures will save lives. The American government has made emergency braking system mandatory in all their trains. But here in Canada, our minister would rather just talk, meet, and delay. More talk won't protect the public. Why won't this government act on rail safety?
Nonsense, Mr. Speaker. Transport Canada continues to implement the Burlington Report's recommendations. Positive traction control is not part of the TSB's recommendation, but Transport Canada is working with industry to look at possible fail-safe train controls, and we continue to monitor the implementation of positive train control in the United States.
The Honourable Member for Brossard-la-Prairie. Mr. Speaker, the Parliamentary Secretary doesn't seem to have read through the entire report. The Conservatives must take rail safety more seriously because, as we've said, voluntary measures simply aren't working. The recommendations put forth by the TSB in April 2012 during the investigation on the Burlington accident were rejected. And now in a new report, the TSB is accusing the Conservatives of not taking up their responsibilities. When will we see the implementation of automatic braking systems and video surveillance cameras?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary.
Speaker. As I said earlier, that Transport Canada continues to implement the Burlington Report's recommendations. Via Rail has committed to voluntarily install voice recorders across their fleet, but positive train control is not part of the Transport Safety Board's recommendation. Transport Canada is working with industry to look at possible fail-safe train controls.
The Honourable Member for Brossard-la-Prairie. On another file involving transportation, Mr. Speaker, families and elected officials in the Greater Montreal area are very concerned with the recent developments on the Champlain Bridge file. For more than a year now, I've been asking the Minister what Plan B is, and people are entitled to know. Can the Minister tell us what the backup plan is in the event that the bridge is prematurely closed? What's clear with that member is that if it were up to him, the bridge would have been closed down a long time ago. He's refused all of the measures to maintain the bridge. We've been put in some $300 million by this government to maintain the current bridge. The bridge is safe, Mr. Speaker. It is monitored on a daily basis by engineers. They will continue to do their work and will be building a new bridge, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the Department of National Defence is considering chopping an infantry battalion as part of its effort to control its spending. This is of great concern to Manitobans. My question is for the Minister of Defence. Can he guarantee 2 PPCLI and CFB Shiloh are in Manitoba for the long term and will not be impacted by the D&D cutbacks? Mr. Speaker, we're talking about billions of dollars of national defence cuts that are on the horizon. Will he stand in his place and give that guarantee today?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
We have grown the size of Canada's military men and women consistently, as long with the equipment that they need, Mr. Speaker. This is in complete contrast to what the Liberals did during their years in office, Mr. Speaker. We will never go back to what the Liberals did.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Quadra.
Mr. Speaker, the National Shipbuilding Plan is completely adrift, and the Conservatives are hiding the real costs. Yet another example of financial and management incompetence by this government. Has the Minister, who has refused to so far answer questions today, has the Minister learned from the F-35 stealth jet debacle? Or is she keeping 2 sets of books to mislead the public about the true cost of the ships, just as was done with the jets?
The Honourable Minister of Public Works.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that is so far from the truth that it's hard to comment on it all. What I can say, Mr. Speaker, is that we are committed, unlike the Liberals, to making sure that our men and women in uniform, whether they're in the Navy or the Coast Guard, get the equipment that they need and deserve to serve Canadians well. But, Mr. Speaker, the new National Shipbuilding Procurement Strategy has received plaudits so far, and it's expected by industry analysts that it will create 15,000 jobs and $2 billion a year in economic activity over the next 30 years.
Wow. Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Health made a heartless decision to prevent those who need access to medicalized opiates from having it. She ignored her own experts, and she ignored those who provide treatment when she changed the special access program. Is it too much to ask that the Minister to put ideology aside and support a method of treatment that is scientifically proven to be effective?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Our policy is to take heroin out of the hands of addicts, not put it in their arms. We do support drug treatment programs that work to end drug use in a safe way, so that those who are struggling with addictions can recover and maintain a drug-free life. Drug treatment should be focused on ending drug use and recovering into a drug-free life.
The Honourable Member from Vancouver East.
Mr. Speaker, it's ironic that the only person suffering from addiction that the Conservatives seem to have compassion for is the Mayor of Toronto. It's inexplicable that the Minister went against her own department attacking the experts. She chose to recklessly put lives at risk. No wonder her decision is now facing a court challenge. Didn't the Minister learn anything from the Supreme Court decision on Insight? Will she reconsider providing this needed treatment?
Under the Special Access Program, Health Canada can approve emergency access to certain medicines for Canadians with rare diseases or terminal illness. This program was not intended as a way to give illicit drugs to addicts. Our government's position against the use of dangerous and addictive drugs is clear. To keep dangerous drugs like heroin out of Canadian communities, our government has taken action to protect the integrity of the Special Access Program and close that loophole. And will continue to protect Canadian families and continue in investing in drug prevention programs for individuals and children.
Honourable member for Dauphin, Swan River, Marquette.
Mr. Speaker, studies have shown that marijuana puts some teens at risk of developing addiction and mental health problems as adults. Were the parents of the students at Sioux Valley First Nations School in Manitoba told that the Liberal leader was going to promote marijuana legalization in front of their young children? And this school is right next to my constituency. Will the Parliamentary Secretary explain to my constituents what our government is doing to protect children from illicit drugs?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, promoting the legalization of illicit substances to young children is completely unacceptable and completely inappropriate. The Liberal leader, Mr. Speaker, the Liberal leader should immediately apologize to the parents in Brandon and to parents across Canada. Mr. Speaker, being an overgrown flower child is no excuse for the remarkable poor display of judgment the leader showed.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for Cape Breton, Canso.
Mr. Speaker, last week over 3,000 people took part in a march to protest the closure of the Veterans Affairs Office in Sydney, Nova Scotia. The march was led by veterans of the Second World War, Korea, and peacekeepers, some in walkers, others in wheelchairs. These same men and women were proud to march into battles all around the globe for their country, but they know it's wrong now to make the march to Halifax to see a caseworker. And please don't give us the 600 points of service drivel. Don't insult the veterans with that. All we got was an 800 number and a busy signal. Will the minister reconsider this wrong-minded decision?
The Honourable Minister.
Among the variety of options available to veterans, Veterans Affairs Canada caseworkers and nurses do personalized home visits for those who need them. And while the member opposite engages in scare tactics, we will continue to deliver services and support the veterans no matter where they live in Canada. And if they need assistance, Mr. Speaker, among many services, we will cut their grass, shovel their snow, and clean their homes. That's our commitment to Canadian veterans, not that rhetoric from that side, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives are once again environmental dunces. They'll exceed their greenhouse gas reduction targets by 20%, and the minister still claims that she'll be achieving her target even though there are no effective plans in place. The fight against climate change deserves more than wishful thinking by the minister. Coastal and agricultural communities deserve more than Conservative inaction. Do they understand that concrete action is necessary in order to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and to avoid the associated costs linked with inaction? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Our government is taking action to address climate change. We've introduced new emissions regulations for vehicles, and we were the first major coal user to ban construction of traditional coal-fired plants. Thanks to our action, Mr. Speaker, carbon emissions will go down close to 130 megatons from what they would have been under the Liberals. And we are accomplishing this without the Liberal and NDP's carbon tax, which would raise the price of everything.
Shame on you.
The Honourable Member for Fleetwood, Port Kells.
Mr. Speaker, today marks the beginning of Global Entrepreneurship Week, hosted by the Canadian Youth Business Foundation in Canada. It's the biggest celebration of entrepreneurs in the world, with 7 in 10 jobs created by small business entrepreneurs in Canada. I would like to ask the Minister of State for Small Business and Tourism, what is our government doing to create the right business conditions for our big job creators?
The Honourable Minister of Small Business.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for her work on behalf of entrepreneurs in her riding. And I want to say that we believe in entrepreneurs, we believe in their talent.
The government is working with entrepreneurs all across the country by returning to balanced budget by 2015, by lowering taxes to entrepreneurs and families, by keeping our budget clean, and also by freezing the operating budget, Mr. Speaker, cutting red tape. We are doing that for entrepreneurs because we know that that's the entrepreneur who create wealth and jobs in this country.
The honourable member for Newton, North Hill.
Once again, Conservatives are acting unilaterally and refusing to work with the provinces. The provinces want a skills training program that works, one that helps Canada's most vulnerable workers, and experts agree. But the Minister of Employment stubbornly refuses to listen. Mr. Speaker, it's the attitude of this minister and that government that's unacceptable. When will the minister sit down with the provinces, listen to experts, and put Canadians first?
I already did, Mr. Speaker. 10 days ago, I met with the provinces and expressed from the provincial premier's willingness to make a counteroffer as to how we could administer the Canada Job Grant. But, Mr. Speaker, we've listened to the experts who have pointed out that in Canada, governments spend more than any other developed country on skills development, but the private sector spends less. The Jobs Grant is designed to leverage a stronger, larger private sector investment in skills development. And here's the key, Mr. Speaker, to provide a guaranteed job at the end of the training, Mr.
Speaker. The Honourable Member for Haute-Gaspésie, Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, in the Pont-Champlain saga, the Minister of Infrastructure has refused to commit to providing the Quebec government with the share it deserves of the discretionary $4 billion fund that will finance the SLR as requested by the Greater Montreal area. The Minister of Defence has said that this isn't a discretionary fund because projects will be based on merit. However, when there isn't a regional distribution and the criteria are unknown, it looks like a discretionary fund. Quebec has come up with a project based on merit, and it is the SLR. The Minister must confirm the share of this fund that will go to Quebec for the bridge. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to point out that under Building Canada plan, which will come to an end at the end of March 2014, many provinces have made public transportation a choice. As part of those budgetary envelopes, Mr. Speaker, 9% of the edgement for Quebec was dedicated to public transportation. In other provinces, it was up to 70%. So Quebec already knows the envelope that it has approximately. They have the leisure today to make the choice the member is referring to a priority. The Honourable Member for Hunsik. Mr. Speaker, Madame Jemai, who is 35 years old, has received a removal order for Friday, November 22nd. She's currently being treated for an aggressive breast cancer. Her oncologist has confirmed in writing that she is unable to travel. For her treatment in Algeria, doctors from Immigration Canada sent her to an allergist. What's the relationship? Then she was referred to an oncologist who's taking no new patients before 2014. Will the minister stay this removal until her health is stabilized and treatment in Algeria has been put in place because her very survival depends on it?
La Sécurité publique.
The Honourable Minister. Well, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. I had an opportunity to discuss the matter with her, and I will look at the file. As you know, we have more than 250,000 immigrants to our country, and people who don't meet the requirements must be returned with taking into account health issues.
Mr. Speaker, just over a week ago, the leader of the Liberal Party made some comments that I found astonishing. He was asked what governments around the world that he respected, or what government besides Canada he most respected. He selected China, and perhaps most surprisingly, he did so because of their actions on the environment. Now, I've been right across Canada, and I've been to China. Canada is cleaner and greener than China will ever be. Could the Minister of Foreign Affairs please comment on whether the government of China is one that should be his top choice of government?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
I have to tell you, I have served for 8 years in this place, and that is the best question I've had from a member outside the government office. You know, Mr. Speaker, under this government, the air is cleaner here than it is in China. Under this government, we have seen unprecedented land conservation. Under this government, Mr. Speaker, we have a tremendous amount to be proud of, expanding the Great Bear Rainforest, expanding many green areas, and especially, Mr. Speaker, we do it all under having a democracy. That's a rather extraordinary accomplishment, and we should remind the Liberal leader that.
That concludes question period for today. I know. All good things. I would like to draw the attention of honourable members to the presence in the gallery of the Honourable Cal Dallas, Minister of International and Intergovernmental Relations for the province of Alberta. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Prime Minister is rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, in response to a question from the member of Vancouver Quadri, I called the member a disgrace. I am told that that's unparliamentary, and I withdraw that. I didn't appropriately make the distinction between the disgraceful question and the member, so I withdraw that, Mr. Speaker.
I appreciate the withdrawal. Tabling of documents. Dépôt des documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36.8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 33 petitions.
Wow. Introduction of government bills. Declaration.
Statements by ministers.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Niagara West Glanbrook.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 107.3, I have the honour to present in both official languages the first report of the Liaison Committee entitled Committee Activities and Expenditures, April 1st to June 30th, 2013. This report highlights the work and the accomplishments of each committee, as well as detailing the budgets that fund the activities approved by committee members. It is the Liaison Committee's intention to present such reports to the House 3 times a year.
Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the first report of the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights entitled Bill C-489, an act to amend the Criminal Code and the Corrections and Conditional Release Act, restrictions on offenders. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the first report of the Standing Joint Committee on Scrutiny of Regulations in relation to Section 19 of the Statutory Instruments Act, and if the House gives its consent, I intend to move concurrence in this report later this day.
Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Motion. The Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, if the House gives its consent, I move that the first report of the Standing Joint Committee on Scrutiny of Regulations presented to the House earlier this day be concurred in.
Does the Honourable Member have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed. Agreed and so ordered. Presenting petitions. Présentation des pétitions. The Honourable Member for New Westminster Coquitlam.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to present a petition. The petitioners say the measures must be taken to stop the global practice of shark finning to ensure the responsible conservation and management of sharks. And they call on the Government of Canada to immediately legislate a ban on the importation of shark fin to Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Guelph.
It's my honour today to table 2 petitions from many constituents in my riding of Guelph with regard to the Canada-China Investment Treaty. My constituents continue to be concerned with the lack of public consultation and the secretive process in which the treaty was negotiated. They are also concerned that the treaty will provide state-owned enterprises with the ability to claim damages and complain to federal governments about laws or regulations made at any level of government that reduce their expectation of profits. The petitioners ask the government to take immediate steps to limit the influence of state-owned enterprises over our democracy in the interest of ensuring that the power over Canadian laws remains in Canadian hands. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Speaker, I'm proud to stand in the House and introduce a petition signed by many people in Vancouver, including from Vancouver Kingsway, calling upon the Canadian government and all governments to negotiate a treaty banning nuclear weapons and leading to a complete ratification. They point out their deep concern about the continuing threat posed by many thousands of nuclear weapons across the globe, and they point out that any use of these ultimate weapons of mass destruction, whether by accident, miscalculation, or design, would have catastrophic consequences for humanity and the planet as a whole. They plead with us to note that the only way to guarantee that they will never be used again is to outlaw and eliminate them without further delay around the globe.
The honourable member for Etobicoke North.
Mr. Speaker, the debate concerning CCSVI should be based on science, evidence, and improving the quality of life for Canadians with MS, who wonder how the government is going to judge the radically different CCSVI data from the east and west of Canada. Canadians with MS ask if the debate had been based on evidence, why the Minister of Health did not meet with CCSVI groups across the country and with Canadians who had been treated to learn their experience, why she did not include experts in CCSVI in her expert working group, and why the decision to kill Bill S-204 was taken 8 months before the Senate hearings. The petitioners are calling on the Minister to consult experts, undertake Phase 3 clinical trials on an urgent basis, and require follow-up care.
The honourable member for Langley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honoured to present a petition representing thousands of people from beautiful British Columbia. The petition highlights that last year, 22-year-old Cassandra Collius was killed by a drunk driver. A group of people who've also lost loved ones to impaired drivers called Families for Justice say that the current impaired driving laws are too lenient. They're calling for new mandatory minimum sentencing for people who have been convicted of impaired driving causing death. They also want the criminal code changed to redefine the offence of impaired driving to vehicular manslaughter. Thank you.
The honourable member for York South-Weston.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to table petitions signed by my constituents calling on the government to amend the Navigable Waters Protection Act in order to re-protect Canada's lakes and rivers, including the Heritage River, the Humber River, in my riding.
The honourable member for Nanaimo, Alberni.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have 3 petitions here to present today. 2 of them deal with the same issue. That would be Bill C-257, an act for the mandatory labeling of genetically modified foods. The petitioners come from communities across Vancouver Island, Parksville, Qualicum Beach, Nanuce, Arrington, Bowser, Nanaimo, and they would like us to address that so that Canadians know what they are eating. The other petition, Mr. Speaker, is from Canadians concerned about medical expense tax credit for vitamins, herbs, and nutritional supplements. They draw attention to the fact that nutritional supplements help Canadians with a whole range of conditions, that Canadians are spending millions of dollars, that they're lowering the health costs by looking after themselves. And these petitioners, some just short of 1,000 signatures from across Vancouver Island, would like their investment in their health to be recognized through the Income Tax Act with an amendment. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Malpeque.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to present a petition on the Northumberland Ferries Limited, which is really the link that connects Wood Islands to Pictou, Nova Scotia. Petitioners are concerned about the new contract, and they're directing the Government of Canada to negotiate a new contract that is equal to or greater than the previous 3-year contract with Northumberland Ferries Limited, taking into account the increase in the Consumer Price Index, and provide adequate public funding in order to ensure the associated infrastructure meet or exceed levels of today's standards.
The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a petition regarding my private member's bill, C-498. Petitioners are asking that the Thames River be re-included in the Navigable Waters Protection Act, granting heritage protection to the North Thames, Middle Thames, and the Thames Rivers. This will ensure that any development that would impact its navigation would undergo a strict environmental assessment. The petitioners want the government to realize the detrimental impact that reckless changes to the Navigable Waters Act has on these treasured waterways across all of southern Ontario and indeed across this country.
Excellent. Good. The honourable member for Thunder Bay Superior North.
Mr. Speaker, it's my pleasure to table a petition regarding CBC Radio and Radio Canada, which provide Canadians with a voice which are all able to take part in our national consciousness and cultural identities. And they're calling on the government to provide stable and predictable funding so that CBC remains a strong voice for all Canadians for all time.
Well, member for Cape Breton-Canso.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I, too, like my colleague from Malpeque, want to rise on behalf of a number of people that are concerned about the expiration of the contract for the Northumberland Ferries Limited, the ferry that connects the world to Prince Edward Island. Mr. Speaker, the expiry date's on November 31st in 2014. And we want the government to proceed with negotiations and hopefully look at an equal or greater than a contract that's greater than the previous 3-year contract, so that this service that impacts about $27 million on the province of Prince Edward Island, that this service is maintained to help that beautiful part of this country. Thank you.
The honourable member for Beaches East York, of course.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour of presenting 2 petitions today signed by citizens from in and around my riding of Beaches East York in Toronto. The first calls upon the government to support the New Democratic Party's plan to immediately stabilize CBC Radio-Canada funding and to provide reasonable increases as economic conditions improve. The second, Mr. Speaker, calls upon the Government of Canada to block any changes to the tripartite agreement that would allow jet airplanes or extensions of the Toronto Island Airport runways, to stop subsidizing Porter Airlines, and to compel the federal Toronto Port Authority to pay millions of back taxes owed to the people of Toronto. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for St. Paul's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to present a petition on fair electoral representation, a petition to ensure that Canadians have a fair electoral system. In the petitioners are saying that it's completely unfair that when the number of MPs of party supporters elect does not reflect the number of voters who cast ballots for that party. They pointed out to me in numerous town halls at Christie Gardens that it seems exceptionally unfair that right now way more people voted against the governing party, which is ruling with a majority. So as fair voting systems better reflect the will of voters and let them vote for the candidate or party they prefer and give each community fair and accountable representation, they are calling upon the House of Commons to immediately undertake public consultations across Canada to amend the Canada Elections Act to ensure that voters can cast an equal and effective vote to be fairly represented in Parliament. I'm particularly honoured to present this particular petition in that it is signed by one of the real heroes of citizen engagement, my dear, dear friend Ursula Franklin.
Honourable member for Lanark, Frontenac, Lennox and Addington.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I've got several petitions here today. One is, I gathered, the identical petition to the one just presented a moment ago by my colleague from St. Paul's, so I won't repeat the content of it. A second one deals with genetically modified alfalfa and is similar, I think, to the motion or petition presented earlier by my colleague from Nanaimo, Alberni, so I won't deal with the content of that, except to note, of course, that these are being submitted by people across the country. Thirdly, Mr. Speaker, I've got a petition relating to the regulation of Canadian mining companies operating abroad. The petitioners draw, in a very lengthy petition, they draw to the attention of the House the fact that Canada is a very, very significant player, indeed the significant player in mining investment abroad, and therefore we have particular responsibilities to make sure that mining operations that are financed through our stock markets are carried out in a way that is sensitive both to environmental and to human rights concerns abroad, a matter which we've studied in the Human Rights Subcommittee that I chair. Mr. Speaker, as well, there is a petition here relating to the Chinese government, its communist regime, and the organ harvesting of Falun Gong practitioners that has gone on in that country. The petitioners draw attention to the fact that 2 prominent Canadians, David Matus and David Kilgore, have written extensively on this and have provided very powerful evidence of this phenomenally, well, this unspeakable human rights abuse. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The honourable member for Davenport.
Mr. Speaker, today we hear news that Walmart has embarked on a food drive for their own employees. And that fact underscores the reality of the economy today, where more and more workers are living in very, very precarious circumstances without access to pension benefits or any modicum of job security. I have a petition here on behalf of members of the City of Toronto who are calling on Parliament to support my national urban worker strategy. I'd like to submit that as well. I have another petition here from members of my community who are increasingly concerned about extra fees on their phone bills, their cable bills, their telecom bills, especially the $2 fee that is charged when they get their bill in the mail. And of course, Mr. Speaker, many people in our country don't have access to the Internet. Many seniors who are on fixed incomes can't afford the extra $50, $60 a year that accumulate for these $2 fees. We want to see those fees gone from those bills, and this petition speaks to that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cardigan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36, I am pleased also to join my colleagues to present a petition to the Government of Canada from a large number of constituents and people from Atlantic Canada who are very concerned over the Wood Islands Caribou ferry service. That it has an enormous impact on Prince Edward Island and Pictou County, Nova Scotia. And the petitioners request that the Government of Canada make sure that the contract is signed and it's equal to or more than the previous 3 years, because if not, Mr. Speaker, this too will have, again, another financial impact to Prince Edward Island. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for York West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to present a petition as well on behalf of hundreds of Canadians in Quebec who are denouncing the decision made by this government on Bill C-4 to terminate the tax credit of the Labour-sponsored venture capital fund, which will clearly end a huge economic and destroy a system providing retirement income for many. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear. Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask that all questions be allowed to stand.
Is that agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day, order du jour.
Government orders, resuming debate, second reading of Bill C2, Respect for Communities Act, and on an amendment.
Who's Mark? Debate. May please the débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Laval-des-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today in this House to debate Bill C2, an act to amend the Controlled Substances Act. This bill, which is before us today, forces us to face a reality. It's becoming clear that under the Conservative government, this is an ideological bill which doesn't care about reality or facts. Well, there's nothing new under the Conservative sun. Mr. Speaker, C2 is nothing less than a barely veiled attempt to stop supervised injection sites. And as we've seen regularly for a certain time now, this government does not hesitate to present bills which ignore recent rulings of the Supreme Court of Canada. Indeed, in 2011, the Supreme Court ruled that Insight provided essential services and had to remain open under an exemption in Section 56 of the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act. The court also said that the Charter allowed users to access Insight services and that similar services should also be authorized to operate under the same exemption. Further, several studies published by reputable journals such as the New England Journal of Medicine and the British Medical Journal said that supervised injection sites like Insight were a good thing. Over the last few years, we've seen that conservatives do not like scientists who have opinions, especially when these opinions are not aligned with conservative ones or when these opinions run counter to conservative ideology. The role of the government is not to muzzle scientists or MPs in the House of Commons for a record number of times in Canadian history. The responsibility of the government is to face facts and to make the best decisions possible for Canadians. However, with C2, this government is embarrassingly devolving into demagogy by preventing sites like Insight, which are good for the public in general. In fact, a few hours after C2 was tabled, the Conservatives announced their campaign, their fundraising campaign, Keep Heroin Away from Us, in order to cater to their base and to create a false fear amongst Canadians. I can't wait to hear their arguments before the Public Security Committee. Let's take a few moments to seriously think about this situation. Are the Conservatives so inclined towards magical thinking that they believe that if Insight were closed, people would stop using heroin? Well, we would hope that they have more advanced cognitive functions. Therefore, if these sites are closed, heroin will not disappear, but would pop up here, there, and everywhere throughout neighborhoods and create a real danger for the general population. In fact, the bill would lead to the exact opposite of what the government says will happen. This is a fact. The Conservative stubborn ideology produces exactly the opposite of what they claim. So let's talk about facts instead. Let's talk about the positive aspects of Insight and supervised injection sites. Insight was created by the Vancouver Coastal Health Authority and several other community partners following a 12-fold increase in the number of overdose deaths in Vancouver between 1987 and 1993. During that 7-year period, the Vancouver period also experienced an incredible increase in communicable diseases by junkies such as hepatitis A, B, and C, and HIV/AIDS. Insight obtained under the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act in 2003 an exemption to operate for medical and scientific purposes, to provide services, and to conduct research on the effectiveness of supervised injection sites. In 2007, the on-site detox center was opened within Insight. In 2008, Insight's exemption ended, and the minister rejected Insight's application to renew its exemption. And that led to the bill which is before us today. The decision of the minister triggered a series of trials which led the BC Supreme Court to rule that Insight should benefit from a new exemption. The Conservative government appealed that judgment and lost again before the BC Court of Appeal, which also said that Insight should remain open. Finally, in 2011, the Supreme Court of Canada ruled that the minister's decision to close Insight violated the rights of its clients, rights guaranteed by the Charter, and that the minister's decision was arbitrary and that it undermined public health and safety. We at the NDP believe that government decisions must be based and taken in the best interests of Canadians, and that these decisions be based on facts and not on ideology. It has been proven that supervised injection sites effectively reduce the risk of contracting and disseminating contagious diseases, blood-borne diseases, and that these sites reduce deaths by overdose. It has also been proven that these sites are not an impediment to public safety, and that often they make people safer by reducing the number of junkies who shoot up in public as well. These sites bring users together and make health services and treatments more accessible to them. This way, it will be more likely that they get off drugs. So the facts are clear. Between 1987 and 1993, the overdose death rate went from 16 to 200 per year, but since Inside was opened, the overdose death rate fell by 35% in the downtown east side of Vancouver. For our conservative friends who believe that Inside is a dangerous place and a danger for the population, here are some other facts. In 1 year, 2,171 Inside users were redirected towards addiction consultation services or other support services. People who used Insight at least once a week were almost twice as likely to sign up with a detox program compared to those who only occasionally visit Insight. There was a significant decrease in the number of dirty needles thrown to the ground and of drug paraphernalia littering the ground. And this happened only 1 year after Inside was opened. 80% of people who live or work in the downtown east side of downtown Vancouver support Insight. Several studies have examined the potential negative impact of Insight, but none of these studies was able to prove that the supervised injection site was bad for the community. So the facts speak for themselves, Mr. Speaker. An initiative like Insight is a step in the right direction of health and public safety. Contrary to what the Conservatives claim, Insight has removed drugs from our streets and led addicts towards a safe place, provided support services, and encouraged users to get off drugs and reintegrate society. And that's why we will vote against Bill C-2, which, as is too often the case, is based on magical thinking rather than on facts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for Laval-les-Îles, who gave an excellent speech and who clearly explained why it's very important to vote against this bill. Indeed, this bill is purely ideological. Its only purpose is to raise funds from the Conservative base and to scare Canadians. But in fact, scientific facts, health studies have shown that Insight has positive benefits, as my colleague explained so well. In fact, I have a question for my colleague. Can he perhaps give us further examples or explanations as to why the Conservatives should back down from this bill, given the positive effect supervised injection sites have on people's health? People who use Insight services are often redirected towards detox programs. They are given treatments. And this, of course, is in the interest of improving their health. The honourable member for Laval-les-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Drummond for his excellent question. Now, in my riding, there is a lot of addiction, and there's no site like Insight where addicts can go to. So I see people who have a lot of problems, and it's clear just looking at them on a day-to-day basis. And in fact, there are some people I know who died of an overdose. But if these people had had a place to go to like Insight, I'm sure that they would still be alive today. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What I find deplorable in this matter is that the Conservatives are taking advantage of this issue to fill their party coffers. They launched a campaign based on keeping heroin away from people. So they are taking advantage or rather they are turning this into a sensationalist matter. So I was wondering whether my colleague can talk about the evidence we have supporting our position. Would he have numbers to show how many people were saved by Insight? And can he use these facts to explain our position? The honourable member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague from Rivière-des-Mille-Îles for her question. Well, I'd have to consult my notes. I don't have the exact figures on hand, but in fact, I find it quite deplorable that the Conservatives are using this issue, especially their fundraising campaign to keep heroin away from Canadians. In fact, I live across from a park, and I see people at 2 in the morning. I don't have to go to see exactly what they are doing at 2 o'clock in the morning. These are young teenagers. So I think that, quite the contrary, if we had a place like Insight, it would truly be a way to keep heroin away from my own home. Questions and comments?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for Laval-les-Îles for his excellent speech on this. And I'm wondering if he's finding the same thing that I'm finding, and that is that many people in my community who are very concerned about harm reduction would like to get the message through to the House of Commons. And there are many people who expressed interest in appearing at committee when this bill gets to committee, because with a Conservative majority, I'm expecting that it will. And I know I'm committed to making sure that as many of those people are heard as possible, because the evidence in favour of safe injection sites is so overwhelming. And I'm wondering if the member is finding the same kind of interest in Montreal that we're finding on the West Coast.
The member for Laval-les-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague. The name of his writing is even more complicated than mine, so I won't name it. So, Mr. Speaker, in my community, as I said earlier, it's a huge concern. We would really like to have an injection site like Insight, and a lot of people would be willing to appear before the Public Security Committee, which I've been sitting on for only a few months now. So a lot of people would love to come forward to say that an Insight-type facility would be very good for their community. Thank you.
Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to begin by being very clear. The NDP and I oppose Bill C-2. Mr. Speaker, this bill is a thinly veiled attempt to arbitrarily shut down Insight. But beyond Vancouver's downtown east side, Bill C-2 will also make it next to impossible to open a safe injection site anywhere, no matter how desperately a community may need one. No matter how much suffering exists, it's not pleasant to think about intravenous drug use, but it exists. It's real. And it's happening on a scale which makes it a public problem in need of a public solution. Bill C-2 is a move in the wrong direction and will only exacerbate the problem further. Mr. Speaker, there's approximately 100,000 Canadians who say they have injected themselves with drugs like cocaine, heroin, OxyContin, and crystal meth. Bill C-2 does nothing to help Canadian drug addicts. It does nothing to address this as a public health issue. Though the short title of this bill is the Respect for Communities Act, make no mistake, this legislation will hurt our communities. The title is the usual conservative Orwellian newspeak meant to try and pretend that this government is acting positively. If Bill C-2 is passed and communities which need supervised injection sites cannot build them, where does this government want drug users to go? There certainly hasn't been any real answer articulated, but let me tell you the impact Bill C-2 will have. It will push drug users into our communities, into the alleyways, onto our town streets, and into our neighborhood parks, because there will be nowhere else for addicts to go. Nowhere but into public spaces in our communities. In the case of Insight, 1 year after it opened, there was a significant drop in the number of people injecting in the streets and much less injection-related litter, like discarded syringes. If for no other reason than to keep intravenous drug users off the streets of our communities, we need supervised injection sites like Insight. The element of protection these sites provide isn't just for the drug users, it's for the community at large. But also remember that supervised injection sites facilitate contact between drug users and those specialists who can help them get off drugs or become sober. In fact, Insight has proven that its frequent patrons are 1.5 times more likely to eventually enroll in detox programs. Standing in the way of supervised drug injection sites means standing in the way of helping people get sober, helping people kick dangerous habits. So, I wonder, why is the government so hostile to supervised drug injection sites? Does the government want an increase of unsupervised drug users? Perversely, could this be because the government wants to fill its prisons with drug addicts? For those who mindlessly support the prospect of more prisons, I guess the prospect of more full prisons must be quite satisfying. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-2 does nothing to stop drug use or to encourage sobriety. It does not deter Canadians from injecting themselves with drugs. Denying Canadian drug addicts access to supervised injection sites denies people who will unfortunately use drugs of a safe and clean way of doing so. We don't have to condone drug use to see the benefit of supervised injection sites. Face reality. Drug addicts use drugs. The least we can do is reduce the harm around this activity and try to steer addicts toward help. They deserve this offer of help, Mr. Speaker. There is no such thing as a throwaway human being. It's not an exaggeration to say that access to facilities like Insight is a matter of health and safety, life and death. Let me remind you, in 2011, the Supreme Court ruled in support of Insight. The Supreme Court told the federal government that it could not inhibit safe injection sites from operating. The ruling was based on Section 7 of the Charter. In other words, and according to the Supreme Court of Canada, legislation like Bill C-2 is against the fundamental right to life, liberty, and security. The people who are in this chamber demand those rights for themselves. Why on earth would they deny these rights to others? Elsewhere in the world, safe injection sites operate in 70 cities in 6 different European countries and Australia. Safe injection sites reduce harm. They improve a community's public health, reduce disease, and have absolutely no negative impact on public safety. In fact, they enhance public safety, all the while preserving human lives. Lives. The lives of people who are someone's brother or sister, lives of people who were once beloved children, cherished family members, not always drug addicts, lives of people who deserve to be saved and respected, lives and people who deserve to be healthy and safe. Vancouver's downtown east side has been described as home to as many as 5,000 injection drug users. Despite being drug users, these 5,000 people remain Canadians, much to the chagrin of this government. Even if we do not agree with their life choices and drug use, the government must not abandon them. They are Canadians, they are human lives, and they are vulnerable. And if their government is able to help, it is morally obligated to do so. But Bill C-2 does not help. In fact, it hinders. In Vancouver's downtown east side, Insight has made a positive difference. Human lives have been saved. Since Insight first opened, the number of accidental drug overdose deaths has been reduced by 35. Those who use Insight once a week have been shown to be 1.7 times more likely to enroll in detox programs than those who visit infrequently. Injection drug users who use Insight are 70% less likely to share needles, and reduced needle sharing is an internationally recognized best practice to reduce the rate of HIV/AIDS and various other diseases. And finally, Insight patrons are more likely to seek medical care through the program, which results in fewer emergency room visits and improved health outcomes. It might also be of interest to this government that fewer emergency room visits equals cost savings to our healthcare system. But this is just a smattering of Insight's positive impact, an impact which has been proven in over 30 peer-reviewed studies published in journals like the New England Journal of Medicine, The Lancet, and the British Medical Journal of Medicine. Further, Mr. Speaker, the experts at the Canadian Medical Association and the Canadian Nurses Association are also against Bill C-2. I implore this government to listen to the science, listen to Canadian doctors and nurses, and abandon Bill C-2. Insight does good work. It must be allowed to continue to operate. More than 80% of people surveyed in Vancouver downtown East Side want it to continue to operate. Will this government listen to the only community in Canada which currently has a supervised injection site? Listen to the people of Vancouver downtown East Side. Respect what they want because they support Insight. Mr. Speaker, we can only ask why this government refuses to respect the scientific and medical communities that support safe injection sites. Why does this government want to abandon those who've been so vulnerable and unfortunate as to become drug addicts? Why does this government not understand safe injection sites are part of a community harm reduction strategy? Such sites improve the community for everyone who lives alongside drug users. Bill C-2 goes against all scientific evidence and experts who show supervised injection sites reduce harm. This bill goes against the Charter and the Supreme Court of Canada, and this government goes against the moral obligation to reduce harm to drug users. Il ne faut pas abandonner les gens.
We must not abandon people, even if it seems as if they have given up on life. Without a solution to drug addiction, we must at least try to implement harm reduction.
Not abandon people, particularly when they are in despair. Without a solution to drug addiction, we must, at the very least, try to implement harm reduction. For these reasons, the New Democratic Party and I oppose Bill C-2. And, Mr. Speaker, just a sideline. The Heinz Company just announced the closure of its plant in Leamington. U.S. Steel is shutting down in Hamilton. In my town, London, Ontario, we have lost far too many good-paying jobs. Despite all that, this government chooses to assault the vulnerable instead of focusing on the economy and the good jobs we need to support families and communities. I rest my case.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Surrey North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for that wonderful speech that she gave out, laying out the facts. I know the Conservatives don't believe in facts, but she laid out very nicely. Talking about Conservatives, let's talk about Liberals. Liberals claim to respect Parliament and claim to stand up for democratic process. Here's a quote from their platform in 2011. And I quote this: Canadians expect their leaders to respect our democracy between elections, not just when we vote. And, Mr. Speaker, I don't see Liberals speaking up on this issue. They claim that they are against this bill, yet they're not bringing forward any speakers to speak to this very, very deep issue here. I want to ask a question to my honourable colleagues. Does the honourable member find it strange that the Liberals are on one before the election or during the election they say one thing, yet they practice something completely different when they get into the House?
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question. It's very, very interesting. I, as you made tell from my vintage, am a veteran of Liberal campaigns, and I remember all the red books. I mean, we had a red book in 1993, and then again in 1997, in 2000. I mean, one red book after another. And in each and every one of those red books, there were promises for childcare, for pharmacare, for improving the lives of Canadians. Well, I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, I ran in a couple of those elections, and at the end of the day, the Liberals won, and strangely enough, none of those promises were kept. They talk a good game, and they're very persuasive. I mean, they have the name recognition and the coiffeur to influence. But when it comes to substance, when it comes to actually standing up and affecting change when they have power, it's not there. So I thank my colleague for the question, and I can only say judge them by what they do, because they don't do much.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
hypocrisy is unparliamentary, so I won't use that word in describing what I've just witnessed, Mr. Speaker. Not only has the Liberal Party been putting up members, the very site in which she's making reference to was a creation of a Liberal government working in hand with the many different stakeholders to make it come into a being. Not only have I spoken on the issue, but others from within the Liberal caucus have spoken on the issue. When you talk about commitments, in Manitoba, they have the big lie. The big lie, you have the Premier, NDP Premier of Manitoba saying, I'm not going to increase the PST on TV. In government, he increases the PST. The Liberal Party does not have to take any lessons on the issue of hypocrisy, at the very least, coming from the New Democrats. My question to the member is, will she at the very least acknowledge with some honesty on the issue of that it was the Liberal Party in working in cooperation with the stakeholders that were in Vancouver that ultimately put it in place, the one that's in Canada today?
The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess we touched a nerve there, I'm very happy to reply. It's a very important thing for a community to have safe injection sites like Insight, and I guess given all of the promises of all of those Liberal governments, maybe if they came through once, that's not such a bad thing. But I also remember no child care. I also remember their promises to help First Nations. I also remember that when it came to the most vulnerable of Canadians, those who had lost their jobs, it was a Liberal government, and then, of course, the subsequent Conservative government that took, and I'll use the word took, $57 billion out of the employment insurance account, and then said, "Oh, so sad, we can't support those families and those people who are unemployed." I do think, Mr. Speaker, that there is perhaps, I don't know, hypocrisy in the air, but I won't name it.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Surrey North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I speak to this bill, I just want to comment about a couple of activities in my community over the last week. I had an opportunity to visit the Surrey Traditional School, grade 5 and 6 students, and they were about 12 years old. And it was part of a UN program where you bring your MP to school, and I'm glad that I had the opportunity to visit this school. And I want to assure this House that we have a bright future. We have a bright future because of these young people. Very bright. They asked very thoughtful questions. They were very engaged in Canadian politics. Not only that, we discussed raising or lowering the age limit for voting to 12 years old, and we had a quite lively discussion about that. So great, it's wonderful young people, and I think Canada has a bright future with young people like from Surrey Traditional School. Mr. Speaker, I also want to give a shout out to a fundraiser that went on in my community, and I am so happy to report to this House that I am from Surrey. This is where the community, the entire community, came together to raise funds for the Philippines typhoon, and there were standing room only in this banquet hall. I want to give a special shout out to the organizers that brought this function together in a very short period of time. Suki Bhatt, who was one of the organizers, along with Kultar Tiara of the Grand Taj, and also Nirmala De La Cruz also were the main organizer for this. Mr. Speaker, they raised over $100,000 for the Philippines disaster that happened last week. And my thoughts and prayers go out to all of those that were caught in this terrible tragedy. Mr. Speaker, also Red FM, another radio station, also held a radiothon to raise money for the Philippines typhoon. And I want to thank everyone in my community that came together and raised hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars to help out folks up in the Philippines. Again, thank you to all of those people. Mr. Speaker, I made a small donation, and I encourage all Canadians to make a small donation to the Canadian Red Cross, and I encourage all of the members of this House to make those contributions directly through Red Cross, who is helping the people that are caught in this typhoon. Mr. Speaker, you know, I've heard a number of speeches today, and also I haven't heard many from the Liberals, as the member claims. They seem to be missing, and I haven't heard anything from the Conservatives. Here's a government that is bringing forward a bill, yet they are not telling us why they're bringing this forward. You know, the rumor is, Mr. Speaker, like always, ideology triumphs over facts and figures. And I believe that the Conservatives are not standing up because we're going to be asking them questions, and it's going to be pretty difficult to defend ideology over facts and figures. The facts and figures are that Insight, you know, I come from the Vancouver area, and Insight has been operational there for many, many years. It was 2003 that it came into operation. In 2008, the 5-year certificate expired for it, and they reapplied to get the exemption under the Health Act. However, the Conservatives fought this. They didn't want to renew the license of this particular facility. That actually helps people. You know, it's shown to reduce crime in the area. It's brought down the number of people dying or because of drug overdose, and it's helped to clean downtown neighborhood where people were shooting up and doing drugs out in the street. They've got a place where they can get this service under a secure place, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, so in 2011, the Supreme Court of Canada directed the Conservative government not to interfere. They ruled in favor of having an Insight site in Vancouver, and yet the Conservatives, you know, is not medical research, medical professionals. They all had input into putting this site together, and they showed facts and figures why it's working. Yet the Conservatives, now what they want to do is put in obstacles in the way so these scientifically, medically proven techniques for harm reduction are not realized in our community. You know, Mr. Speaker, we have a role to play as parliamentarians, and that role is to make sure that we take into consideration all the facts and figures, and we come up with policies that reduces harm in our communities. That is our role. Yet the Conservatives are trying to put roadblocks in place so the people can have, whether it's public safety, or whether it's harm reduction or public health. That is the case with this legislation, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you know, you often hear that you know, this policy is coming down from Ottawa, and it doesn't take into consideration into local interest. And you know, I believe this particular bill does that. It basically, Ottawa is telling what communities need to do. It's better, I believe it's better left for communities at local level, where there's, you know, law enforcement agencies, there's police, there's healthcare professionals. They decided to have the community decided to have this facility available in Vancouver, and yet now Ottawa is telling communities across this country what they need to do and what they need not to do. And I think that's wrong. I think communities will make better decisions, localized decisions. They can do this on their own. They don't need Ottawa coming up with obstacles or rules or regulations and laws to have this implemented at the ground level, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, So basically, Mr. Speaker, what the Conservatives are trying to do are telling our communities what they can do in their backyards or not. And I believe that's fundamentally flawed, Mr. Speaker. You know, evidence. You know, talk about ideology, evidence. We should be making decisions based on evidence, research, input from professionals. Yet this is not the case. There has been over 30 peer-reviewed studies that have shown the benefits of these kinds of sites that help prevent harm, public harm, or health harm to people. And yet, they're ignoring all of those facts and figures and research and coming up with this particular legislation, Mr. Speaker. You know, facts from the on-site insight are that it has reduced crimes in the area. It has reduced, in fact, it helps people that come into this site. They have another facility located just on top of this particular facility where the users have access to rehabilitation services. In fact, there were in 1 year, over 2,000 referrals that were made to this on-site facility that provided counseling, that provided rehab services to people that were using drugs. So it was another way to capture an audience and maybe help them get off these drugs. Mr. Speaker, in my community alone, in the Fraser Health Region, we have over 101 deaths in 2001 due to overdose. And Mr. Speaker, when people do overdose, they also put burden on our medical emergency services. And Mr. Speaker, I think it's fair to say that this sort of policy, this sort of law will not reduce that burden on our health care. In fact, it will enhance because of the ideological approach that this Conservative government is taking. I think we need to take a practical approach, which is leaving these decisions to the local bodies. Let them decide, let the professionals, facts decide how we want to deal with this sort of situation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have to say that if anyone is ideological on this issue, it is the NDP. The NDP, I've been listening to most of this debate today, and the NDP hasn't talked about the safety of society as a whole. They're focused solely on the drug user and advocating something that's bad for a drug user, and that is drugs. Obviously, the bill it says right here the protection of public health and the protection of public safety. It goes on. It wants prohibiting certain activities associated with harmful substances and allowing access to those substances. It goes on. It goes, which are these substances which are frequently used in production of illicit drugs and a worldwide problem and have a significant impact on Canada. I wish I could read the whole bill, because anyone who's read the bill will say, yes, let's pass it for the sake of the children.
The Honourable Member for Surrey North.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know where the Conservatives come up with facts, because I know on this side of the House we rely on research, medical professionals, we rely on community workers, we rely on health authorities, we rely on law enforcement agencies, and all of them have said that having an site similar to this, it actually reduces crime. It takes drug users off our streets. And how can you justify that this somehow pushes drugs onto our children? You know, it's beyond me, Mr. Speaker. This is clearly an ideological position of the Conservatives. There's no facts at all behind this legislation, Mr. Speaker.
Question, commentaire, l'honorable député Montmagny.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member. Montmagny, Rivière-du-Loup. It's on the other side of the river. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm just rising spontaneously because I hear the arguments from our friends on the other side, and I feel like it's as if there's 6 people who are in grade 6 who haven't done their homework. It's just crazy, the arguments they're making. They really think that magical thinking will work, and we're talking about people who are addicted to drugs. And we tell them that that's a bad thing. And so if they pass this bill, all of a sudden they'll stop taking the drugs. And if you vote against it, then you're pro-drug. It's crazy. I can't bear this anymore. We're not in grade 6. We're not. It's like listening to 12-year-olds. No, I think when I was 12, I was able to reflect in more long term than that. So I'd like to hear what my colleague has to say.
North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I talked about 12-year-olds in grade 6 prior to my speech here at the Surrey Traditional School I visited, and I can assure my colleague that they certainly came prepared to ask the right questions. And I see what you're trying to say here in regards to Conservatives. The Canadian Medical Association, they approved this. Having insight facilities available that reduces harm, it reduces, it's good for public safety, it's good for public health. The Canadian Nurses Union, they endorse this position of having these facilities open for people to use these facilities. So, again, Mr. Speaker, if we're going to be making laws in this place, they should be based on fact, research, science, not on ideology. Unfortunately, Conservatives don't respect the decision that was made by the Supreme Court, and I think they need to rethink that, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, colleagues. At the outset, Mr. Speaker, I am going to try as best I can to reinvigorate this speech to talk about the same realities, but shed new light on them. But clearly, we've been debating this bill, Bill C2, for some 3 or 4 hours, and I think we're at the 12th or 13th speaker on the NDP side. And, of course, we all see things the same way because we're debating it. And in this House, which should be where all debates should take place designed to improve the bills that are introduced, well, the Conservatives use 2 strategies. Either systematic closure in order to reduce the time of debate of the members in this House, or, which is something we're seeing today, is a complete silence because probably they are aware that they have introduced a bill that is completely indefensible. And I would say, Mr. Speaker, this government has lost the fundamental attribute that allows all leading classes to claim that they are working on behalf of the citizens they represent. And this attribute is the ability to hear, and especially the ability to listen. They're all closed up in their ideology, and they're showing us once again with this bill that the Conservative line of thought takes precedence over reflection, over analysis, over the empirical demonstration, and over the wishes of a majority of Canadians to do things differently. They even ignore the rulings of the highest court in the country, Mr. Speaker. Now, Mr. Speaker, may I remind you that in 2008, the exemption for insight expired, and the minister had refused to renew it, thus triggering a series of trials that already showed that the Conservative government was turning its back on the wishes of society, which sought solutions in order to help its citizens who were grappling with problems. Now, if we were talking about baseball, everyone would understand very quickly that after 3 strikes, you're out. But for the Conservative ideology, it's completely different. They just keep striking away. So after they were struck down in British Columbia at its Court of Appeal, And then once the Supreme Court rejected their argument, well, the Conservatives continue to not want to hear, to turn a deaf ear to the consensus from most Canadians in order to try to pander to their base. And we should remember that in 2011, the same government, which was elected with only 39% of the vote, out of 60% of people who voted, boasted that it had a strong mandate. But we can see that they do not much like consultation. However, I think we should remember that in 2011, the Supreme Court of Canada ruled that the minister's decision to close Insight violated charter rights, and I quote, that the decision was arbitrary because it undermines the very purposes of the Act, that is, the protection of health and public safety. The court based its ruling on Section 7 of the Charter, which states that everyone has the right to life, liberty, and personal safety, which means even if you take drugs, you are entitled to life, liberty, and personal safety, and that this right cannot be violated unless it is in accordance with the principles of fundamental justice. That didn't matter, Mr. Speaker. If the Conservatives can't use the law to do what they want, they'll just change it. And that is what C2 is doing. And this is not the first example of this method of governing, which has become the government's trademark. Because this government finds that democracy and its institutions are simply obstacles with which they must grapple. We in the NDP recognize the sensitive nature of the license granted to organizations such as Insight, but we also believe that these decisions must be based on expertise and facts. So how can the Conservatives simply ignore the results of 30 studies that have been published in highly credible journals such as Lancet, the British Medical Journal, the New England Journal of Medicine? How can they ignore these studies that are published on sites that are similar in Europe and Australia? Those are not exactly developing countries. How can they simply sweep under the rug the results obtained by Insight itself, and which are very eloquent? There's only one answer all to these questions, Mr. Speaker. They simply try to sum up complex problems into a very simplistic duality. And as I said, for the Conservatives, everything is a matter of black or white. On one side you have the good guys, and on the other side the bad guys. And that's the way it is with all their legislation. On one side you have sober people, and on the other side drug addicts. And, or even better, on the one side you have the Conservatives, on the other side the rest of the world. Now, the campaign that was launched just a few hours after introducing Bill C2 bears eloquent testimony to how narrow-minded they are. When they use a slogan like, "Keep heroin out of our backyard," we can understand that they are unable to give a measured response to any kind of issue. It's not in my backyard to the power of 10. However, Mr. Speaker, I'm not trying to convert my friends across the way, because that would be like preaching in the desert. But I know that many of our citizens want to have a clear idea on this bill and on the drawbacks and advantages of a site like Insight. But now we can see that the Conservatives are not speaking to this bill, so we know that they have no facts about it. So allow me to mention a few statistics that show the benefits of this approach with regard to public health and the impacts that places like Insight have on public safety, which is often a major argument. So imagine this. Between 1987 and 1993, the number of deaths by overdose in Vancouver rose from 16 to 200 per year. So obviously there's a problem here. However, in Vancouver East, since Insight was opened, the number of deaths linked to overdoses dropped by 35%. So that's about 70 fewer deaths that 70 deaths that were avoided in just a few years. Also, over a one-year period, 2,171 users of Insight services were referred to drug addiction counseling. So that is as many people that is a number of people who will get better because they have been taken in hand by community services. There is also a major decline in the number of needles that are disposed of in parks and streets. Although many studies have talked about the negative impact of injection centers such as Insight, none of them has been able to show any evidence showing that there are disadvantages for the surrounding communities. Also, studies conducted by the European Observatory on Drugs and Drug Addiction show that supervised injection sites have many assets. They reach out to vulnerable groups and they are accepted by communities. Yes, Mr. Speaker, they are accepted by the surrounding communities. Obviously, people need to be educated, but it is possible. These sites also improve the health of drug users. They reduce drug consumption in public spaces. Now that's good for public safety. And as I say, these sites also reduce the number of deaths due to overdoses. But you don't need to be a genius to see that the Conservatives' logic simply tries to discourage anyone from carrying out a mission that they have set for themselves. If these people wanted to open a site. So C2 is no exception to their method with regard, for example, to employment insurance, inquisition, less accessibility. And so citizens simply give up and leave the system, so that improves statistics, but the situation of unemployed workers is still bad, and under C2, drug addicts will continue to have problems too. I'm going to go straight to the conclusion because my time is running out. So, Mr. Speaker, you will understand that I'm going to be voting with my NDP colleagues in order to show staunch resistance to this government. Although the charts of rights and freedoms say that we all have equal rights, we know that our society is composed of people who have different life experiences, and our ability to live together in harmony is based on the possibility that someone might reach out to people who are suffering without judging that person. So, Mr. Speaker, I am going to be voting against C2. Thank you.
For Charles Wood, St. James, Assiniboia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, the NDP shows no regard for public safety or the greater community. I'm going to try and get through three clauses that are in the bill. Whereas the money that is used to purchase controlled substances that are obtained from illicit sources often originate from criminal activity such as theft, and that money, in turn, often funds organized crime in our communities. Whereas substances that are subject to the Act pose serious risks to the health of individuals, those risks are exacerbated when those substances are unregulated, untested, and obtained from illicit sources. And, of course, the negative consequences associated with the use of these illicit substances can have a significant impact on vulnerable subsets of Canadians. Why would this member possibly have anything against such a well-written bill? Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Trois-Rivières.
Monsieur le Président, toutes mes excuses. J'ai probablement parlé trop vite pour que la traduction puisse me suivre et j'imagine que mon éminent collègue a perdu de nombreuses pages de ma présentation puisque j'ai effectivement parlé de sécurité publique. Mais au lieu d'en parler de façon théorique, j'ai amené une version terrain. Quand une maison comme Insight diminue le nombre d'usagers parce que ces usagers se retrouvent pris en charge par des organismes qui servent les besoins en toxicomanie, ont fait office de sécurité publique. Quand une maison comme Inside fait en sorte que les parcs, les rues de la ville soient débarrassés de ces seringues contaminées qui pourraient contaminer d'autres individus qui ne sont pas des usagers, je pense que je suis en train de parler de sécurité publique également. Et je l'ai fait à de nombreuses reprises. Et mon collègue m'amène des éléments totalement théoriques, pas dénués de sens. J'aimerais bien le voir prendre la parole et défendre leur propre projet de loi plutôt qu'essayer d'inséminer par des questions à peine farfelues leur vision.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary is rising on a point, Foreign Affairs is rising on a point of order.
I just wanted to inform you, I think we're having some issues with the translation.
Apparently there are some issues. As I am speaking English, is the French coming through the translation? Is there French translation? See, quand je parle en...
When I speak in English, is the English translation coming through?
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my honourable colleague from Trois-Rivières for his excellent speech. And as he mentioned so clearly, all day today we've seen NDP members stand up in this House and explain their position on Bill C2 and explain the facts, whereas on the other side we have seen that this is their government's own bill, and they have not even had the decency to rise and to defend this bill and to explain their arguments. So what concerns me is that perhaps my colleague doesn't really believe in it, and they are realizing that, as we say, this bill doesn't hold water. So what I would like to know from my colleague is, with regard to the fact that a place like Insight, well, what does it use? It's used to help people. It's used to improve public safety. It's used to prevent addiction, and therefore it doesn't go against public safety. On the contrary, it enhances public safety, and it is even a place where crime could be prevented. So in that regard, I would just like my colleague to comment on the fact that a place like Insight does not fly in the face of public safety or crime prevention. On the contrary, it is something that enhances prevention of crime, I believe.
The member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for his question and its preamble. In fact, regarding his preamble, if I was going to engage in political fiction, you'll see this is fiction, and if I put myself in the shoes of a conservative for a few seconds, I think that I would have trouble rising today to defend a bill which is indefensible. As for Insight or any other such site, what I find pernicious in the bill we're studying now is that there is no mention of the human side of people who are addicts, who have addiction problems. You just have to go to an addiction center or a place which helps the homeless. Often homeless people have many problems to realize that these are people who need help, and addicts are not second-class citizens. Pursuant to Standing Order 38, I have to inform the House, it is my duty to inform the House that the question to be raised tonight at the time of the adjournment is as follows. The Honourable Member for Gaspésie et de la Madeleine, Fisheries and Oceans.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm privileged to rise to speak to Bill C2, which I believe bears the short name of a Safer Communities Act or something along those lines. And I think once we get to committee, we will likely be wanting to move an amendment at the clause-by-clause stage, and I think a more appropriate subtitle or new name for the Act might be an Act to make it look like communities will be made safer by spreading drug users to the alleys, parks, and backyards of our cities. while simultaneously undermining public health and individuals' rights to security of the person and life itself. To me, that would be a much better title for this act. What I'd like to speak to is exactly that. My honourable friend is shouting from across the way a little bit about the constitutional law and constitutional values that are implicated by this act, if I may, Mr. Speaker. And let me begin, of course, by mentioning in 2011 the Supreme Court of Canada in the PHS Community Services case did make clear that Section 7 of the Charter, the right to life, liberty and security of the person, except when deprived against principles of fundamental justice, that provision, Section 7, applies, and that health and life itself are at stake where the federal government decides to treat as criminal, under federal jurisdiction over criminal law, a health initiative by a province. This decision to treat as criminal and in that way not permit the provincially approved activity occurs by way of the Minister of Health declining to grant an exemption from the ordinary application of, in this case, the CDSA, the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act. The Supreme Court ruled that this government had indeed violated the Charter in the following terms. And let me please read the key paragraph 136 of that judgment. Quote, "The Minister made a decision not to extend the exemption from the application of the federal drug laws to Insight. The effect of that decision would have been to prevent injection drug users from accessing the health services offered by Insight, threatening the health and indeed the lives of the potential clients. The Minister's decision thus engages the claimant's Section 7 interest and constitutes a limit on their Section 7 rights. Based on the information available to the Minister, this limit is not in accordance with the principles of fundamental justice. It is arbitrary, undermining the very purposes of the CDSA, which include public health and safety. It is also grossly disproportionate, Mr. Speaker. The potential denial of health services and the correlative increase in the risk of death and disease to injection drug users outweigh any benefit that might be derived from maintaining an absolute prohibition on possession of illegal drugs on Insight's premises." I would remind everybody in this House today that this was a unanimous decision by the Supreme Court of Canada. I would also note two key passages that I'll turn to briefly, shorter passages, that make clear that the combination of the legal effect of Section 7 of the Charter and the guidance for the exercise of discretion in the CDSA itself mean that ministerial discretion is not unfettered. It must be undertaken in accordance with the rule of law, which refers, of course, both to the Constitution and the statute itself. So let me please, Mr. Speaker, draw everybody's attention to the last sentence in paragraph 151, which says, "As always, the Minister must exercise that discretion under this Act within the constraints imposed by the law and the Charter." The Court then goes on in paragraph 152 to say, "The dual purposes of the CDSA, public health and public safety, provide some guidance for the Minister. Where the Minister is considering an application for an exemption for a supervised injection facility, he or she will aim to strike the appropriate balance between achieving the public health and public safety goals. Whereas here, the evidence indicates that a supervised injection site will decrease the risk of death and disease, and there is little or no evidence that it will have a negative impact on public safety, the Minister should generally grant an exemption." And the Court went on to order the Minister to grant such an exemption in this case, which leads us, of course, to the present Act, which is, in effect, an attempt to do either an end run around the Supreme Court judgment or perhaps even to overturn and resist that judgment. Now, it may be that the government is hoping that they can do an end run around or even circumvent the Supreme Court judgment by downplaying in the new amendments to the CDSA references to positive health effects of a system like the injection site system and to public health, despite the fact that public health remains one of the two purposes of the CDSA. They can't get away from that. Also, they've written into the Act that in the final analysis, when the Minister ultimately decides whether she is going to accord an exemption, that this is to be done only in exceptional circumstances. And in this way, the government may think that by writing the law in this way, they're going to escape the scope of the Supreme Court's ruling. But what the government really is doing is that it's throwing the question back to an inquiry that will eventually end up in the courts, whether the amended Act itself violates Section 7 of the Charter, for totally failing to give the health of users the kind of priority that Section 7 of the Charter would suggest is necessary. And here I'd like to believe that the Minister of Justice has had thorough advice from his officials on the constitutionality of this bill in order to exercise his duty that he has under Section 4.11 of the Department of Justice Act. Regrettably, we've all come to learn in the last year that the standard of review that goes on in the Department of Justice these days, and perhaps for longer than we realize, borders on the farcical. A whistleblower has come forward to tell us that instructions have been sent to lawyers to say that if there's a 5% chance that a provision or a law will pass muster in the courts under the Charter, then it's fine to recommend that it go ahead as being constitutional from the perspective of introducing the law. So I have no confidence at all that the mere fact that this is before the House means that some kind of analysis has been undertaken that suggests that it's presumptively constitutional. Under this government, that is not the case. But, Mr. Speaker, there are two other ways, apart from the fact that on the face of the text it might be unconstitutional. There are two other ways in which this bill will almost certainly be found constitutionally suspect. The first one is that the very intention of a statute under our constitutional law, of course, cannot be to infringe a constitutionally protected right. Now here, and very unusually, there's every sign that the very intent of the government is in fact to block approvals of any safe injection sites anywhere in this country. Now, it's very rare for courts to find such direct intention of the intent, again, to be redundant here, the intent to actually infringe a right. But in the situation at hand, judges will find a good deal of evidence, including in speeches made prior to this House rising for a break, and speeches made by Conservative members of Parliament. Also, I would say by inference from two things. In Section 5 of the amendments of the amended Act, there is a listing of no fewer than 26 criteria that the Minister of Health needs to consider by way of information sources, needs to consider if he or she is going to grant an exemption. It's not just 26. A number of these have subsections, goes well over 30 separate kinds of detailed information that must accompany an application for such a safe injection site before the minister even decides whether she's going to look at the issue. There's also, secondly, the excision of all public health references and individual health benefits from the guiding principles that are listed in Section 5, Sub 5 of the amended Act. The second thing that might cause this, almost certainly would cause this to be looked at suspiciously from a constitutional point of view, is that there is a constitutional principle of fundamental justice under Section 7, according to which it is unconstitutional to hold out a defense or an exemption from a criminal law prohibition if that defense or exemption is arbitrary or illusory. Such a defense or exemption is arbitrary if it's available to some, but not others, and this was essentially part of the basis for the Morgentaler ruling. And a defense or an exemption is illusory if nobody will be able to access the defense or exemption, or if access is so uncertain or unlikely, Mr. Speaker, that the defense or the exemption is essentially unavailable. And on that basis alone, given the structure of C2, I would go so far as to predict that there will be courts finding that this is unconstitutional under Section 7 of the Charter. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I am fascinated by the member presuming what the Supreme Court will say or not say. If we followed his logic to its logical conclusion, now we shouldn't even have the debate and just go straight to the Supreme Court. But the fact is, Parliament is going to vote on this legislation, and as we are all representatives of the people of Canada, the people of Canada would agree that the preamble of the bill which I've read some of it already, is sound and is important for public safety, important for communities. We are putting communities, families first, and we are going to, we also have other programs other than providing illicit or being complicit in the illicit drug trade. Why does this member want to be complicit in the illegal drug trade?
The honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
Mr. Speaker, at least he didn't call me a child pornographer. The fact of defending the rights of individuals under the Charter does not make me want to be complicit in the organized drug trade. The fact of the matter is that this bill stacks everything along the lines of public safety. That's all that the purposes suggest. And the 5 principles in Section 5.5 sub 5 that the minister must look to when she finally makes her decision make no reference at all to either life-saving or individual health effects for users or to public health. So this act gets the balance entirely wrong in a way that doesn't even come close to the spirit of the Supreme Court's judgment. To go back to the premise of your question, from the honourable member, the fact of the matter is that we have a duty under our Constitution to do what we can to make sure that laws that pass this House are not in violation of the Constitution. We don't wait for the courts to rule. I'm simply saying what it's likely some courts will do.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's a question I would like to put to my colleague, and if he could explain a little more, that would be great. When you judge people, whether a person is a mayor of a big city, a powerful person, in other words, or a person who already is very marginalized by a health problem such as an addiction, is it possible to impose the concept of law and order? It seems that law and order in this case applies only to some people and not to others.
For Toronto Danforth.
Thank you to my colleague for his observation, which I find fairly accurate. And in fact, it really is the case that the law and order narrative is not one which applies to the matter we are debating now. The question of public security is important and relevant, but the overarching idea of law and order is a matter which might not necessarily apply in these circumstances. Resuming debate. The member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today, as have several of my New Democratic colleagues, throughout the day on Bill C2, an act to amend the Controlled Substances, Drugs and Controlled Substances Act. I'd like to mention, Mr. Speaker, that it's quite remarkable that this bill be a private member's bill, that is, that it originates from a member. It's quite surprising that a bill as important as this one, which focuses on public safety, which was introduced by a member and not by the government. What is also obvious is that this government, which is behind the bill, does not have any MP to speak today on the bill. As my colleague, the member for Trois-Rivières, said a few moments ago, this bill, it seems that the Conservatives are a little embarrassed by it because they're not even taking the trouble to defend it today, and this is quite unfortunate. Now, there are several reasons why we will vote against this bill. I listened to several of my colleagues who know a lot about this field, much more than I do. This bill clearly has been denounced because it does not reflect what the courts have ruled, and it would not stand up in a court of law either. And it is therefore more regrettable that taxpayers' money, the money of the taxpayers of Drummond, will be used to contest an organization like Insight when the money could be better spent on prevention and on protecting public health. So this bill is a bad way of managing taxpayers' money on behalf of the Conservatives who have a short-term view and who choose not to take the long-term view by protecting Insight. We can't forget that when it comes to supervised injection sites, these sites are focused on prevention. They are focused on reducing crime. They are focused on health. They are focused on bringing down the number of addicts, of directing them towards detox programs, as my colleague, the member for Laval-Les-Îles, talked about earlier. I listened to his speech, and he gave a very good one. I'm also shocked to see the Conservatives attack initiatives taken by a community which has taken itself in charge, which has decided to address problems which are real in their area. Insight, in fact, was the result of a movement initiated by many actors within a community, many healthcare actors who wanted to meet real needs in the community. These groups wanted to reduce the number of sexually transmitted diseases. They wanted to reduce the number of bloodborne diseases. They wanted to reduce the crime rate. And they wanted to reduce the number of syringes, dirty needles, which littered parks. These groups wanted to help improve the health of people in their neighborhoods. So really, this is a health issue. It's not a crime issue. It's a public health matter. As well, in this entire debate, it's important to view Insight as a tool, as a way to bridge the gap between users, addicts, people who use drugs, and health in general. This is not about fighting crime. In fact, or rather, this is about fighting crime because Insight helps bring down crime by focusing on prevention and by supporting addicts. They welcome addicts who might otherwise endanger public safety, and Insight brings down healthcare costs because addicts will not end up in the hospital. Insight protects public safety by attracting addicts and by redirecting them towards places where they can get treatment for their addictions. As I said, also, what shocks me about this bill is that it attacks a community initiative. In my riding of Drummond, as it now stands, thankfully, we don't need a supervised injection site. However, we have various organizations which provide various resources to citizens living in the greater Drummond area, people who face all kinds of issues such as addiction, homelessness, and so on.
And I would be shocked to see the Conservatives attack community-based organizations from my riding that would be targeting crime reduction, assistance to public health, etc., and to the safety of our streets, because that's what we need to bear in mind here. And unfortunately, since the outset, the few times that the Conservatives have spoken to this bill, because they practically avoided the issue, the only few times they've stood up has been to say, well, the NDP opposes public safety on our streets. No, the contrary. It's the contrary. We are very much in favor of sites like Insight because they help to promote better safety. I'd like to underscore the important work undertaken by all community workers, of all volunteers, of all of these groups that work in Drummond. And when I go into the riding, I meet with them, and I'm very proud of people in my riding who are doing an exceptional job in order to prevent crime, so that our young people can have sports activities, they can go to youth centers, have activities, and to have such a strong community that takes charge of its situation. And that's why I would call for the Conservatives to withdraw this bill, which is detrimental, which doesn't respect the Charter, a bill that has been challenged in court, a bill that doesn't respect public health either. So I would urge the Conservatives to simply withdraw the bill and to respect communities. Workers in these communities are doing such an excellent job on the ground, who are taking action to help reduce problems such as drug addiction. Now, in this regard, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to go back to something else that bothers me. At the same time as the Conservatives brought out this bill, they launched a program, and I appreciated the comment made by my comment earlier for Montmagny, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup, who explained the somewhat childlike approach, or, well, how would I put it, the simplistic approach, because the Conservatives launched a program saying keep heroin off our streets or out of our communities. Now, I've only got a minute left, and I've just gotten into my arguments. I could have devoted a lot more time to this issue. However, I will comply with the amount of time that I have for my speech. But in conclusion, what I wanted to say was that they launched this Keep Heroin Out of Our Communities as a campaign by trying to lead communities to believe that if the Insight site is closed down, magically heroin will disappear off the streets in our communities. That's more than simplistic. It's rhetoric. It is very unfortunate to use arguments like that. Now, as I've said, and as many of my colleagues have said today, the contrary, the exact opposite will occur. People will be abandoned. This will lead to public health problems, an increase in crime, problems with respect to safety, and it will create concerns for young people. If we want to take positive action, we need to encourage them and direct them towards the type of programming offered by Insight. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Brampton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a couple of questions for my colleague. Number one, does he support the provisions that require community input before a safe injection site is put in a neighbourhood? I can tell the honourable member that I sent out 5,000 direct mail letters to my constituents asking them what they thought about that idea, and 87% of them wrote back saying they liked that idea. And if he's not in favour of that aspect of the legislation, has he polled his constituents to find out if he's representing them with respect to this matter?
Député de Drummond.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. I'd like to thank the Honourable Member opposite for his question. He forgot to mention in his question that this bill has failed to make it through the courts 3 times. It's been challenged. It doesn't comply with the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Now, having said that, well, I didn't survey the people in my riding because I don't have the money available to me that my colleague does for that kind of polling. We have to use our funds judiciously to respect our fellow constituents. But every day when I'm back in the riding, well, perhaps my colleague opposite could listen to my answer if he really wants me to answer his question. Otherwise, well, he shouldn't ask questions if he doesn't listen to the answers. But as I was saying, every day in my riding, I meet with constituents, and they talk about just how important it is to respect community-based initiatives. And when the communities take charge of their initiatives, when they rise to the challenges they're facing, and when, for example, they have to deal with challenges like the one in Vancouver, Insight, well, it's easy to scare people to send them letters. That's easy, but you need to explain to people that it's not simply a black and white issue. It's more complex.
Or Winnipeg North.
Speaker, I think it is important that we recognize that when we talk about safe injection sites, in particular the one and only one that we currently have in Canada, that we need to acknowledge that, in fact, the community was involved in the whole establishment of that particular site. And after its involvement, what we also witnessed was the fact that it's been exceptionally successful on many different fronts. Suffice to say, things such as providing our communities that much more safety. There's an environment in which individuals are actually, where we're seeing lives being saved, and so forth. And I'm wondering if the member would not acknowledge that, in fact, that is, in fact, what one would expect in any sort of establishment of a site of this nature or something of a similar nature, that there is going to be consultation with our community members.
Député de Drummond.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague. In a very eloquent way, he has addressed the success of Insight because consultations were involved, all of the community groups, public health groups, safety, and all of that went into the success of Insight because it is a successful initiative. There have been reductions in the crime rate, in the spread of disease. More people have been diverted to people who use Insight and have moved off into programs to help with addictions, etc. So when communities take responsibility for these kind of initiatives like they did in Vancouver, like my community in Drummond, when they take charge of other programs, different programs, but programs that meet the needs of the Greater Drummond area, that's what's important. We can't simply take a simple black and white approach and say it's good, it's bad. We need to look at the needs of the communities and respect these communities, especially where public health and safety are concerned. We can't simply launch a fear campaign and say, are you for or against an injection site in your community? Of course nobody's going to say yes to that, but people need to take charge in their communities of these initiatives. It meets a need in the community. If the need exists, if the community mobilizes behind it, we wouldn't go to court to try to challenge the initiatives of my constituents in Drummond to take an issue to court when it doesn't comply with the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and it doesn't. It's something that's needed in our communities. Resuming debate.
De Montmagny, Lilek.
The Honourable Member for Montmagny, Lilek, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. You did an excellent job of my writing name, Mr. Speaker. 10 minutes for an issue like this one is really not enough, Mr. Speaker, but I'm pleased well, despite the situation, I'm pleased to rise to speak to this bill, which is an act to amend the Control the Drugs and Substances Act. The NDP will be opposing this bill at second reading. Now, C2 in the past was C65. And so we're starting over a debate following a prorogation, which was very costly. It didn't help to change the thrust of the government, and all it did was simply help the government to sidestep its obligations in the midst of a scandal in the Senate. For people who are listening to us on CPAC at home, I'd like to ensure that they understand these points. Bill C2 is a government initiative. Now, it's something that has been debated for over 5 hours, but no Conservatives have made any speeches in support of this bill, not a single one in a 5-hour debate of this government initiative. Their comments have been limited to the member for Charleswood St. James, who simply said that the NDP would be an accomplice in, I don't know what, in crime, or the accomplices with the drug, people selling drugs, because we support supervised injection sites. That is an example of such bad faith, Mr. Speaker, that if we were to extend that logic, social workers would be accomplices too. They would be in cahoots with criminals. The Supreme Court as well, because they rejected the intervention by the government at the Supreme Court. So society, in its entirety, with the exception of the Conservatives, would be accomplices, would be in cahoots with organized crime. If we were to follow that childlike logic being used, that black and white approach being used by the Conservatives. Now, it's an example of one of the worst conservative failures here. There's been, in fact, a lack of speakers on the Conservatives' part. They've been not supporting vulnerable people who are living with the trauma, the dramatic situation of drug addiction, and they're simply ignoring the judges of the highest tribunal in the land and of experts. C2 and its content and the attitude of this government is part of the deplorable trend that we're seeing this government, which is showing contempt for what must be defended by a government leading a society where the rule of law prevails. This issue will have serious consequences for this dogmatic government, which is very narrow-minded. Now, this situation deals with a very difficult reality, and the government is trying to ignore it. We live in an imperfect world. We make decisions here in this House as elected officials, and some people seem to think that they are the best. But we need to look at the evidence and to make changes that can help fewer of our fellow citizens suffer. That is what our duty is. We need to ensure that the action we take here can not make more people suffer, but help fewer people suffer. Bill C2 is the perfect example of a government that's abandoning its duty to help fewer people suffer in order to please their ideological base to take this kind of action. Now, we'll all recall the debate and the negative press the government received when they launched their campaign to keep heroin out of the communities. And by pure coincidence, that coincided with the challenges in the court of the Insight program. Now, Mr. Speaker, if we get back to the facts are clear, difficult but clear. In 2011, the Supreme Court of Canada ruled that Insight, the only site that currently is in operation in Canada, in Vancouver, provided essential services. It wasn't an NDP. It wasn't a bad socialist who said that. No, it was the Supreme Court, Mr. Speaker. The Supreme Court of Canada. More than 30 studies, which were peer-reviewed and published, like in the New England Journal of Medicine, the Lancet, and the British Medical Journal, described Insight as beneficial. Since the site opened, since Insight in Vancouver opened, there has been a 35% reduction in overdose deaths. Now, when I say that we need to try to take the ideological glasses off and look at the situation the way it really is, that's what I mean, because we need to ensure that ideology aside, our objective is to have fewer people suffer because of our decisions. Now, this is a good example of that. Looking at the possibility of opening additional sites in large centers is not in and of itself a good idea, but not doing so will cause the will make us achieve the objective that is, in fact, the opposite of what we want to achieve. Look at the example I gave you, 35% reduction in deaths due to overdose. There's a huge issue of addictions with respect to addictions in Vancouver. Now, as I said, there's been a reduction in the crime rate, a reduction in the transmission of sexually transmitted diseases, communicable diseases, so the costs associated with the site, like Insight, is probably zero. We'd have to look at some studies on that and set aside again our ideology, because people who are simply shooting up in a back alley have to turn to the healthcare system, and to treat them costs a fortune. So in addition, those people who are on the other side boasting, saying, oh, well, we're so good, we're the best in the G8, well, look, do the math. Look at the cost to public health to put in place a system like the one you're proposing.
So if the Minister of Health decided to close Insight, then this would go against the guarantees in the Charter. The Minister had made an arbitrary decision. It went against the legislation, including the duty to protect public safety. So obviously, childish, simplistic arguments are being made. So there are these talking notes that they're using. We're not in high school here. We can't just do things this way. We need to protect public safety, and even the Supreme Court has indicated that this is a positive thing for public safety, and Insight should continue to exist. Another of my colleagues on the Conservative side said that I sent out a questionnaire and the majority of the people who responded were against this site, but 80% of people directly affected in the area of Vancouver support the initiative, support Insight, according to the polls and a survey that was done. Rather than having these people in the street, in the back alleys, then it's better that at least a proportion of these people would be able to use this Insight facility and therefore suffer less. Injectable drug users have 70% less chance of spreading disease through the transmission by blood. In a perfect world, I would like to live in a country where we had all of the social services and everything we need so that nobody would have to be dealing with addiction. But we have to deal with the reality as a government. One last thing, Mr. Speaker, I would say is that the Conservatives are very hypocritical when it comes to this issue. It's amazing. In fact, it's incomprehensible. The current Minister of Health said recently that she does not want to judge Rob Ford. He needs help. But there are people who want to get off drugs, and they need to have supervision. So it is really inconsistent. It's amazing. The Conservatives perhaps would like to have a supervised site, but only for people of conservative leaning. So we want to have people suffer less. We want fewer people in Canada to suffer, not more. Questions and comments.
The honourable member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I listened to the member's comments with disappointment. The member, in fact, the NDP are the ideological party when it comes to this issue. And I just appeal to the common sense of Canadians when they're watching this debate. If helping people inject illicit drugs over long periods of time, if that is good public policy. They seem to say yes. I would suggest that this bill protects the public from criminal elements that often are found in and around injection sites. It is obviously more healthy to have a treatment program. This government invests billions of dollars in housing strategies. We work with the provinces on drug addiction, and the NDP vote against all of it. Now, who are the hypocrites? The NDP.
The Honourable Member for Montmagny, Kamoska. Well, it's your fault, not my fault. This is like kids in elementary school. Maybe grade 3, grade 4. People at home need to understand that Insight is a facility that deals with people who have to be over 16. They cannot have any minors with them. They have to sign their consent and so on. So these are people that are in a supervised setting. There is a place where if someone goes there, there will be a little less pressure, there will be help for that person, and if that person wants help, then it is available. Maybe that person wants to stop using, rather than being in a back alley, shooting up. At least a person has a chance of getting out of their situation. The Honourable Member for Alfred Pellan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is always a pleasure to listen to my colleague, member for Montmagny, Kamoska, Rivière-du-Loup, because he understands and expresses the issues very well. My question is simple. My colleague is aware that there were emails that were sent out by Conservatives saying no heroin, we don't want heroin in this area. So, and I wonder what he thinks about that initiative. The Honourable Member. I want to thank my colleague. This gives me the opportunity to raise something that I didn't have time for in my remarks. I was a partner in a business where it was kind of on the edge of two neighborhoods. It was a bit of a rough area. One of my children was 15, but we could not go into the park that was just adjacent because right by the swings there were always used needles. So what happened one time was that there were 3 murders in that area. In fact, 3 murders in 2 years. So there were hard drugs being used. But if I had been asked at that time if I would agree to support a center where there would be supervision for injectable drug users, then I think that I would have been happy to support that, even if I had to support it financially. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Argenteuil-Papineau-Mirabel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill, unfortunately, shows once again the lack of understanding of the real world on the part of the Conservatives. In 2011, the Supreme Court of Canada ruled that Insight was an essential service and should remain open under Section 56 of the Controlled Drugs Act. The court indicated that this closing the service would go against the charter, as well that there was an exemption that had been granted for the operation of this supervised site. So the Conservatives are showing that they have no respect for any power other than their own. It shows a lack of respect, and this is clear. This legislation goes completely against the ruling of the Supreme Court in the ruling that came down in 2011. The court called on the minister to provide for exemptions and called on the minister to review applications on the basis of that ruling. It shows, again, that the Conservatives have no respect for the needs of real people. Insight is extremely important. The Conservatives do not understand the importance of the principle of the separation of powers. They are not willing to accept a ruling of the Supreme Court. To add insult to injury, the government is showing a lack of empathy and a lack of humanity. They are using their tough-on-crime ideology, but this goes against any logic. Harm reduction is a proven strategy, and all we're seeing here is pure ideology. They have been giving us their personal opinions since the beginning of the debate today. They are not even really defending their legislation. We have been pointing out the facts repeatedly. I have heard them raised by others, but I would like to reiterate them because we want to show the extent to which the Conservatives are going against the reality. We've had studies published in the New England Journal of Medicine, the Lancet, and so on, that have looked at over 70 supervised injection sites, including in Australia and elsewhere. They have shown that Insight is one of the most important public health initiatives in Canada. Since it was open, Vancouver has seen a reduction of 35% in the number of overdoses. These studies have shown as well that Insight has reduced crime, has reduced the spread of disease, and reduced the number of deaths among drug users. The Supreme Court has indicated that other sites should be considered under Section 56, and that this would reduce the risk of death. There is no evidence, in fact, that there is an increased risk to public safety. So these are statistics, but in fact it is the Supreme Court of Canada that has said that these types of sites can reduce overdoses, reduce deaths, and reduce crime. Supervised injection sites effectively reduce blood-transmitted diseases like HIV, hepatitis C, and have, as I mentioned, reduced deaths by overdose. And there is no detrimental effect on public safety. In fact, public safety is better protected when we have these kinds of sites. There is a reduction of drug-related violence and the types of things that my colleague has mentioned, like needles. And he mentioned that near where he was, there were used needles that put his children potentially at risk. So we want to eliminate this kind of situation. The European Office for Drug and Drug Use has indicated that in supervised injection sites help the users and reduce high-risk behavior, reduce the use of drugs, and reduce overdoses. So we see that there is a lot of hard evidence that Insight is a positive initiative. But as they usually do, the Conservatives are denying the facts, and they only pick and choose what is in line with their ideology. They are not taking part in this debate in a constructive way. They are actually penalizing people and doing them more harm than good. So that is clearly the aim of this legislation. This legislation is an example of injustice. It is isolating, marginalizing, and divisive. The Conservatives, instead of dealing with the real causes, are just dealing with the symptoms. They want to punish people. They are not really trying to solve a problem here. These drug users do not have access to the services that would help them improve their lives. The Conservatives attack all problems, whether we're talking about illness, drug use, or poverty, with the same ideological approach. Instead of really helping people, they like to carry out campaigns that will raise funds for them. Instead of really trying to help solve a problem, the Conservatives are using violent, cold ideology, and they're showing that they have no respect for justice. I had the opportunity in the winter of 2012 to visit the downtown east side area of Vancouver and speak with those who work on the front lines in that neighborhood, the downtown east side women's center, the drop-in, and other services. They said that the Conservatives are refusing to really look at this issue. The consensus in the scientific community is being ignored by them as well. A number of colleagues have already said here in this debate that the Conservatives have a right to their personal opinion, but when it comes to legislation and governing, then statistics and reality are what should rule the day. This government is incapable of governing. For this reason, it is not dealing with the hard evidence. I could give you more evidence. I will just give you a few more statistics before concluding. Over 1 year, 2,611 users of Insight were referred to support or detox centers to help them on their way to a better life. Those that use the Insight service at least once a week were 1.7 times more likely to go to a detox service than others. There has been a reduction in the number of needles in the street, the used needles that one finds. So this shows that Insight is a good model. Mr. Speaker, I will conclude by saying that the NDP is of the view that any decisions about in-site or supervised injection sites should be in line with the Supreme Court of Canada ruling. This is a harm reduction strategy, and it certainly should be put forward as a good strategy in line with what the communities want.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've listened with a great deal of attention and trying to understand how this slam on the Conservatives has anything to do with the reality of how the whole network of illicit drugs networks back to international organized crime and even some terrorist groups. I'd like to ask the member opposite if she has any clues whatsoever about the origin of illicit drugs that she so willingly wishes be used in these injection sites, as opposed to working on programs and initiatives to support our law enforcement people in dealing with drug use, in dealing with criminality, in dealing with organized crime. Does she have any clue whatsoever about the reality?
The Honourable Member for Argenteuil, Papineau-Mirabel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, frankly, I said in my remarks very clearly, it is very problematic when all we hear is ideology. The Supreme Court has said that this is something that needs to be protected. Everyone has a right to life, to freedom of expression, and I don't know how the government can keep objecting to something that was in the Supreme Court ruling. My colleague is saying that we want to promote drug use. But in fact, this is a supervised site. How is he planning to deal with this problem? Their campaign is about keeping heroin away from our neighborhoods, but in fact, this is not realistic, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Halifax.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I have a question for my colleague after her excellent speech on this subject. I have a question for her relating actually to the question from the Minister. And I mean, this is not a bill about international terrorism. This is not a bill about controlling illegal drugs. This is a bill that comes directly from a Supreme Court of Canada case that is about health and health outcomes. It's about saving lives. It's about harm reduction. It's about preventing the spread of disease. In theory, right? This is what the Supreme Court of Canada has told us. But the bill actually doesn't match the Supreme Court of Canada case. And if you look at the bill, it doesn't even talk about health. So would my colleague agree that this bill is the worst interpretation of that Supreme Court case possible, because we're not talking about saving lives here. We're not talking about health outcomes. It doesn't even say the word health in the bill. Would she agree that this is a morally bankrupt version of what the Supreme Court of Canada intended?
The Honourable Member for Argenteuil, Papineau-Mirabel. I completely agree, Mr. Speaker. Basically, this case is about health as much as it is about public safety. They want their bill, but it goes, in fact, against all reality. 35% is the reduction that we've seen in the number of overdoses. There's been a reduction in the spread of disease and in criminal activity. In 2011, the Supreme Court of Canada ruled that the government's approach to try to close Insight went against the Charter and was arbitrary. It did not comply with the objectives of the Act, including the protection of public safety. So the government is going against what the Supreme Court has said. The government is ignoring reality, and we see that this government is obviously not able to govern.
The honourable member for Davenport.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's an honour to rise in this House representing the good people of Davenport in the great city of Toronto. And I've listened to this debate all day with great interest, and it must pain the Minister for Veterans Affairs to get up and hector the opposition around an issue which he very much knows, based on his past work experience, is an incredibly complicated, complex issue that interweaves both public safety and public health. And this is why we're here today, to debate this. But it must pain him to have to get up and try to present the ultra simplistic description of the bill that the talking notes of the Conservatives foist upon their members, including their cabinet ministers, Mr. Speaker. What we're dealing with today from the Conservatives vis-a-vis this bill, Mr. Speaker, is a document that they use for fundraising. Of course, we see this time and time again with this government. You know, let's isolate refugees. Let's isolate refugees. Let's limit their access to health care. And then let's send a fundraising letter out and see what kind of manna falls from heaven. Mr. Speaker, this does remind me of several issues that are at play in my own community. Now, people everywhere in Canada, I think it's fair to say, I think it's safe to say that everybody wants safe streets, right? Everybody wants to be able to walk their kids down streets and not have syringes lying around, right? I think it's fair to say we'd like to see our streets safe, and that's why it's important to have safe injection sites in Canada, Mr. Speaker. The Conservatives in this regard, I find it amazing that this is a government that cannot brook any kind of large-scale public engagement plan when they're talking about, for example, Line 9 reversal in Toronto, when they're talking about, for example, a nuclear fuel processing facility in the riding of Davenport, which, by the way, Mr. Speaker, exists there. And it's existed there for 50 years. And Section 2.5 of its operating license says that it must engage in a comprehensive public information program with the residents. For 50 years, very few people knew that plant existed, even though folks that I've spoken to who have lived there for at least 40 were never once informed of what was going on in that factory, Mr. Speaker. Now, some folks on the other side of the aisle might start wondering, okay, why is he exposing our disinterest in public information and public engagement? Well, it's because, you know, they're not interested so much in that. In fact, with the Line 9 reversal, they made it so difficult for people in my city to depute during those hearings that the hearings became a sham. And yet the principles around public consultation for the setting up of a safe injection site are exhaustive, Mr. Speaker. Let's go through some of that. It requires a letter from the provincial minister who is responsible for health. It requires a letter from the local municipal government. It requires a letter from the head of the police force outlining any issue that it has. It requires a letter from the leading health professional organization. It requires a letter from the provincial minister responsible for public safety. It requires a statistical analysis. It requires police checks for people. And it requires extensive public consultation. And all of this has to be gathered in addition to a 90-day public notification period that the minister herself can also conduct. There are two streams of information coming in, and even then, as we can see from the bill, the minister actually does not have to even consider the application. So once all that rigorous public engagement happens, then the minister can decide whether he or she wants to even entertain the application. Now, I read that and I think, okay, that's very rigorous public engagement, very, very rigorous. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, in my community, we're looking for rigorous public engagement when we're debating and considering very serious development projects in our community. And that public engagement is lacking, and what's also lacking is a willingness on the part of the government to hold the relevant agencies to account to ensure safety in our communities. Because, Mr. Speaker, the reason is that that doesn't play well politically for them and their base, right? Whereas this is a whole different story. It's much like, and I want to go back to an issue that's very important in my community, and that is refugee health, Mr. Speaker. We have people in our community, people living here in Canada, who cannot access health care, who have to rely on volunteer doctors, volunteer nurses, donated medicine, Mr. Speaker, in order to deal with their illnesses. And of course, what's happening with the decisions I'm referring to around cutting the federal interim health program for some refugees is it's creating a public health issue as people delay care for illnesses until those illnesses get worse. Some of them are communicable illnesses. We have pregnant women who aren't getting the kind of care they need because they can't and are not able to access health care. Okay? But that's okay for these guys over here, Mr. Speaker, because it's all about the fundraising. As we saw very shortly after decisions were made with respect to safe injection sites, a letter going out to the Conservative base and a website scaring Canadians. Now that is national leadership, Mr. Speaker. That's the kind of leadership that we're getting from this Conservative government. Instead of a government, Mr. Speaker, that understands the complexity of issues like drug addiction. We're seeing it writ large. We're seeing it played out in public today. I'm sure that the Veteran Affairs Minister and members of his cabinet, and certainly the Prime Minister, they're good friends with a well-known public figure who's struggling himself with drug addiction right now. And yet what they are trying to do is vilify essentially powerless, many times powerless, oftentimes poor folks who cannot access the kind of care that they need. Sometimes it's folks struggling with mental health issues as well. Mr. Speaker, this debate we're having today, while it's about safe injection sites, it's about something bigger than that. It's about who we are as a country. It's about who we look after. It's about what the role of government is if we're not attempting to solve complex issues with rigorous consultation, with scientific fact-based arguments, with a view on public health and public safety. That's what this debate is about. That's why this is so important. And that's why Canadians who are watching it are not buying the simplistic argument that, oh, you're going to have heroin in your backyard. Mr. Speaker, I represent a downtown Toronto riding. I get people calling my office constantly asking me, what kind of programs do we have to get and to serve and to help addicts get off the street and have the streets safer? They want to see real solutions. They don't want to see another attempt by the Conservatives to divide Canadians in order to fill their party coffers for the next election. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Good. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened to my colleague, and I am surprised that he would have a problem with public consultation, finding out, studies of the science of having such a supervised injection site, getting other stakeholders in the community to provide their input. Is his fear perhaps that if people found out that there was going to be a injection site that they would disallow it, or is he just not confident in his own argument on the health of or the healthiness of these injection sites?
Mr. Member for Davenport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, there's been at least 30 scientific studies on the one safe injection site we have right now. There's a boatload of data that speaks to improved markers around public safety, around the transmission of HIV/AIDS. Mr. Speaker, the data is in on this. So I think what the member might want to do is take a look at the data. I think he's going to be convinced of the rightness of this. And what I'd also encourage the member to do is to speak to his colleagues about developing more rigorous public participation around some of the significant infrastructure projects that we have in Canada right now. I think that would be a solution.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, in talking about this particular issue, I think it is important for us to recognize that we do have stakeholders, whether it's the City of Vancouver, we have the Vancouver Police, we have the British Columbia government, we have many ground game stakeholders, individuals that are directly involved. We have organizations that are on the outside being very supportive. They look at the facts. And the facts do matter, Mr. Speaker. Science does matter. And it all boils down to that this site in Vancouver has been a huge success. And I'm wondering if the member might want to provide some comments on that particular fact.
Honourable member for Davenport.
Well, I'd like to thank my colleague for that question. In fact, Dr. Evan Wood, renowned scientist, and I know, Mr. Speaker, the government, they don't like the scientists that much. They don't like science. They don't like science-based facts here, Mr. Speaker. But let's talk about a scientist, Dr. Evan Wood, who works for the BC Centre of Excellence in HIV/AIDS, points out that one of the important aspects of a safe injection site is that given that each HIV infection costs an average of approximately $500,000 in medical costs, Insight has contributed to a 90% reduction in new HIV cases caused by intravenous drug use in British Columbia, which is why the BC government has been such a strong supporter of the program. I think that that underlines some of the very important reasons why we need to take this seriously. We need to have a complex and comprehensive conversation about this, and it's already happened, Mr. Speaker. Those debates and those studies have already taken place, and we have the stats that show the great success of this facility.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I must congratulate my colleague for his intervention. It was a very balanced and thoughtful presentation, and I wanted to pick up on this point. He talked about the fact that there are members of our society who are not being served by programs that now exist to provide services to Canadians, and he talked about people in healthcare receiving services from nurses that are volunteer services and donated drugs and so on in order to keep them alive. And he speaks very much to the generosity of spirit of many Canadians. I wonder if he would agree that some of the suggestion that's been made by members opposite as it relates to this particular group of Canadians who the Supreme Court says have rights, that it would be very much, the way the government is responding to this, it very much shows a lack of generosity towards these particular Canadians.
Member for Davenport.
Well, Mr. Speaker, and my honourable colleague, I'd like to thank you for the question. And again, we see this in many different ways from this government, a kind of a narrowing of the focus and the expanse and the breadth of the definition of who we are as Canadian. Are we a compassionate country? Do we care for one another? And do we try to find the most balanced way to move forward on complex issues? This government has shown time and time again that they're not interested in that definition of Canada, of who we are as Canadians. They're trying to narrowcast that. And in truth, Mr. Speaker, there's times where they're trying to appeal to some of the worst in us, to the fear in us, as opposed to showing Canadians where we can go as a country, as a community, to a better place.
Good answer.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Alfred Pellan. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to take the floor today to speak to this bill, which was put forward by the Conservative government. First off, I'd like to mention that I, like all my NDP colleagues here in the House, will be voting against C2. To begin my speech, I'd like to refer to a document which is very insightful. It was produced by Richard Lessard and Carolyn Morissette in 2011, and it was based on a request by the City of Montreal for a study into a supervised injection site in Montreal. So this was a report, as I said, concerning a future site in Montreal. It's a very interesting document which discusses what's going on elsewhere in the world because, as you know, Mr. Speaker, there are over 80 countries in the world with supervised injection sites. Sometimes those are financed through proceeds of crime that were confiscated by the police. Sometimes they're financed by donation and so on. So it's a very interesting document. And if you don't mind, I'd like to begin right away by quoting from that document. They talk about this type of service, a supervised injection site, being a medical response to the illness that drug addiction is. There's a dual objective when you have a supervised site. One is to help avoid the spread of disease amongst IV drug users, and to reduce accessibility issues to healthcare to one of the most vulnerable groups in society.
And I think that this really shows why supervised injection sites there's an issue that was discussed at the Health Committee, and it is being tabled by the Health Minister, but for some reason that I'm not aware of, this bill is going to be sent to Public Safety. So the Conservatives will have to give some more information to us on that. Everything says that it's connected to health, this issue. This is a health issue. I would like to talk also about the services provided by an injection site. There are 90 supervised injection sites across the world in many countries in Europe and Canada and in Australia. And even though there are many different models, it's generally recognized that it offers the following advantages. It manages to reach out to the most marginalized people in our society. It contributes to reducing overdoses and fatalities. It provides sterile equipment in a secure environment. And it also in that way contributes to decrease HIV and AIDS being spread. And as some on the other side try to say, it does not promote injection. It contributes to stabilizing the health of users and to, as I said, to decrease the spread of HIV and hepatitis C. It helps with detox programs. It reduces the pressure that is put on emergency room services, like transportation to the hospitals as well, by treating people on the spot. And also, finally, it minimizes the negative aspects of this kind of behavior on the public, as well as the associated nuisances. And this doesn't contribute to increasing the use of drug. It has been proven throughout the 90 supervised injection sites in the world. On the other side, they're always trying to make us believe some things that aren't true and make us afraid. I represent the island of Laval. It's a very particular area in the city of Laval. It's mostly an urban riding. Montreal is very urban, but Laval is becoming more and more urbanized as well. It's right next door. So over the last few years, we've had metro stations that come all the way up to Laval, and we have a few pockets of very poor neighborhoods that are close to Rivière-la-Prairie and close to the island of Montreal. So it's very easy to travel between my riding and the city of Montreal. And according to the Laval Public Health Authority, some 4,000 people are injection drug users. And that's a lot of people, Mr. Speaker. In the past, we considered that it was more private use, if you will, more of a situation where people use drugs at home. But now we've seen a change over the last few years. And this is due to the urbanization, as I said, but also because people are using drugs or injectable drugs in public areas in the city of Laval. So I decided to consult the various community organizations of Laval who are working in this area and for a supervised injection site. So I met with a Cité Ville Laval and another organization who work hard in this area. I spoke with Cité Ville Laval recently, and in fact they agree with the NDP's position, and they are completely against C2. And I would like to tell you what they sent me today by email. And they were talking about the impacts on the health of people who go to these centers, indeed do reduce the spread of HIV or hepatitis C. The fact of being accompanied diminishes the risk of overdose. We know that in the long term, people increase the quality of their life and decrease the amount of drugs they're using. The objective is to get people back into good health and off drugs. And this is done through the nurses and medical staff working there. These people otherwise are often very isolated and live in a very negative way. So the supervised injection sites allow the drug user to make a first step towards social reintegration and to be able to have confidence in the healthcare professionals that support them. So I think they're touching on a really very important point on concerning supervised injection sites. People who go to these places don't just go to shoot up. There are doctors, nurses, community activists who are there. The first time they might just go in and shoot up and leave, but the second time these people do go back. Every time they have to see a nurse, they have to speak to a social worker, and they start building bridges and connections to these people. They start to trust these people and know that these people can help them to get out of this. So it's an extremely important resource to get these people off the street, get them back in the workforce, and reintegrate them in our society. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. My time's going much more quickly than I expected. As you know, probably, I am the deputy critic for social issues for the NDP, and this is a really important issue to me. And I would like to emphasize the fact that the police for the city of Montreal were very much involved in the study of supervised injection sites for the city. And they are prepared to work hand in hand with all of the stakeholders in this area, from the community, from the medical profession, and therefore the police service is on the side of the stakeholders, of the NDP, and the medical services, insofar as the fact that we need these kinds of supervised injection sites, and we don't need to just leave these people in the streets. They want to have such a site. It's very important because by offering a place where they can use the drugs and leave the material in a safe place as well, this ends up having positive impacts and reducing the use of drugs in public sites. This doesn't seem to result in a rise in criminality in the places where these sites are located in other cities. So, Mr. Speaker, there are many points I would have liked to have raised, including the positive impact in the area of violence against women and the correctional services officials and why this is going to go to the Public Safety Committee rather than the Health Committee. But what I'd really like to say is that by closing Insight and other similar sites like that is a negative thing. I can tell you my personal experience. Since I've been little, I've been traveling around the city of Montreal. I always look on the ground. I look in the parks because I want to see what's on the ground. I have found syringes on the ground. And now that I'm the mother of a little child, if I don't see any change in the conservative policies here, I won't let my child play in the parks on the grass in Montreal. I will watch the ground and I will keep my child in my arms. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Foreign Affairs.
Chairman, it's good to be able to be here this afternoon to listen to this discussion. And I guess I've gotten more concerned as the day's gone on that it seems like the willingness of the opposition to allow people to continue to live in misery, in the misery of addiction. We've heard talk today about abandoning people, about public health safety, about freedom of expression, and it seems to me that it's a justification for what we hear coming from the other side, which is putting people in a situation where the best they can expect is to be given a room where they can inject street drugs polluted with who knows what contaminants, and then leaving them alone until they overdose in some situation and finally getting them medical help. And it seems to me that there has to be something better than that the opposition can come up with. And certainly we think it's more important that we do not condemn people to a miserable twilight existence of addiction, that there are other solutions that can be brought in, and we heard a couple of our people already bring those forward. But, Mr. Speaker, I guess I'm going to ask the member opposite, why is it that they seem to be satisfied instead of giving people the opportunity to live the rest of their lives as free people, to be willing to condemn them to these lives of misery, of addiction?
The Honourable Member for Alfred Pellan. Mr. Speaker, if I had 10 minutes, I would read my speech again, because it seems that the Parliamentary Secretary didn't hear a great portion of what I said. One thing we agree on: we cannot leave people in misery, except that in closing supervised injection sites where we have medical professionals who are trained, who are there to help the people, as well as social workers, where we have the police services who work at the community level with the health services to help these people. But now here we have a solution. We're trying to get people off the streets. There's only the Conservatives who don't see that this is working, this kind of an effort. And one thing that doesn't surprise me, because I can lend the parliamentary secretary all of the scientific information I have if he'd like to consult it. But we can see that science doesn't interest them, my friends from across the way. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Marc-Carrel-Fortin. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today we learned that in Quebec, 4% of the population has an addiction problem. Drugs, alcohol, gaming, gambling. And so with all respect for the Public Safety Committee, I think this is more of a public health problem. And I have trouble seeing how they're going to solve the problems of 4% of the population in this way. These are problems that won't be done away with by force and through prison terms. People drug themselves, take drugs in prison. So I'd like to know how we can draft a solution to help this 4% of the population through a public health initiative. The Honourable Member for Alfred Pellan. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Marc-Carrel-Fortin. It's always a pleasure to work with him. And in fact, we represent the same population in Laval, and he's well aware of the problems that we have there with urban sprawl and addiction that we see on our territory and in public places. So here we're trying to see what the solution is. We're trying to see what it is in this debate, and it's a very broad debate we're having here. Here, addiction is a very, very serious problem. As my colleague from Drummondville, Esquimalt, Juan de Fuca, and Marc-Carrel-Fortin all made fascinating speeches today on C2. And I think that what we're trying to prove here is that we have to have confidence in science. We have to trust the people who work in this milieu and listen to the experts who keep on hammering the same points. To oblige sites like Insight to close down and preventing other cities from opening supervised injection sites is really, I can't find the words to emphasize this enough, but it's a very serious error to prevent this and prevent these experts from doing their work.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to stand and to speak for a few moments on Bill C2. I've sat here most of the day and listened to my colleagues, and they have presented some very personal explanations, descriptions of why it is that this government needs to rethink Bill C2. Mr. Speaker, Bill C2 deals with a public health issue. We believe that decisions about programs that may benefit public health must be based on fact. And that is kind of at the heart of this issue, and that all Canadians, regardless, must have the opportunity to gain the benefits of those programs. Now, this all stems from a program called Insight, opened as part of a public health plan by the Vancouver Coastal Health Authority and its community partners, following a 12-fold increase in overdose deaths in Vancouver between 1987 and 1993. What, in fact, was found as a result of the efforts of this site, Mr. Speaker, was a 35% decrease in overdose deaths. Furthermore, Insight has been shown to decrease crime, communicable diseases, infection rates, relapse rates for drug users. Now, in 2008, this government began to take action to try to close Insight. They took action in British Columbia. The Minister of Health at that time denied Insight's application to renew an exemption that exists under Section 56. That went to court. The BC Supreme Court ruled that Insight should be granted a new extension. The federal government then took it to the BC Court of Appeal, who ruled again that Insight should remain open. And then in 2011, the Supreme Court of Canada ruled that the minister's decision to close Insight violates its patrons' charter rights, and that the minister's decision was, quote, arbitrary, undermining the very purposes of the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act, which includes public health and safety. Mr. Speaker, the decision by the Supreme Court hinges on Section 7 of the Charter, which says that everyone has the right to life, liberty, and security of the person, and the right not to be deprived thereof, except in accordance with the principles of fundamental justice. They found, Mr. Speaker, that the Section 56 exemptions must be granted where they decrease the risk of death and disease, and there is little or no evidence that it will have a negative impact on public safety. Mr. Speaker, I've heard members opposite say, but if you poll your community and your community decides that they won't want to have that facility there, then why should they have to have that facility there? Well, the Supreme Court of Canada actually dealt with that question, Mr. Speaker. Dealt with that question by saying that, number one, they were not able to show that it undermined public safety, and in some instances have proven to promote it. We've heard members here talk about the problems that result in the injection of drugs in areas that are not safe, with needles, contaminated needles on the ground and in parks, and people being exposed to those kinds of health risks. So it reduces those health hazards, those safety hazards, reduces public drug injection, reduces violence associated to it, as well as reducing drug-related litter. Safe injection sites, therefore, and this is key, Mr. Speaker, strike the balance between public health and public safety. They connect people in dire need of assistance to needed health services such as primary care and addiction treatment. Mr. Speaker, the point here is, how do we deliver the services that Canadians need to make them safe? How do we ensure that our communities are safe and healthy? We need to base that not only on facts, but we need to understand that every Canadian, every human being in this country has the right to live life and liberty, Mr. Speaker, and access to life-saving drugs and programs. In relation to further exemptions for additional programs, this is what the Supreme Court said, Mr. Speaker. They directed that the minister must exercise discretion within the constraints imposed by the law and the Charter, aiming to strike the appropriate balance between achieving public health and public safety. And according with the Charter, the minister must consider whether denying an exemption would cause deprivations of life and security of the person that are not in accordance with the principles of fundamental justice, where, as here, referring to Insight, a supervised injection site will decrease the risk of death and disease, and there is little or no evidence that will have a negative impact on public safety. The minister should generally grant that exemption. What we have here in Bill C-2 is something completely different. It ignores the direction that was provided by the Supreme Court of Canada. It's been cited by my colleague who knows much of the constitutional law in this country. It probably will be deemed unconstitutional. Bill C-2 doesn't seem to bother members opposite. But the point is that it not only flies in the face of the recommendations of the direction provided by the Supreme Court decision, but it goes against the spirit, I would suggest, of what makes us Canadian, what makes us special in the world in our ability to be generous, to be humane, to show compassion to our sisters and brothers, regardless of their circumstances, Mr. Speaker. And if, in fact, we determine, as has been determined in this case, the case of Insight, that, in fact, this program saves lives, it reduces crime, it ensures that the public is safer, then these are the types of programs that we need to make available to people. Mr. Speaker, some have said it, some have suggested, well, you don't care about addictions. You just want to make sure that people get the opportunity to shoot up. We want to make sure that Canadians are made safe and healthy, Mr. Speaker. This is the safe part. And the healthy part is the supervision. Now we've got to make sure that this government opposite backs up its words about commitment to addiction to ensure that there is follow-up, to ensure that there are beds in programs, in detox programs and other addiction-related programs, so that there is the follow-up, there is the support, that people are able to, when they're ready and when they're able, are able to kick whatever the addiction is, to be able to turn their lives around and be more healthy for themselves and for their families and for their communities. But this is something that is fundamental. It's a fundamental principle that has been outlined by the Supreme Court of Canada, Mr. Speaker, and this government is ignoring it. Bill C-2 flies in the face of this principle. And the government is going to be told again, as it was in 2008, by the Supreme Court, by the BC Supreme Court, by the BC Appeal Court, and again in 2011 by the Supreme Court of Canada. They are on the wrong track again. They are pitting one type of Canadian against another type of Canadian. We're all Canadians, Mr. Speaker. The Supreme Court will be there to protect that, to ensure that this kind of discrimination is not allowed to happen.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Charleswood St. James, Assiniboia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the bill is very clear, and I'm not sure why the member is opposed to the minister gathering the scientific evidence. The bill will provide the health minister with the information needed to make informed decisions. Why does the member opposite not support requiring organizations to provide basic information on science, public safety, and community views? Obviously, community views are going to be important in any decision. The opposition seems to just brush that away, like that's not important. Well, it is important, and this bill is important to protect Canadians. Why is the member opposed to community views?
The honourable member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Not in the least am I opposed to community views, Mr. Speaker. In fact, what we've seen as a result of the 30-plus peer-reviewed studies of communities like Vancouver East and like other communities around the world is that these programs work at making communities safer. The point, though, is that this bill, it turns the onus of responsibility on its head, whereas what the Supreme Court of Canada has said is that when the evidence presents the fact that this is of value and the value of safety and health are balanced, then it's up to the community to be able to prove that it won't provide that balance of safety and health. And my concern, Mr. Speaker, with the authorities given to the minister in this bill is that all it will do is make the ability of the applicants that much more difficult to achieve the bar that she will set.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that it is important that we recognize that we're talking in terms of the history here in Canada in the last decade, that it's one safe injection site. And what I liked about the approach in the way in which it came into being is that it was one of a sense of cooperation. We had the federal government work with the provincial government, which in turn worked with the community leadership, which had a wide spectrum of consultation. Professionals got engaged, and ultimately it came into being. And it was done because of the need to meet safety and health concerns of a community. The question that I have for the member, would he not agree that when we take a look at what's there today, that it has been a huge success, that has been clearly defined, and facts and science have been brought to the table, and that in fact our community, that particular community, is better off today as a result of that of the InSite location.
The honourable member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and the member is absolutely correct that the establishment of this site and any site will be done and needs to be done in consultation and complete constant consultation with the community, with the individuals involved. But the bottom line is that the facts will speak for themselves on this and any other matter, and that it can't be the biases and the prejudices of people within a community that is allowed to prevent the exercising of the rights to life or liberty of any other Canadian. That's what the Supreme Court is saying.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Gaspésie, Île-la-Madeleine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the pleasure today to present my opinion on Bill C-2. I feel that this bill should be defeated. This bill is harmful to human rights. It will risk the lives of a number of people in Canada, and it flies in the face of the Supreme Court ruling, which indicated that people under our Charter of Rights and Freedoms have the right to security of life and their safety. This legislation goes in the opposite direction. Over 10 years ago, we will recall, the InSite supervised injection site was opened under an exemption to the Controlled Drugs Act, which gave injection drug users access to services that they would not have access to otherwise. The service gives people the ability to not risk their lives. It's a safe site. It provides medical services on site, and it enables people to go further potentially. It opens a door for people to have detox services and help themselves. But the government seems not to want to promote injection sites in Canada, the supervised sites. In fact, it wants to go in the opposite direction. We do have one such site, and there have been tentative plans to open one in Montreal, Ottawa, Victoria. There may be other communities as well that are thinking about opening one. In our area, Gaspésie, Île-la-Madeleine, we have thought about the possibility, but in fact, it would not be possible. People should not have to go all the way to Vancouver, even to Montreal, but they should not have to go to Vancouver to have access to this type of service. This type of site gives drug users the possibility of avoiding risking their lives. I just want to quote a few facts that the government may have forgotten in coming up with this legislation. Over 1 year, over 11,000 people have been referred to services. All of these people would have had access, therefore, to detox services. And we're talking then about reducing the number of people on the street, shooting up hard drugs. How is it that the government is trying to make us believe that Insight and other similar sites could actually make the community less safe? In fact, the opposite is true. These sites promote public safety. This means fewer people in the street using drugs. It means more people being able to take advantage of medical services and detox services. In fact, a service like Insight is the best way to increase public safety. In the legislation, there are 26 aspects to the process that they are proposing. It's a very complicated process for anyone who wants to open a supervised injection site. These 26 conditions have to be met, and there are quite short timelines for meeting them. The minister can still, even if all of these 26 conditions are met, decide to not give the license to open the site. The minister can accede to the request or decide not to. So it is, first of all, difficult to meet all of those conditions. And even if all of those criteria are met, then with a great deal of luck and a lot of hard work, these conditions are met, well, then the minister can still deprive the site of a license. The minister can take as much time as he or she wants. And so more time can be taken at that stage. These conditions are very difficult to meet. A cynic might say that the process is actually aimed at not giving any new licenses for supervised injection sites. The chief of police has to agree. The municipal council has to agree. The provincial health minister has to agree as well. Not all of those people are going to quickly and willingly give their agreement. There are processes and requirements that have to be addressed at that level. So that is already difficult. So even if those conditions are met, then the minister can still refuse. So this is not an easy process, and it will not make it very realistic to think that we will have new supervised injection sites in Canada. The Supreme Court decided unanimously that Insight in Vancouver should remain open. If we go back a bit in our history, it is clear that the Supreme Court Supreme Court ruling, which involved the Attorney General of Canada, was to the effect that the basic principle and the basic criterion was the safety of the community and the individual. The bill, though, is very much focused on public safety and really doesn't deal at all with the right to life under the Charter. The very basis and the very reason we are debating this legislation is that the Supreme Court has said that every individual has the right to life, has the right to medical services. The government wants to have people believe that detox centers and services like Insight are really more about public safety. The government says that it wants to send this bill, if it is adopted at second reading, to the Public Safety Committee and not to the Health Committee. I don't understand what the government's motivation is here. It seems to be ignoring the individual's right. Obviously, public safety is important, but we know that a supervised injection site actually protects public safety. It keeps people off the street. It keeps used needles out of the park where children play. And we know from the results obtained by Insight in Vancouver that this does work. Canadians have as one of their rights, one of their principles, respect for the individual. The Supreme Court has indicated that there is no increase in the threat to public safety because of Insight or any other supervised injection site. In fact, Insight is beneficial. Users of injection drugs who used the Insight facility were 70% more likely not to share syringes. So this is an example of how beneficial this site is. People can go to emergency services, but that is very expensive. What we want to do is avoid having people have to use the medical services, the emergency department. This type of service, Insight, is very inexpensive. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Surrey North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you know, I keep hearing from the Conservatives talking about going to the community, getting their views, and this is what this bill does. Mr. Speaker, let me give you a little bit of a history. We had a site in Vancouver that was established in 2003, and 2008. The community wanted to renew their license, and the Conservatives chose to take that to the courts. And they wasted millions of dollars of taxpayer money trying to press the views of the community. And now they're saying, well, you know, we want to go back to community and consult them. Well, basically, Mr. Speaker, they're putting roadblocks in place so the community doesn't get its wishes. My question for the member is, would he agree that they're basing this law on ideology rather than on facts and figures?
The honourable member for Gaspésie-Île-la-Madeleine. I want to thank my colleague for his question, and I would like to congratulate him for all the work that he does on behalf of his constituency. I know that he supports very strongly Insight, which isn't far from his riding in Surrey. His question is a good one. Obviously, this is a very ideological approach. Instead of basing itself on facts, the Harper government always tends, that is the Prime Minister's government, seems to be unable to look at the facts and to base itself on the 300 studies that have been published in the New England Journal of Medicine and the Lancet and other journals. And all of these studies indicate that this type of site is very beneficial. They need to go on more than ideology. They need to base themselves on facts and on public health concerns.
For Charleswood St. James, Assiniboia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this bill simply provides a roadmap on how one would proceed in the future when it comes to the supervised injection sites. Like, for example, the minister, I don't know why the member opposite does not support requiring organizations to provide basic information on science or public safety or consult the community. The community views are very important. Why does this member want to just disregard all of that? These are all good provisions in the bill, and that's why he should support it. So support the bill.
La députée de Gaspésie.
The honourable member for Gaspésie, Île de la Madeleine.
I should support it. Unfortunately, I won't. The problem with the bill isn't that we're lacking in consultation. In fact, we can use the site Insight as a prime example that the public was consulted, whether it be the local community, whether it be the business community, the municipal councils. All those people were consulted, and I never said in my discourse, I don't know where he got that from, that I don't want the community to be consulted. What I'm saying is, after all of those conditions are met, even if under these new conditions, many of them are new conditions that were never done in the past, after 26 conditions are met, they still don't have any guarantee that they're going to get their injection site. So I'd like the member to press his minister and go ahead and ask the minister to actually make it binding. If we can actually get through those 26 conditions, I'd like to see this member push forward the idea that it be binding on the minister to supply the license to open an injection site. Thank you.
We're going to resuming debate. I'll just let the member for Vancouver Kingsway know that we won't have the full 10 minutes, about 7 approximately, and I'll give him the usual signal before the end of that time. The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a privilege to stand in the House today and talk on this issue because I think it's a very important one, not only for the people of our country, but in particular for the community that I represent in Vancouver Kingsway and in Vancouver. In many ways, the bill before us, I think, causes us to think about two things. One is the proper and appropriate way to make public policy in this chamber for the people of this country. And second, of course, the specific issue, which is what is the proper policy approach to supervised injection sites in this country. In summary, there's been a lot of talk on this, but in its essence, C2 represents an attempt by the government to make it very difficult to open up a supervised injection site in this country. We presently have one supervised injection site in Canada, and that operates in my hometown of Vancouver. I want to start by just sharing with the members in this House and Canadians some of the realities of what we're dealing with, because, again, I come from Vancouver. It's a port city. It's got one of the highest rates of heroin addiction in the country. And let me tell you what Vancouver looked like before Insight was opened. I had people coming to my office as a member of Parliament asking me to do something about needles that were found in the alleys behind their houses where their children played. I've had parents come to me and teachers who have told me that they have to do a walk around in the morning of their schools to pick up needles, used needles, in their schoolyards. We had an epidemic of heroin overdose deaths in Vancouver, where for a period of time there were deaths happening almost weekly from overdoses. I've had business people, particularly in Chinatown, where a lot of the open drug market is done in Vancouver, who have complained to me that their customers are being chased away by the prospect of seeing heroin addicts openly shooting heroin outside the doors of their store, in the alleys, never mind the ambulances and police sirens that are coming when people had the inevitable overdoses. That's what Vancouver looked like in reality before Insight opened. Now, I want to talk about some facts, because we'll put facts before this debate. Between 1987 and 1993, the rate of overdose deaths in Vancouver increased from 16 deaths per year to 200 deaths per year. The rate of overdose deaths in East Vancouver dropped by 35% after Insight opened in 2003. Over 1 year in Insight, over 2,171 referrals were made to Insight users to addiction counseling or other support services. Those who use Insight services at least once a week are 1.7 times more likely to enroll in a detox program than those who visit it infrequently. There has been a significant drop in the number of discarded syringes, injection-related litter, and people injecting in the streets, commencing 1 year after Insight opened. Injection drug users who use Insight are 70% less likely to share needles, and reducing needle sharing has been listed as an international best practice to reduce the spread of HIV, AIDS, and hepatitis. Insight users are more likely to seek medical care through the site. This means less trips to the emergency room and an improvement of health outcomes and a saving to taxpayers' dollars. Over 30 peer-reviewed studies published in journals such as the New England Journal of Medicine, the Lancet, and the British Medical Journal, the most respected medical journals in the world, have described the beneficial impacts of Insight. Multiple studies, conversely, have looked for the negative impact of Insight, but none have come up with evidence demonstrating harms to the community. Safe injection sites operate in 70 cities in 6 European countries and Australia. And a study by the European Monitoring Centre for Drugs and Drug Addiction in 2004 showed that supervised injection sites reach out to vulnerable groups, are accepted by communities, help improve the health status of the users and reduce high-risk behavior, reduce overdose deaths, and reduce drug use in open spaces. Mr. Speaker, drug use and illicit drug use is something that all of us in this chamber regard as a problem. I think people from all parties across the country would like to look for strategies where we can assist people who are addicted to drugs to get off of drugs. We share that goal. The issue really is where you have drug use, what is the appropriate way to achieve that goal? I'm here to tell you in Vancouver, if you drive with me down to Hastings and Main Street, any day of the week, any time of the day, you will see hundreds of people who are drug addicts in the streets. The question is not whether or not they will use drugs. The question is whether or not we will provide them with a safe, clean place where they can do drugs under the supervision of a nurse, where if they overdose or have a problem, they can get medical care, and most importantly, where if by any grace of God they want to access treatment, they have someone there. Or you can ignore this, and we can continue to let those people purchase and use their drugs in the alleys, in the public spaces, in front of the businesses, in Vancouver, with no medical attention, where they're sharing needles, spreading disease, harming business, costing taxpayers money, and dying. That is the reality of the debate before us, Mr. Speaker. So what we have here is an issue of science and evidence-based policy making versus a moral ideological one. We have a question of public policy where do we want to try to make it easier to provide these kinds of health services to Canadians, or do we want to set up roadblocks, as this bill does? This bill sets up a set of criteria that will make it almost impossible for Canada to open a second supervised injection site. That is harmful for public policy, it's bad for the health of Canadians, it's bad for taxpayers, it's bad for business. And Mr. Speaker, I implore every member of this House to put science before ideology and stop this bill from going forward. Thank you.
The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway will have 3 minutes remaining for his remarks, should he wish to use that time when the next at the next instance where the House resumes debate on the question. Then, of course, he'll have the usual 5 minutes for questions and comments. And now, in accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The honourable member, l'honorable député de Gaspésie.
The honourable member for Gaspésie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask why the Conservatives refuse to take protecting marine life seriously. Changes to the Fisheries Act are incomprehensible. They show a lack of understanding of a marine ecosystem. By limiting the legislative protection to the species of fish that humans eat, the government is abandoning over 80% of freshwater fish. They're no longer protected. This abandonment of habitat protection will have a disastrous effect on fisheries in Canada. Does the minister understand that the fish we eat depend on the entire ecosystem to survive? Once again, the Conservatives are ignoring the recommendations of experts and scientists. They base their decisions on purely ideological considerations. The Fisheries Act has been completely gutted. The main oil companies can now drill without any regard to the environmental impact. Once again, the Conservatives are putting the interests of their friends above the environment and the interests of Canadians. The Minister of Fisheries and Oceans will no longer even have a role, the department rather, will no longer even play a role in assessments. From now on, these assessments will be based on data provided by big oil companies themselves when it comes to determining whether a drilling project will have a harmful or adverse effect on an ecosystem. This new legislation severely limits the Department of Fisheries and Oceans' ability to play a role in protecting marine life. The Conservatives are short-selling coastal communities that depend on marine life. How does the minister justify abandoning her responsibilities in this fashion? The fisheries industry doesn't depend just on the fish, but also on a healthy, sound environment and habitat for those fish. The new act ties the minister's hands. It limits the minister's powers. It opens the door to oil drilling without regard for the environmental impact. Our oceans are precious and fragile. Why does the minister want to diminish her own powers to supervise these activities for the benefit of coastal communities? The communities in my riding depend on fisheries and tourism. These two industries cannot survive without healthy ecosystems. Why are the Conservatives once again turning their backs on our regions? The EI reforms showed the Conservative government's disdain for seasonal workers and resource regions like my riding. The Conservatives have treated honest Canadians who work hard for their families as fraudsters and lazy bums. Now, with these changes to the Fisheries Act, the Conservative is washing its hands of marine protection, and this is what our tourism and fisheries industries depend on. Once again, the Conservatives should be they should change their minds and extend protection to all fish, and for the benefit of coastal communities that depend on this fisheries. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the opportunity to respond to the member opposite. His original question was based on some faulty premises, so I appreciate the opportunity to correct those. The fact is, over the years, Mr. Speaker, we've had many discussions with our partners and stakeholders about the Fisheries Act. We've spoken with and heard from provinces and territories, conservation organizations, Aboriginal groups, industry associations, municipalities, and the general public. And these groups have asked us to focus on the significant impacts to significant fisheries. They've asked us to find ways to work more effectively and efficiently with other regulators. They've asked us to develop productive partnerships with those working on the ground, such as conservation groups. And they've asked us to apply our limited resources strategically to ensure that Canada's fisheries can benefit Canadians today and tomorrow. We've heard from Canadians from coast to coast to coast that the rules protecting fish and fish habitat go beyond their intended goals. Concerns about the broad and even the unintended scope of the application of the regulatory regime have been raised by stakeholders across the country. For example, farmers and landowners have criticized the Department of Fisheries and Oceans for applying its mandate and resources to protect areas with minimal contribution for fisheries, while sometimes insufficient attention is paid to the most significant threats. Mr. Speaker, the message we received was that the laws are indiscriminate, which means that all bodies of water where fish live or could live are subject to the same rules and evaluation regardless of size, environment, or contribution to a fishery. And we know that there are better ways to protect important wetlands, rivers, lakes, and oceans. In addition, significant risks to fisheries have emerged that are not appropriately considered in the current Fisheries Act before it was amended, such as those posed by aquatic invasive species. I know my colleague is familiar with this. Recognizing the importance of Canada's fisheries across the country, but also the need to concentrate our efforts and resources, our government introduced amendments to the Fisheries Act last spring to focus our fisheries protection regime on Canada's commercial, recreational, and Aboriginal fisheries. By renewing and strengthening our approach to fisheries protection, the Government of Canada is responding to the current concerns and challenges raised by partners, stakeholders, and Canadians across the country. Through the amended Fisheries Act, the Department of Fisheries and Oceans is transforming its approach to fisheries protection in order to focus the Act's regulatory regime on managing threats to the sustainability and ongoing productivity of Canada's commercial, recreational, and Aboriginal fisheries. They will provide clarity, certainty, and consistency of regulatory requirements through the use of tools such as standards and regulations, and they will enable enhanced partnerships with agencies and organizations that are best placed to provide fisheries protection services to Canadians. Now, Mr. Speaker, now that we have set the direction by making much-needed changes to the Fisheries Act, we will continue working with stakeholders and partners to develop the regulations, policies, and other tools needed to effectively implement these changes. Through this process, we will further define our new approach and develop the tools required to implement it in order to provide predictability and clarity for Canadians working on or near water. We'll say, Mr. Speaker, that the Government of Canada takes the protection of our country's commercial, recreational, and Aboriginal fisheries very seriously, and given the extensive nature of the fisheries from coast to coast to coast, we must focus our efforts on the effective protection of these significant fisheries, and that's what we're doing, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Gaspésie.
For his efforts, I know that our work together in the Fisheries Committee, I know that he's a very diligent and very effective speaker in this House. But when it comes to the modifications to the Fisheries Act that were introduced in Bill C-38, I'd posit that the government went way too far. We saw when we did our study for invasive species in the Great Lakes, as he mentioned just now, we don't know what the consequences are to changing environmental conditions. We don't know what species are going to be best placed to survive in the future. We know that there's change. We know that we lose species all the time, and we know that nature tries its best to try to compensate. It needs all the tools that can be had, and that includes protection of fisheries habitat. Well, I don't have a crystal ball. I don't know what the commercial fishery is going to be in 20 years, in 50 years, in 100 years. But I do know that if we destroy the fisheries habitat today without any form of compensation, I know that those fish that might be replacing current commercial fish today might not exist in the future. We're putting our future at risk, Mr. President. Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, let me put this as simply as I can. We are adopting a common-sense approach that focuses on managing threats to Canada's commercial, recreational, and Aboriginal fisheries. And we're doing that because with the amended Act, which prohibits serious harm to fish that are part of these fisheries and the fish that support them, which might not be eaten by humans, and protects the habitat on which they depend, including in the marine environment. To focus our resources most effectively, we are drawing clear distinctions between different types and sizes of projects. We're taking into account the potential impact on the sustainability and ongoing productivity of our fisheries. And we make no apology for making our highest priority the ongoing productivity of our commercial, recreational, and Aboriginal fisheries. And as I've already said, Mr. Speaker, now that we've put the rules in place, we will continue our work with partners and stakeholders to develop the regulations and policies and other tools to effectively implement these amendments. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.